Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars Arena. This week we play host to another 109 Sunday Million KO special, 9,617 entries, and a prize pool of over $1 million. Day 2 is getting underway with just 76 players remaining, competing for that Sunday Million badge and a first place prize of over $47,000 plus bounties. We're going to be following all the actions tonight. We're playing down to a winner, and the Cards Up coverage begins now. Hello, everybody. How is it going? Welcome back. My name is Nicholas Walsh. I'll be your host for this evening, and joined by me today is the one and only Mr. Arlie Shaban. How's it going, Arlie?
Very good, Nick. How are you?
Oh, I am fantastic. Just got back from EPT London, which was amazing. I'm so sad that you couldn't be there with us, Arlie. It's always a blast when you can join us for these events.
Oh, I know, man. I can't wait till the next one I get to go to with you.
Soon enough, I'm sure. So, guys, as I mentioned, we are going to be following along with today's Sunday Million action. It is the 109 Sunday Million KO special. That's going to be kicking off very shortly. But, Arlie, I have to ask you before we get started, as a poker player, which do you prefer? Do you prefer the normal speed? Do you prefer the KOs? What's your preference here, buddy?
It just depends what mood I'm in that day. Some day I absolutely love the PKOs, just being way extra out of line, going for bounties. It's amazing. And then other times I really, truly just love when all of that money stays in the prize pool. And then up top, you're just looking so juicy. So I love them both, man. How about you?
Well, I'm not a huge MTTer, but I have to say, I started off being a little bit like, I'm kind of a traditionalist. I'm like you said, I kind of like just going for the money up top and trying to focus on that and taking it from there. But I have to say they've kind of grown on me in some degree, the KOs, and I really enjoy the fact that once you get a little bit deeper into the game, people start gambling a lot harder. So if you are a short stacked and you're looking for that double, you get a little bit more action right towards the end. Well, at any stage, basically, people trying to get that bounty. So getting the action when you actually want it, when you're shallow, when you really want to double, is also a nice feeling. By the sounds of it, guys, we are getting into our first game, our first hand, I should say. Let's get across the table A here. Can you see okay, Arlie?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Better?
No.
Okay, one sec. Let's try this again. How about now?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes,
Sorry about
yes,
that, guys.
Yes.
It's important we make sure Arlie can see the screen. That helps a lot.
Oh, then it looks beautiful.
It looks beautiful. All right, guys. How you guys doing in the chat? We jumped into that pretty quickly, but always a pleasure to have you guys here. Thank you for coming to join us.
Welcome, everyone. We are in for a doozy of a stream today. The Sunday Million, the most prestigious regular tournament in the schedule, in my opinion. And we're going to play it down to a winner today. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a couple people in the chat asking there is $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. Of course, because it's a bounty, those first place prizes might not necessarily look like they represent the correct prize pool. But of course, don't forget, guys, people are playing for the bounties of others and also their own bounties in the event that they take down the tournament, which is why the first and second place prizes are approximately the same, because there's a big difference between getting your own bounty and getting all those, and then, obviously just picking up the ones you get along the way.
It's all about getting that big, juicy one at the end.
It is indeed. Okay, so kicking off the action. We picked this table in particular, guys, just because we have Giannis LG, who is our current chip leader here. My main man, Statrick, gave me a couple notes here before we kicked off. He mentioned that this is our chip leader. We know that Giannis is playing from the UK, but we don't have any other information apart from that. The current second place prize for right now is second place player, is Fabiano Kowalski, 1, currently playing from Brazil. High stakes reg, 3 W Coupe titles. Best result was in 2018 for $310,000. He's got $600K in live earnings overall.
Damn, let's go.
Not
This
too
is going to be
shabby.
fun to watch. Yeah, Giannis with just a beefy stack of 4.6 million. Let's go.
All right, blind v blind now. Cohen and Toshinka.
So, little gut shot here for Toshenka. Checks over to him. Not that many chips for Toshenka. Not too small. Oh, and he just checks for the nuts or second nuts. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, with that queen high, you know, just being like, yep, no need to bluff. It's cool. Happy to take another card, and finds the improver.
Gets there in a big way. Assume there's going to be a bet here. Cohen has a little gut shot. We'll see if they want to do anything with it. Yeah, they call. A brick on the river. Is Cohen going for the check raise bluff or just check give up? Because when you're just calling with that gut shot, you're not going to hit it most of the time. So let's see what their plan is. And it was like a healthy bet on the turn. Ooh, over bet. That's harder to pull off your check raise bluff. He is blocking the nuts. With that king of spades in his hand. He's having a little think, but does not pull the trigger. Interesting to see what he would have done if there was a bit of a smaller bet on the river there from Toshenka. Pocket nines in the small blind looks like the first hand we're going to see make any noise. And Thomas, not too many bigs here. Doesn't make the call with queen deuce.
Does not continue.
Does not continue. Oh, it's starting to get a little bit warmer in Toronto now. The weather is warming up, and I just want the beaches and sports with my friends. Like, I'm so excited, man.
I understand.
Yes.
I was hitting the peak of my winter blues here in the UK, and this is what happens. Like, you know, you're like, oh, you know, why do I live in England? At some point, the depression starts to creep in, and then it starts to warm up just in time to keep you holding on there, just keep you living there. And as I got off the train from London today, it was an absolutely beautiful day. It's starting to feel a little bit more warm down here as well, so I'm really excited.
That's awesome. Yeah, I am in that exact same boat. It was like, all right, winter, it's about time. And then it's like, all right, I got some warm days peeking through now.
All right, so we see the defend from King 10 here. Cohen opening this pot with ace-6 suited. The old double gutty. This is actually one of my favorite little double gutties. It feels real nice when you got the King 10 here.
Beautiful, especially the one overcard with the king gives you a little bit extra juice too, because that normally will give you the best hand if you hit it.
Yep, exactly.
Goes check, check. Now, let's see if Vish is going to put out a nice bluff here. They need to get a fold. They only have king high. They're going to be assuming they're behind, and they go for a check.
It is kind of hard to put in a second barrel here with ace-6, right?
Yeah, well, there wasn't a first barrel. It was just check, check. So it's like, interesting to see if Vish is just checking it down now. I kind of thought Vish might lead out on the turn.
Well, I'm thinking that once your opponent checks flop and turn, you kind of can put them on a ton of ace highs, right? It looks like they're just trying to get to showdown because they're like, you know, ace king, ace queen, you know, ace 10, that kind of thing. But yeah, sure enough, just checking it down all the way.
Yeah. Vish was kind of just trying to hit or accept in defeat. It felt like, which that happens all the time. Cohen happy with their ace high, checks it down and wins. Pocket 8's raising here under the gun, and Vish sitting in the small blind with jacks. Does elect to 3-bet. And 8s now definitely don't love their 8s when you get 3-bet from the small blind. Under the gun has the strongest opening range, so it's going to be getting the 3-bet the least frequently. And they make the right fold. And now pocket 9s for Jay Piva in the big blind. See Thomas here, 10 bigs with ace-7 of hearts. A $407 bounty on their head. Thomas, what you gonna do with that ace-7? They rip it in as expected, and Jay Piva here in the big blind has a nice hand to hunt a $400 bounty.
Oh, this is the dream. Yeah, this is the dream for sure.
You're so excited, winner JP. If you just need to dodge that ace or jack.
All right.
Boom. Bounty locked down. And the chips as well.
Yep. GG to Thomas busting the tournament here. That brings us down to 73 entries in this Sunday Million. And as we've seen so many times before as well, Arlie, it's important to note that in the KO tournaments, there's so much more savagery, right? People hunting those bounties, a lot more incentive for people to get the chips in. So we do see these ones go a little bit quicker on average.
Oh, yeah, just pure savagery. And that's how you have to do it. Accumulating a big stack so that you can keep hunting the bounties throughout the whole game is massive compared to just staying alive. Like, you can just stay alive in regular games, and it doesn't matter because if you run up a big stack at the end, you can win the same amount of money. That is not the same here. So having a very aggressive style pays off much more in a PKO than it would a regular game because of all the bounties you're accumulating along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So King 9 on the button here looking really nice. We're going to expect an open here most of the time here. Both players not having too much in the blinds, though. Cohen here, kind of an awkward stack depth to come along with the offsuit King 9. Wow, 8-5 off defending in the big blind here, and he connects in a very meaningful way. Wow, top pair and the street flash draw.
Yeah, that's the actual dream. And J. Piva also has an open-ender. They lead right out. How is J. Piva going to react to that one? Just calling seems safe, and they do.
Yeah, he does have the top end of that straight draw to help him. Is he just now bet again, maybe? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like they'll probably throw out another bet. But I guess we're about to find out. If they're going to lead the flop, they still have top pair and an open-ended straight flush draw. Yeah, they throw in half pot and, yeah, gets the fold. Yeah, the defend with 8-5, it's statistically a correct defend, but a lot of people don't defend their trash to min raises. But mathematically, you should be. But if you're not going to be playing them correctly post flop, then it is better to just fold it pre flop.
Yeah, I mean, when you're facing that pure min raise, you should be defending so wide. It's like, when you actually see the range is pretty astounding. And with the addition of the antes, of course, in this game as well, there's even more incentive to come along. You have an even better price to continue. But as you said, you got to play them. You got to know how to play the awkward hands out of position well in order for that to be true. Otherwise, it can become a bit of a leak for sure.
Absolutely. That's the thing. When I was learning poker a lot, I would learn like something that I know black and white, like I am supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to play it this way. But then I wouldn't know the rest of the game tree. and then I would be losing because I'd be trying to figure it out myself. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to stop doing that until I study it more. And then I'm actually going to try to integrate it a little more properly.
Sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely sympathize with that. That's very much my experience as well. I remember one of my coaches being like, look, this is what you do every single time. And I was getting so frustrated with him because I was like, whenever I play it like that, I always get wrecked. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. And then, once you actually wrap your head around, the later streets, then you're like, okay, now I get what I'm supposed to be doing here. That makes a lot more sense. So aces here opening up. Our friend Cohen in another pot.
Yeah, and 6 is flat, and we see a gut shot from the chip leader. Chip leader in a PKO, got a gut shot in the blinds. Let's see how they want to play it. Cohen should put out a nice, healthy c-bet. They put out a relatively small one, third pot.
And it goes straight through.
Yeah, it does. Cohen having none of it.
Absolutely none of it.
I mean, Giannis, yeah. Chip leader not falling into that trap. Whitest boy with the ace-3 of spades. Fold.
We got a couple friends in the chat here. Jerry says, are you going to show off your swanky merch bag from London, Nick? Not during today's stream. I was considering wearing that UKIPT London white hoodie, which is extremely nice. I thought it was a really nice piece of merch. The problem is, when you have a brand new white hoodie, Arlie, and it's got all that white fluff in it that, before you've cleaned it. So I showed up wearing a black shirt, And I was like, I can't wait to try this thing on. So I put it on, and by the time I had taken it off, I looked like a teddy bear with all of this white fluff that I had accumulated on my shirt. I had to wear it for
Yeah.
the rest of the day. It was that
Yeah,
bad.
you did. Yeah. Oh, I know all about that life.
Classic. Yeah, it's the classic merch life, eh? Ace Queen picks up top pair on the turn here, guys.
Top pair, and yeah, gut shot overcard for Barca, but a nice healthy bet from Cohen shuts it down.
Not too shabby. Your band says, "Evening all. Hi, Arlie and Nick. Look forward to some in-depth analysis today. Who's gonna cover the Joe type shenanigans? I don't know, but if you want us to ban a few people, I'm sure we can make that a reality. What's up,
Yes,
Abby?
yes.
How's it going? Yeah, I mean,
Abby,
Pappy's here too. Pappy Van Winkle, what's up? Summer
True.
Summer, what's here too? You look like a teddy bear anyway. That's fun. That's kind of you to say, Summer. Thank you.
What up, Summer?
What's up? All right, Giannis, one of the chip leaders, plays ace deuce off in the cutoff here.
Yeah, definitely don't have to be opening that, but when you're the chip leader, you got everyone covered late in the Sunday million, and you can open a little wider. You can absolutely widen the range a bit. It's actually it's like mandatory to widen the range. That's how you keep these big stacks, and you increase your odds of getting bounties if you just play more pots with people you have covered.
Absolutely. Putting in a really small c-bet here. I really like this size.
Yeah, 25%. And J Piva, 2 overs, doesn't float it, just gets out.
Yeah, I feel like that's got to be dead close there, Arlie, for sure. King, queen, 2 overs versus like such a tiny bet. I think a lot of people will come along at least once there, see what happens. But I feel it. It's a tricky stage in the tournament as well.
Exactly. I think that dynamic is just going to have a lot of people playing differently. Like, that's the spot where maybe J Piva's normally floating all day long, but deep in the Sunday million against the chip leader, like, you know what, I'll take the fold this time.
Here we go. This time wakes
they want
up with
some
a
action
3-better
here.
hand.
And Power Mitchie flatting the 9s. Do they think that J Piva is just squeezing here? And are they going to punish with an all-in? Are they flatting? Okay, there we go. In position, they decide to flat and take it from there.
Yeah, this is really awkward though, Arlie. Like, I'm not saying nines isn't a flat, but when SPR looks like this, it's feeling pretty gross in most situations.
I agree. I like jamming a lot in that spot pre-flop because J Piva, it depends how long they've been playing at the table and if they have a feel for each other at all. But if J Piva's a good player, that's a very standard squeeze spot with hands a lot worse than 9s. So, and then you're flipping with some and obviously crushed by a small selection. So he does call now though, and maybe not risking it at all with someone that has you covered is the more tactical play here. J Piva checks.
Oh,
ooh,
punished.
Yeah. Power Mitchie does not put in any chips on the turn, and J Piva hits gin on the river.
Yeah, a ace from space, that flaming berry on the river. But yeah, it's one of those spots, man. Oh, 9s, what are you going to do? I think I was going to say J Piva actually sized his flop bet in a way where he could have he left himself with just under pot on the turn, which is a line that we see from a lot of players that are looking to turn their hand into a bluff on the turn. And, I understand not pulling the trigger in that situation just finds the ace easy game. I think by the time Power Mitchie checks the turn, you pretty much know that an ace or a king is going to do you good there in most situations.
Oh, yeah. Easy game when the ace comes on the river. Old Barry came out to play a bit.
Barry turning up and punishing. What's up, Daniel? How's it going?
Exactly. Daniel. Legend. We get a defend here from Cohen. Ace 10 of hearts. Checks it over to J Piva. Standard continuation bet I expect here, but we'll see what Cohen does. It's a small one as well.
How do you feel about a 3-bet from ace 10 of hearts here pre-flop?
Oh, yeah, I like it a lot. Ooh. But, yeah, now they're double-gutted. A queen or a 9 would give Cohen the straight. And they check it over to J Piva for a second time. J Piva is really not liking what they see. They just give up, and Cohen with their ace high He's got to feel like they have a decent chance at showdown with JP checking the turn, but
Yeah.
they also feel like they lose to some hands as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get like a 5 or a 7 or an 8 to fold here, then obviously you're doing really well, but you do have enough showdown to try and check, I think, here as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's nice to I like bluffing with my trash more in this spot, and then yeah, ace highs can still show down a bit more. So, wow.
Yep, and that's, I guess, the other side of not taking the initiative there as well. I can appreciate why ace-10 was trying to get to showdown, but Piva finds the spot just to put in a river bet. And, you know, like, finding those spots where you bet flop, check, turn, and then getting speed up on the river again is really, really interesting because in most cases you're not telling the story of strength, right? You're not selling. And I think on that, specifically on that run out, if you bet the flop and then it comes a scare card on the turn and then you check and then you bet the river, it looks like you might be doing kind of a stop, go, stop, go situation where you're trying to convince him that you didn't turn the scare card or whatever, right? But in that particular arrangement, the 5 is kind of a brick, and then speeding up there and getting away with it is really interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like if a lot of the time when you get called on the flop, they are going to have like a pair or something that might still call that river bet.
Right,
so it just worked out very well that he did it against a hand like ace high, which still might sniff it out, but yeah, it's hard to call with ace high there on the river. But most of the other hands that are calling the flop, he's going to get picked off by.
Definitely.
Top pair versus open ender, both with flush draws.
Yeah. So not quite as many hearts as the Jack-10 would like remaining in the deck, but still considerable equity here, of course. 31% on the turn. That's usually the sign of a combo draw. That's good.
And the nice healthy bet here from Cohen. 220,000 into 294, and Toshenka has some thinking to do. And they fold.
All right, getting top pair to fold there, especially with the blocker. Very nice.
Absolutely.
Hello, John Delano. Welcome back, buddy. The ever present.
Raising up from the button with ace-6 dominating Barca in the big blind. And Tosh hits their ace. Loving it. They are just loving it. C-bet and snap call. Bottom pair. Didn't flinch. Had call any checked, it seemed like. Tosh now just deciding how much they're going to bet here on the turn. They go with 220,000. Barca not loving their hand as much. Seemed like they loved it on the flop, but not so much on the turn. And we do have a couple big hands here in the blinds. And the button has a hand that they should be playing as well with a min raise. Interesting with battle in on the button here being short. So yeah, it could do exactly this, cause Barca to go after their bounty, and now Giannis is loving this spot with ace king suited, having them both covered.
Yeah, this is a really interesting dynamic as well, because you definitely want to keep people in the pot here when you've got ace king suited, when there's a bounty dynamic. And obviously Batal and Surge, however you pronounce that, is in the danger zone, and definitely somebody that you want to be in a pot with, and you want to win that bounty because it's relatively low risk in relation to his pot. Unfortunately, Barca next to him obviously has, a considerable amount of chips that can still put a dent in his. And so I think the 4-bet is kind of the line it's always going to work.
Yeah, absolutely. And Giannis here with 10-8, limps in the small blind, and Vishnya, Jack-9 offsuit checks. Two pretty big bricks. Is anyone going to take a stab, or are they just putting their feet up, checking it down? Vish here, having a little think. It looks frozen, I think. You see that, Nick?
What's that? What's that, Arlie? Arlie, can you hear me? Sorry, guys. 1 sec. Technical issues. Arlie? All right, guys. Just give us 1 sec. I'm going to try and sort this out. All right, guys. Just give me 1 sec. I'm going to try and refresh Arlie here quick. Hello?
Hello.
There he is. Hello. Welcome back.
Hey.
Sorry about that, buddy. All right. Let me try and do this again. Arlie?
Yes.
All right, buddy. Sorry. Just trying to sort something out behind the scenes, so bear with me, guys.
I'm back on stream, though.
Yes.
Okay. Sweet. Well,
Sorry, dude.
what's up? No, I wasn't 100% sure. I was like, should I ask? What's up, everyone? Glad to be back. Thought I'd give you guys a little scare there. You know, that's what I do. Me and tech. Pocket fours here. 3xing it here. So we've seen Power Mitchie use the 3x sizing a few times. And they've also limped. That already just screams to me, not a full-time player. And it's always good to note those things when you're playing against people. It's nice to figure out who's making a lot of money playing poker and who's not making money, and then you adjust your strategy based off of that at the table. Ace King versus Ace Jack, all in pre-flop, battling $156 bounty off the table. Vishnya is loving life. Folding. Fabs is ace 4. Not going to be want to open that. A little bit wide. And the whitest boy, 11 big blinds, folds the 8-6 queen deuce in the small blind of spades, the most powerful suit in the deck. What are they going to do? They're going to flop a monster hand without actually connecting. An overpair, a gut shot, a queen high flush draw. They min bet. King 5 off. Doesn't like the looks of that flop. They're out of there. And then we're looking at Giannis with a juicy hand in the big blind. Anyone want to raise into them? Cohen, 6-7 suited, says, yeah, I do. All min raise. Giannis has ace 10 of diamonds. 3-bet, they could call. And it's actually a massive flop for Giannis. Bottom pair for Cohen, and we got a gut shot and a ace-high flush draw for Giannis, who now turns the best hand with a pair of tens. And, ooh, it goes 7 of hearts on the river, giving Cohen 2 pair. And Giannis leads out not too big and is now facing a raise. Snap folds.
Damn. Yeah, that's a very unfortunate run out for ace 10 of diamonds there. Like, got the
Totally.
absolute universe. This guy is drawn so thin, gives him just enough to want to call there every single time if there's any more action, and obviously giving him the best hand. Pretty unfortunate run out.
That's the truth. All in from Whitest Boy with jacks.
Man. He's got him covered too here, Arlie. Toshin.
Yeah, Toshin's dancing.
Feels like
I like just jamming here for the 30 blinds.
Me too. Me too.
When you flat, it's just scary. If you get jammed on, you're like, why didn't I just jam?
Yeah, exactly. You
pretty much have to call off anyways.
Yeah, I just don't even see how this isn't always a jam. Basically, I mean, sometimes you might flat there if you think you're going to get some action from somebody who you have covered behind or something as well. I imagine, but yeah, it's kind of an awkward one.
And a 10 is needed from Tosh. Doesn't get it. Whitest Boy doubling up Love and Life over 1.2 million.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Arlie. Getting that action, you know, like when you're a shorty and you're playing a regular tournament without bounties, you're like, oh, you know, I just need to find a hand and I actually need to get somebody to call it off. But that bounty incentive gets you so much more action. I think in this case it's more of a cold deck scenario, but definitely one where he's definitely not one he's gonna try and avoid.
Yeah. I would tend to agree there. Barca has the gut shot, the pre-flop betting lead. They are out of position. How are they playing their ace-10 here? Yeah, nice little bet, snap call.
Ooh.
And Barca gets the help that they were looking for and checks the ace on the turn.
Yeah, sevens were not afraid. They're like, I'm calling the flop. Bets the turn. Wow.
Oh, and this is interesting because if Giannis is going to bluff that turn, this is a very good river to plow it all in. And Barca's in a tough spot here because they have the ace of hearts, which makes it less likely that Giannis has the flush. And there's a 4 straight though, so he could just have a queen.
Yeah. Oh man, the action was so quick there as well, Ollie. That was like snap, 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 right? Like Barca c-bet really quick, got the call really quick, check, and then immediately bet, and then it's a great run out for Giannis to continue. I don't think he would ever expect Barca to be that strong by the river, but manages to get the fold. That was pretty significant. That's that was some poker right there. Yeah, it just happened so quickly.
I think it's important that Giannis does that bluff on the river because it's the perfect card to bluff on. It just changes the board dynamic in so many ways with the 4 straight and the flush. And when you get checked to there, you're just like, okay, like the guy most likely, unless they're doing a tricky slow play, is going to try to eke some value out of my big hand.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of combos that he opens there that probably, like if he has a straight draw on the flop, he probably just bets twice or something like that as well. So it's a situation where your opponent is somewhat capped and probably won't have as many of those one-card straights by that river, as well as it being the heart that you're blocking with the 7 of hearts too. So as you say, so much changes, and I think there's a lot of reasons for us to believe that he doesn't actually have the one-card straight by the time we get there too. So really brave from Giannis, but manages to pull it off. Fantastic poker there.
Yeah.
All right, King 10 coming in with the open. Electric Jeans in the chat. How's it going? Tidy in the chat. What's up?
What up, what up?
What's up, guys? Top pair for King 10.
Yeah, and 2 overs, backdoor straight draw for Fabs here in the small blind. Vish here. It's pretty important to be betting these situations. You don't want all of those scary turn cards that can kill your action or actually just cause you to have the worst hand. So you got to bet.
Yeah, I think bigger is better there. Just generally, like it's such a wet texture. You don't want to go committing yourself because your opponents can connect in a pretty meaningful way with that flop as well, right? But especially, I think there's probably a decent number of 2-pair combos that connect there, or like, you know, pair plus flush draw situations. But I think bigger is better. We've seen a couple of quarter pot sizings, that kind of thing. I think there you got to be closer to half pot. in more in that direction.
For sure, even more. Yeah, I 100% agree. The super wet boards, that's when you got to punish your opponent's draws and get extra paid for your value.
Mm-hmm.
Too many scare cards that, beat and hurt you that you really got to make them pay. So it's a good point to bring up.
All right. Beautiful little squeeze spot here for Vishnya.
Mm-hmm. And off 26 blinds, it's just going to be an all-in most of the time.
I think so, too.
They're actually loving it.
Yeah, I think both opponents have him covered here, right? So pretty dreamy, and they only have him covered by a really little bit as well.
Yeah. Eke him out.
Yeah. It's funny how just a few chips could change this king-queen suited call. I mean, at this stage in the tournament, I don't know if you want to be getting them in this tight, but king-queen of spades very frequently is a hand you should gamble with for bounties. In the context of the final 54 players in the Sunday Million, it's a little bit different because obviously there's still some big money up top, but
yeah, and people are just going to be playing so much tighter, like jamming on you so much tighter. So early on in a game, it wouldn't be out of line to be calling that for the bounties, trying to build up a big stack for these later stages. But yeah, exactly. I'd be folding the king queen suited in that specific scenario. Cohen with the queen jack of hearts. Their hearts are dominated by the big blind, though, so a couple hearts on this flop would make things very spicy.
Spicy.
A little shorter, and big blind's just going to be jamming over that open.
Okay, ace king deuce seems like a good board to continue with the queen jack here. You don't have to go big at all. I like the 67K here. That seems like a nice size.
Yeah. Just hits your range way more than it hits your opponents, and you have the gut shot even to go along with it, which adds on top of it. But 2 pair for JK in the big blind. Now does Cohen keep the pressure on? I kind of like keeping the pressure on in Cohen's spot because you're going to get floated there by gut shots, by a 2, by a king, and if you just really bet.
Yeah, I actually love both of the bet sizings here. If you're going to use that smaller sizing, as Arlie's pointing out, like, it's great to have these really tiny sizings, and you think you're really clever when you get away with it very frequently. But when you come up against the opponents that know how frequently they should be defending him with a very wide range, you need to recognize that that means you need to be continuing very aggressively on turns. And I think that sort of 60% sizing, or 50%, 60% sizing he was using is going to be enough to get the bottom pairs, maybe some second pairs, maybe some gut shots, maybe some flush draws to fold. And in some ways, using that smaller sizing actually builds more pots that you take down on later streets. So there's kind of an increased red line situation as well, right? You're going to win a little bit more at non-showdown when you have these cool bet sizing patterns that you follow.
Very true. Giannis. Best hand out there right now in the big blind with the most chips. It's looking like they might win this pot, but let's see.
Oh, man.
Still,
I was going to say Fab's here with the 8-7 suited. He's got a really awkward stack size, but you're like, oh, it's so pretty. Come on. I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, it's going to be fine. I should just go ahead and open this bad boy up. It's going to be fine. And then, how did I find myself in this situation in this tournament? Maybe you should stop opening 8-7 suited from early position when you've got like 20 big blinds.
Exactly. That hand plays very well when you're deep, but short stacked, it's absolute trash from early position.
Yeah, I mean, once you get close to the button, obviously it's a different scenario. But from there, it's so tempting to try and win a pot. But yeah, good fold there and keeping his nose clean. Okay.
Yes, he is. So quick check back on the flop here from Barca, and checks the turn. Okay. So they're just saying, Vish, I don't have anything. Well, actually, they are saying I might have some shitty showdown value, but they're playing their bigger hand very trickily.
Very trickily.
The double check cannot get paid. They went for it, though. They did everything they could to extract extra value. And the whitest boy with the biggest hand, pocket aces. Ace is just the best feeling, getting dealt aces especially if you're deep in the Sunday Million. Right now, he's like, oh my God, everyone have kings. I want 5 pocket kings in the deck. And he is now saddened at the fold.
Saddened
Oh,
indeed.
but Cohen,
next
and
door.
Cohen actually has some action here with some jacks. Giannis probably going to get away from these 8s if JK doesn't 3-bet, which they're very likely to 3-bet here. People play jacks weird though. Jacks is that hand that like people don't know how to play. People are very scared by.
Now this is what the whitest boy was looking for the previous hand. This is the action that you need and the bouncy opportunity.
Yeah, Cohen's just loving life. This is when you're truly loving. Well, by the river if they have all the chips, that's when they're loving life.
Yeah, honestly, the Jax is probably jumping for joy right now. He's like, I'm so clever. I flatted here, got the short stack to put it in. This is what I've been waiting for. Cohen's just gonna shove here to isolate. I'm a genius. This is not looking good for the Jax. I don't think there's any way out here.
Yeah, because Jax has them both covered, but it is like at this point I'm concerned for sure.
You're concerned, but like this shove can be particularly wide just to try and ice the bounty. It is a bit of a weird dynamic. It's not a clear just shove for ice. Just shove to try and ISO the bounty. But I honestly don't know. I'm not sure if Jax can ever really get away from it here. It just feels like it's too juicy with the double bounty opportunity.
In my mind, the way I'd be thinking of it too is it's so deep in the Sunday Million, and I don't know if I'd be believing Bark is jamming Ace-10. But they do make the call. They do make the call when they see the bad news. And Jack wouldn't even help them on the river. They would have their 2 outer taken away on the river too. Is so sad.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nice hand, Cohen, up to 4.1 million. GG's.
Yeah, and if JK had slightly less than Cohen, then that probably would have been what they needed just to make the fold.
Yeah. Giannis opens up Ace-King, a little bit over half pot. What is playing the big blind with 5-7 of diamonds might be tempted to come along here. Just defending that big blind, as we were saying. Pretty much any suited combo has to be defended for these versus these smaller opens at this stage. Oh no! Decides to stay out of it.
Yeah, and it was a pretty little connected hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just happens. People definitely get a little bit tighter, and like if the player is a bit tight to begin with, then once they're put in situations like this, they're really just waiting for those bigger lucky hands and hoping for a big clash, and then like, okay, I got more chips. I'm just gonna chill a little bit. I've seen it very frequently deep in games.
They're waiting for those bigger hands, and then they get dealt aces, and there's no action. It's like, oh, yeah.
Exactly. We got an all-in from Fabs with King-Queen here. And Vish not going to be calling with King-9. 49 players left. We have breached the top 50. Fabs here, 9-7. See, deep in the Sunday Million or deep in a game, I think it's nice to just put a lot of pressure on the blinds. Everyone's tightening it up, so I'll play wider ranges than you normally should. And it's interesting watching these games to pick out the players at the table who are also really turning it up. Because those ones are the ones who they're either gonna bust quick or have massive stacks the whole game.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's yeah, we haven't seen much of anyone doing that. Even Giannis, to be honest, they've been fairly in line, which is fine, totally. Like, you can have a very sound strategy not being overly aggressive, too.
Yeah, having said that, though, as well, we saw the hand where he turned 7s into a bluff. That was pretty spicy.
That was very spicy, and that's using your chip stack to your advantage as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ace-8 off here. Decides they're going to enter the pot. King-4 off in the big. King-4 is a pretty tough one to play well. King-4 off at least. Okay, he's getting it in. Called immediately. And
gets there.
It gets there on the river.
Straight on the river. Love and life.
JK back up to 562,000. So just under 10 big blinds effective.
Tom saying in chat, the worst thing is get aces in the big blind and get walked. And the funny thing is, I'm creating a bunch of these really funny top 10 clips and stuff for my channel. And I have, for the last like few years, been clipping when I've been walked with aces. And it happens so much. I have honestly at least 20 times where I've been walked with aces. And the clips are always like, so desperately don't want to get walked.
Oh, man, that's amazing.
Yeah, so it'll be fun when I get that actually out on the YouTube channel. Power Mitchie with their interesting bet sizes.
Power Mitchie. Let's see what they're going to do here.
They say, not today, Ace-10, not today. 10's here from Tosh. Yeah, nice little min raise, hoping someone 3-bets you or one of the blinds. Yeah, like big blind can just re-jam on you wide when they have you covered for a bounty. It's way better than jamming all in. There was quite a while when I was recreational, and maybe at the beginning of me being full-time, when I was jamming all in with 10s in those spots, thinking that, well, it's just profitable. Sometimes you look at charts and you just understand. You just know certain things. You're like, okay, I know this is a profitable play. But then you take it to the next level and you're like, oh, there's a more profitable version of this play. And that's min raising. So people can jam worse hands like ace four of diamonds in your face.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's great working with that material because, you know, it's some part of it as well, if you're not working directly with a coach, is going like, but why? But, you know, why is this a thing? And then eventually you make the connection and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm seeing this spot in a whole different light. It all makes sense now. Yeah. The sun is coming up.
Oh, and then it actually is just like, oh my God, I'm going to make so much money. Like, I remember one huge moment early in my career with that for me was rejamming small blinds over button and like cutoff opens. And it's just like, I would always just flat off of like 20 and stuff and not realizing, like, once I started realizing how often they fold and how often I'm ahead by jamming, I'm like, oh my God. And it's just like epiphany moments where you're like, well, now I'm going to play this different forever. And I'm just going to have a way more chip EV coming my way now. Strategy.
Bit of a pot brewing here. Jack 10 off from Giannis LG.
Yeah.
And ace jack of diamond is just flatting. That's quite interesting here.
Definitely. They got position. It's the chip leader. And they're just like, all right, no need to play it fast. Pretty shitty flop there for Vish.
This is the problem with playing these hands slow, I guess.
Yeah. Are they going to call?
Okay, makes the right call. Oh, he picks up the gut shot on the turn, though. Giannis definitely could just continue barreling here.
Yeah.
And I like it a lot. I like that size, too. Yeah, I like everything about Giannis's play. Once he picks up the gut shot to go with his 2 over cards, he just gets away with so much there. And sure enough, yeah, the ace-jack just getting punished for their slower play there pre.
Absolutely punished. And yeah, once you turn that gut shot, this is where Giannis is turning it up. Like they're not shying away from those draws, as small as the draws may be. They're finding their foot on the gas, and as a chip leader, that's how you got to try to take it into the final table.
Yep, little blind.
Slow down.
Pocket kings as the short stack. Whitest boy has the opportunity to try and win a bounty if he wants to here, but okay.
Fab is going to love that. Now, what's the play here? A check or a bet from Fab? Check. Perfect. Check raise or check call. So many fun options. I kind of like just calling and checking it again. You're not afraid of many turn cards. There's some you don't want to see, but in the grand scheme of things, your hand is so underrepresented, and this is going to work against top pair. Like, whitest boy is going to just go all in. Yeah. A 9 or a 6 is what whitest boy. Oh, the whitest boy. 9 on the river. $404 bounty in his account right now.
Whitest boy, congratulations. We see another elimination. We're down to 44 players already, Arlie. They're dropping like flies as anticipated. And yeah, there you go. So 2 hands in a row. Hands played slow and punished in both accounts.
Absolutely punished. That's why, Twitch chat, you know what I'm going to say. You never slow play a hand. It's against the rules. Always fast play. Because you guys are always telling me, oh, why'd you slow play those kings? Look what happened. So there's the lesson. Never slow play. Vish opening the ace queen here.
Oh, the voice, Arlie. I like that one a lot. I was
that
like,
is Twitch chat's voice.
It's like me doing review sessions. You're like, you remember when you guys said like, oh my god, I can't believe you played ace deuce off. It's such a terrible hand. I'm like, well, here's a chart. It's 100%. We do it 100% of the time. Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you sound like, Twitch chat. I'm sorry. It's true.
It is so true.
John Delano says that never happens live. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Yo, Dr. Dad Poker, hey guys, thanks for the coverage. And GLGL to the player still in the mix. Very kind of you, Dr. Dad. Thank you very much, buddy.
Dr. Dad's a boss. A lot of legends I'm seeing in chat right now. Good to see you all. An open ender from Cohen here, and Vlad decides, you know what? That's my flop. I'm going to lead out on it. And he's going to have a piece of that flop way more than Cohen does. But in this specific instance, he actually has no piece of it, and Cohen's the one with the open ender that has turned top pair. It should definitely just shut down Vlad completely when he gets called on that flop, and anything but an extreme scare card comes out. I think you just got to shut down. Even when the bad card does come out, once you get called on the flop, you're like, they could have just hit that now too. So I like the little stab, and I also like the shutdown completely. Nice way to play it.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, King Deuce suited, snap all in. A $905 bounty on their head, though. Yeah. That changes things a bit.
It does. It does. Yeah, it makes a call with Jack 3.
Jack 3 definitely calling there now. 3.
All right. Nope. JK back up to 1 million now. He's making a little bit of a recovery here. Still that 905 bounty, still extremely juicy. Absolutely. Dr. Dad, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's a pleasure to be back. It really is. Had a lot of really nice trips as well just around the time I got announced. Got to go to Prague, got to go to EPT, so I'm really feeling the PokerStars love. So I'm still really feeling the TPO love, man. But it's very kind of you to say. Thank you.
That's awesome, man. Deserved.
Cheers, bro. King 10 off has a little bit of an opportunity here. I think I prefer the fold to the King 10 off there with that stack, so fair play. And here we go. Power Mitchie's got to be really tempted to ship it here, right, Arlie? Off this open from the chip leader. I mean, even Vishnia.
Even Vish is considering it, but Power Mitchie, I'm jamming here all day long.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it.
And it's hearts or a 6 he's looking for. Ooh, not the flop you want to see. Chop? Chopping it up! Everyone loves a chop pot!
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves it.
We're going to say it. We're not going to sing it, guys. I feel like it's not right without Joe and or James here. But, yeah, everyone loves a chop pot in the chat, guys.
Chat's about to erupt in anger. Vlad is sitting here with ace, queen. Puts in a nice 3-bet here. Just under 3x. And JK. Not loving what they're seeing. Ace Jack's like, why wouldn't you just let me seal the blinds or see a flop? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, so far JK really has been afraid to just gamble. I mean, I would argue that the first double up he got where he shoved the king, I mean, he didn't have that many big blinds, but basically he got it in against the initial opener. And there it is. Yep. He did put it in behind here with the Ace Jack. And there you go. We finally got him busted. JK, unlucky, sir. That's a $905 bounty going to Vlad. Congratulations. We're down to 41 players.
And you want to know what, Nick? 905 is actually the area code in Toronto. And no, Twitch chat, I'm not telling you the rest of my phone number. But it is 905. Represent.
Represent 905.
Queen 9. So we got another big boy stack at this table now. Vlad, Giannis and Vlad are doing work. Yeah. And a good flop for 6s here. We'll see how this one proceeds. A little bet from Vlad, and Cohen will insert more chips.
Insert more chips.
Raising's nice too. I wasn't sure if they were going to call it a raise. On paired boards, when you're the big blind and you're facing a c-bet, it's really nice to check raise. It's even nicer to do it on small boards with small pairs, but it still works because they're just going to hit way less frequently. There's only 2 different cards they can hit, and one of them there's already 2 out there. So it's just a lot harder for them to call or float, because if you do have that trips, they're going to be screwed.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So that means we have reached our first break of the day. There are 40 players remaining in this Sunday Million KO special. That means we are only 39 places away from crowning our new winner, who will walk away with over $47,000 plus bounties. Absolutely. We still have, in fact, we don't still have GNSLG in the lead. 11 Coconuts has taken the lead with around 8.5 million chips. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to get right back to the action. Arlie Shaban, the Shabanable himself. What do you got planned this week, buddy? What's your stream schedule look like?
My stream schedule is always a little bit up in the air, but I do want to be streaming a lot over the next few weeks. I'm just feeling really good. My game's been great. I just updated my stream overlay to have buy-ins and cashes right under my beautiful face while I'm streaming. And I've only had it for 2 streams. I'm up 4K. So I'm like, this is the best idea ever. Look at how good I am, everyone.
Yeah,
so
it always looks really good when it's going right. And then all of a sudden you're having like a bad week or something. And everyone's like, oh,
disappears.
Every time I come to the Arlie Shaban stream, he's always down. I thought this guy was a pro. What's going on? Yeah,
where'd that cashes thing go you had underneath, Arlie? I'm like, I got rid of it.
That's always the way I sympathize with this. Yeah, but I don't know if you had a chance to watch Arlie. We kind of came up with the last minute, so there's a good chance you didn't. And I know we're on different time zones and all that stuff too. But Croaks and I are doing this KO stream where we're playing kickoff, right? We're playing what used to be Grand Tour. And we were like, okay, this is fun. 2 of us playing kickoff. That's good enough. That's content. But then we were like, how do we elevate this in a way that's meaningful? So we started doing this kickoff challenge where we play for $50, and basically every time we get a knockout, we get 1 point. If we win a game, we win 3 points, and if we win the entire tour where we get all the way to the final one, you win it, then we get 10 points. And we're just keeping score on stream, and whoever has the most points at the end wins the $50. Honestly, I think we're going to do it every week now from now on. It was so much fun. But we had the same quandary, because we were sort of thinking to ourselves, should we track profit and loss, or should we track like games won, games lost? And like with a game as swingy as KO, it's just going to be this super, super toxic, just this toxic numbers hanging over our head that we're going to have to deal with like on a constant basis. This way, it was all positivity, and it was a lot of fun. If you guys want to join us, we're going to be doing that tomorrow from midday. But if you get a chance to watch one stream, buddy, it's a lot of fun. And I think finding ways to gamify a dual stream, I think is really cute.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty freaking cool. If you ever want to go maybe a little head-to-head and spin and go maxes with that extra little wildness in it.
That's what I was thinking.
We could have some fun with that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, because I'm doing my spin streams on Wednesdays. I think I definitely want to have it solo, but I also want to mix it up and get some guests the same way that I have Croaks. But yeah, we have to come up with some funny rules, some ways to add a little bit of a sweat. Somebody suggested last week. Basically, we said that at the end of the stream, we would leave all the final games until the very end, so it was extra sweaty, because those are the big 10-pointers, that where you could really like pull it off, at the very end. And somebody said as well, what we should do is we should track all of our chip EV, and whoever has the highest chip EV gets a bonus 20 points at the end or something like that as well. So you can't just burn through them and just try and ultimate gamble all the bounties, because that's worth a few points each, right? But yeah, we'll see how it goes. If you guys have any more suggestions on how we can improve on that stream, guys, get me on social media. Obviously, check out Arlie's social media as well for when he's going to go live in all those streams too. But I'm really excited to go back to the kickoffs. I know that the mods were enjoying that, and we got a really good response. But I think we're gonna get to the face-off streams again tomorrow. I'm not really sure what we're calling them. We don't have a real name for them yet. We were just kind of experimenting, but hopefully very soon. But I love it. I'm excited about it. Yeah, Croaks. I don't want to give Croaks $50. He actually didn't force me to send it to him, because we're playing again this week. So hopefully we can get even. Otherwise, that might become the toxic element, Arlie. I'm not sure. This,
We'll see.
and
We'll see.
I'm at the end of the year, and I'm just like, okay, cool. So Crooks, that's $5,000. Hopefully not. All right, guys, we are coming to the end of our break now. Tournament is about to resume. As I already mentioned, we are down to the final 40 players in this 109 Sunday Million. 1 million guaranteed progressive KO. Day 2 recommences right now. I thought I timed it just right.
Pretty much. I'm sure it'll be there.
Right now.
I was just going to do the same thing. Well, I was going to say it's going to start in 3, 2, 1.
I really thought you got it. I really thought you had that one. And again, guys,
Giannis and Vlad, the big boys.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, guys, I am still a little bit under the weather from even from last week, so I do apologize if the nose blowing is annoying.
We'll let the nose blowing slide, Nick. We'll let it slide. Unless Jack gets really rowdy, and then I don't know.
No, you guys don't. Hopefully, you guys don't have to actually hear it. But I'm stopping and starting. Players are now on a break. Okay, fantastic. That was the longest 1 minute ever. I really thought we nailed that one. Okay, we're back. We're back. Good job, chat. Thank you for trying with the nows. All right, back underway now. As I mentioned, guys, 40 players remain. If you are just joining us, this is the 109 Sunday Million, 1 million guaranteed. $47,764 for first place, not including bounties. That's what they're going to play for when they get heads up. Blind v blind, going for all of it. Yeah, I really like that shove. Honestly, at that stage, you should be shoving any 2 cards, blind v blind. Your opponent is around 10-ish. Big blind's effective. You're going to get tons and tons of folds, as you should. So that accounts for quite a lot of the value right there. But then when you do actually gamble, you're going to have equity to win some serious bounty value, and that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's a really good adjustment to be making from Cohen's position.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be making those adjustments, and they're massive adjustments you make in PKOs. Like, it seems so ridiculous, especially when PKOs were first coming out and everyone was just learning it. It was wild to see. It's like, oh, so it's just a different game. Like, you actually just you play normal poker with your normal opening ranges, and then you play wild man poker where you just do the craziest stuff in PKOs, and that's just how it goes. Like, under 10 big blinds, you get jammed on blind. Like, you're just calling off almost anything if you got them covered for a bounty and you have a healthy stack. Yep. It's just printing. So.
Yep, absolutely.
You're like, what? He called with 7-deuce offsuit for 9 blinds. It's like, well, it's profitable.
Yep, king queen there, just putting in the c-bet and taking it down. Seems good.
Seems very nice. The whitest boy, not looking at a pretty hand here. It could just go to the blinds. I wonder if Frizz would play their Jack-7, just limp it. Frizz. Limp, raise, no, they go with the fold. It's it has been a little bit snug with some of these players, but again, he didn't want to play a hand against one of the aggressive guys at the table who has a big stack. Vlad has come in kind of swinging the hammer a little bit, so he's respecting that. But yeah, you definitely, in other stages of tournaments, wouldn't be walking the big blind with Jack-7. 9-10 of diamonds. A little limp on the button. And this is exactly what they want to see with the exact 2 players they want to be against. The 2 big stacks that have them covered and have been playing more hands than others. But neither of them connect at all, so it is just going to be a bet fold. In that situation with Frizz, a lot of the time I'd consider checking that 10 on the flop. Even though there was a flush draw and stuff, it's just you are against the 2 most aggressive players. It's a limp pot, so it's going to be unlikely anyone has the ace, meaning you're just praying they have some type of draw that they're going to continue with, or you can check your monster hand and hope they hit some type of pair or a real type of draw that, then you can start getting value from. So
Yeah,
it's a
no,
little easier when.
yeah, I like that mentality too.
It's a little easier knowing that they didn't have good cards at all, but you can kind of deduce that just based off of you have one of the tens and no one raised pre-flop. So what are they going to have?
Yeah, absolutely. Queen 10 suited is a really pretty hand to play here, and Cohen's quickly aggregating the chips in order to play more of these combos. Doesn't look like he's going to get a ton of action here. Ace-5 off might decide to peel, though.
Yeah, Power Mitchie's been pretty different with how they've been playing. So they do go for the peel, and now they have a gut shot. I wonder if they're just check folding or because they don't have many chips to a very small bet here. Power Mitchie does peel it, and does that make Cohen shut down? Or does Cohen just keep applying the pressure? They could check and bet the river. A lot of different options here for Cohen.
Yeah, I think the paired board on the turn is actually usually really good for hands like Ace-5 here. I mean, that's not to say that when you're facing a big turn bet, it's going to make you extra confident, but you know, just from an EV perspective. And sure enough, on the river, Queen 10 gets there. We've seen a lot of these nasty rivers. Queen 10 obviously now can pretty confidently value bet, I believe.
Yeah. Probably only getting called by a small bet, but I was going to say there's a decent chance they're going to go for the bounty. I always get overly greedy in spots like that and go for the bounty. And I honestly think I do it a little bit too much, where then after I deconstruct the hand and I'm like, you're not really getting called by anything. Like, you got to sometimes not go for the overbet bounty and go for like the quarter pop bet or something.
Yeah, it is a tricky one, absolutely.
Yeah, not many chips here in this all in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm calling here, honestly. Like if you got more chips in your stack, I think probably you can just gamble for the bounty. But that's a big chunk of Whitest Boy's stack there, and he pretty much knows he's not going to have the best of it there.
Yeah, completely agree. Bigger stack you can call off there, and when you're short, it just hurts you too much when you're wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, not wrong. You know you're going to be behind. It's just like it hurts when you don't hit.
Right. Wow, Power Mitchie getting it in here. Pocket nines versus the 3-bet. I like this against Giannis specifically. I think nines are going to be really strong here.
Yeah, and you got to call. Not many more chips to call.
Oh, there's a 10.
10. Peace out, Power Mitchie. It has been a pleasure. The rich get richer, chip rich, and bounty rich.
Yep, so Giannis takes down $305 in bounties there. It goes up to 6.3, which might put him in the chip lead now again. Nope, Coconut's still got him beat by about 3 mil so far as I'm looking into the lobby. We're Team Giannis here, apparently. And, yeah, so
I heard that booing come from somewhere. It certainly wasn't either of us because we don't choose who we like.
And that means we're down to 36 players, ladies and gentlemen, in the 109 Progressive KO Special Sunday Million.
Vishnya raising up pocket nines. Tosh pretty short here. Ace-8 isn't going to be playing too well against an earlier position, mid-position raise, so they fold. And a defend from a smaller pair, Frizz. So, Nick, when I let my mustache grow a certain length, pretty much exactly this length, little guys start curling up and tickling my nose. And I'm like, now I need that. That's when I know it needs a trim. That's the trim signal for me. But until then, I'm just like, oh, great. Now anytime I go, it just, now one's stuck.
You heard it here first, guys. The Arlie Shaban beard tips coming up soon. When are you going to release your best-selling beard care book, man?
Buddy, that has been in the works. You don't even know. It's going to be beautiful. Who do we have here? Corn. Corn has 3.3 million. And we got Birdie here with 5.4 million. So this, and now Cohen has built up their stack too. We got a bunch of beefy stacks at this table.
Yeah, really beefy.
This has got to be the highest average table, it would seem.
It's a lot of big blinds. And speaking of big blinds, pocket tens has got to be a raise here for sure, up to 732,000.
Vlad, yeah, is like, all right, 8-4, did not connect at all. I'm out of here. Ace 10 of diamonds. I see a couple kings out there with a $523 bounty on their head and pocket threes from Corn opening under the gun. So we see immediately them opening a little wider than their range should be. And it could give them this opportunity at a bounty. Yeah. Well, it is going to with Vlad folding in.
Yeah, I think so. Trey's obviously very, very, very loose at this stage. Still an opportunity. Okay, pocket king is going to get the full double. Up, Tosh is up to 1.2 million now. Still 36.
They're getting it. And see, now Queen 10 opening from under the gun. So Birdie and Corn coming in, and it'll be interesting to see how Vlad and Giannis react to this. Vlad has a nice hand here, but in general, we've already seen from their first two opportunities under the gun, they both opened up wider than the range. So it's it's going to be fun.
That is interesting. I mean, I would argue as well. I don't know if we have. I mean, like you pointed out, we've got a couple really beefy stacks behind them in that situation. So Corn opening the trays there obviously gives them the opportunity to enter into pots with people where you can win bounties. But it's not like threes is a fist bump, like, yeah, let's go bounty hunting situation. You know what I mean? Like you're happy to get in with a pair, but I think you're right to spot that and to point that out. Definitely, it seems like they're playing a slightly wider range than most. Okay, Frizz, again, with this limping strategy, we've seen a lot of. I feel like this lead gets exploited. I was going to say that. I feel like that lead gets exploited super, super hard, right? Arlie, like, so far Frizz has been playing a lot of limp calling, as you pointed out already. And that sort of like small 1/4 pot lead on that board, I'm just raising that every single day. Like, that's never getting past me ever. And, like, it's just one of those situations where you just look so, so, so weak when you play your hand that way, you know?
Yeah. Absolutely. And just the limping in general, you know they're going to be recreational. Well, they're doing it too frequently.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a certain amount of limping is okay, but when we've seen it so persistently, I believe it also tells you something about the player type, that you're, you know, kind of a more cautious player, generally probably going to be giving up to raises on flops like that, not really representing top pair by leading there anyway in the first place. So, yeah, just absolute open day to go ahead and raise that all day long with the trays.
Yeah, and Giannis picks up on exactly that.
King Jack in the big blind here.
And they both brick it. Will Cohen decide to float if Vlad bets, or are they going to just sit back? They have a decent hand to float, but Vlad has a lot of chips and has been betting a bit, so they're not afraid though. Cohen goes for the float, checks it back over to Vlad. It's a lot harder for Vlad to bet now on this turn, especially because it connects with the big blind's range even more again. And they didn't get any of their backdoor draws coming in. Their straight or flush draws they could have hit. So they bet, and they bet big.
Whew.
I like that. Like, it's hard to do this move. It's going to work right now.
Yeah, really, really chunky there on the turn.
Yeah. Ooh, Tosh with aces.
Yeah, could get some action here. I mean, ace-9 suited is probably meant to be coming into the pot here.
Another limp.
Again, another limp, though. It's just, yeah, all this limping from every position, it's just going to be really, really, really hard to win at this game when you're limping this much. You're just not picking up enough dead money, and you're not building pots often enough with your super big hands, you know, where you need to. And obviously,
exactly.
Tosh now just like, cool, I'll just make this 3x, maybe 3.5x. Sounds good to me. There you go. There you go.
And now Frizz is just hating his life. But chooses the wrong time. He's sick of getting picked on. Yeah, that's what it is.
Exactly.
He snapped. He snapped. People do that often, though. People do that so often where they just like they feel like they're getting picked on, and then they decide to take a stand
Yeah.
in a spot where like that didn't make sense to. If you're gonna take a stand too,
Yeah.
at least try to like maybe 4-bet all in when the button raises the small blind 3-bets and you're big blind, so it's like you have way more wider 3-betting ranges.
Yeah.
You don't want to jam the big blind 3-betting and under the, or raising and under the gun limp.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
reckless. It's just reckless.
Yeah, I completely agree. And like, just like, how often do you ever see? Okay, first of all, we don't see it happen that often because people just don't limp often enough. But when the big blind raises in that scenario, they are like never just bluffing. They never have air. Like it's a literal impossibility for them just to have oh yeah, cool guys. This is a great spot for me to suddenly turn 7 deuce into a bluff. Like no, it's not. Nobody ever does that. They just check behind. They take the free flop with whatever they got. It's that was the wrong time. But GG's to Frizz. Now down to 633,228 chips.
Yeah, it's a mistake. I think I would make a lot back in the day, thinking that someone specifically or the table in general was picking on me if I was getting 3-bet a lot after my raises.
Yeah.
Going through coaching back in the day, I remember it was Ape Styles who was actually telling me that he was like, people aren't picking on you. They're probably just getting a lot of hands where they can 3-bet.
Right.
And he's like, just never tell yourself you're getting picked on ever again. He's like, once in a blue moon, maybe that'll happen. But the vast majority of the time, you're just going to be running into people who have very good scenarios to 3-bet you, whether it's a good 3-bet bluff hand or a good value hand. They're just going to rise so frequently that you can't just like snap and take your stand, because I would do the same type of stuff. And that's just how you're going to be profitable.
I mean, I appreciate that because it's just flat out true. But also, I think that as soon as you start to get into a sort of victim mentality, full stop in poker, or maybe not victim, but you feel like you're being victimized, you feel like you're being picked on. It's really easy to level yourself as soon as you get in that headspace, right? You're in a situation, you're like, well, this is a clear fold, but wait a minute, this guy's been picking on me all day. And then all kinds of weird scenarios start going through your head. You start giving people way too much credit or way too little credit, and then they just destroy you. You know, like poker is a game of is it a game of attrition? Is that the right word? Where you're kind of just trying.
Yes.
You're just trying to wear people down over time. Aces here though. Oh man, 6-7 suited is such a beautiful bounty hunting hand though in this spot.
Like, and he's deep enough, and the bounty's big enough on Frizz. It's not that much of a raise. I'd be peeling here all day.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're thinking of getting crazy, which they should just be peeling.
6-7 suited, actually one of the best hands you can have if you are going to be playing against aces. One of the best aces cracker hands.
Absolutely.
That doesn't look like a hit in the flop that you want, though, does it? 6-7 suited here. Come on.
Yeah, it does not look like what he was looking for. Vlad not loving that either.
Oh, Vlad. Oh, he's like, can I get any protection here at all? He just bets 200K.
Imagine comes close. Oh.
All right. Frizz gets the full treble. 1,800,000 chips now. Very nice. So even after we saw that hand, ace-9 suited versus aces, still back in the game.
Aces taketh and they giveth away.
Absolutely. But yeah, no, I definitely hear what you're saying, Arlie, and I think I rarely level myself these days, but when I do, it's usually something like, but wait, this guy's been doing this all day, and he's like, it's picking on me because I got a short stack, and rah, and then and then you just start to do all kinds of crazy stuff, and it's not really justified. It's not, you're not thinking clearly, you're not thinking logically,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So ace-9 of spades actually connecting with this board. Or at least has a nice draw with this board, I should say.
Yeah, a very nice draw. Cohen checks, and Giannis says, I'm betting my nut flush draw. I don't have a made hand yet. Could very well be behind. Got to put some chips in.
Oh.
And a float and the perfect turn card.
Beautiful turn for ace king, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Giannis, especially with that king coming, it changes the board texture. I would expect to see them keep bluffing. They have still just ace high. And if they hit, they'll have the nuts most likely. Unless it's like the 5 of spades or something. But Cohen, Cohen loves their hand still. Oh, and with the king of spades in Cohen's hand, that definitely makes it less likely that Giannis hits this flush. But it's not just about the flush now. There's sets they could have. There's even a straight now on the river. What sizing does Giannis do here? Because Cohen hasn't been showing much strength at all.
Oh, man. Ace-king with the spade blocker. Oh, it hurts so bad.
It does hurt so bad, but then you just have to be thinking, like, is he just actually triple barreling with nothing? Like,
yeah.
What would he have that doesn't
fold.
beat you?
Nice fold.
Yeah, it is a nice fold.
It's a tough run out, and that's a really hard fold to make, especially when it plays out that way.
Yeah, when you get lucky and hit the turn, you feel so good. Then to realize you're most likely behind on the river, you're just like, oh. Yeah, so it's a very nice fold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your band agrees.
Your band. Speaking of which, we haven't actually done any Joe's. We haven't been doing Joe's job very well. We haven't banned anyone, but everyone's been really nice in the chat so far. So if anybody wants to get out of line for the memes, let me know. I actually don't even remember how to do this. I think I need to be in moderator mode or something. I can't remember. There's a way that Joe always does this.
The all-in will not be getting called here from Giannis.
Except for the guy that was asking for $2. Yeah, he got the ban.
yeah. He got a ban.
Roxas says I could use 10 minutes. Can you ban me, please?
Tosh opening up Queen 10 of Hearts. Giannis sitting here with Ace Jack offsuit. Does a nice 3x 3-bet.
Oh my man, Giannis, man, he's just absolutely whooping everybody right now. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, Team Giannis.
Sitting out.
Team Giannis. Still in second place. This Coconuts guy. Oh, boo.
Who was that? Was that Avi Gable that just got your banned?
Did Avi actually get some? There he goes.
Someone did.
Thank you. You're banned.
Yeah, it was Avi. Beautiful.
Yeah. All right, we can go home. Giannis is smashing this table up, guys. That's it.
Vlad sits out their 8s. They said, I've had enough. And Ray's takedown from Birdie here. Birdie 420. Giannis over 8 million chips now, raises King Queen offsuit. Doesn't look like there's going to be much resistance to this one.
No, not at all. 9-3 off in the big blind. Woof. No thanks. Unlike this hand, unfortunately. So ace-10 of spades opening pocket jacks for Vishnia. He's got the beautiful shovey situation going on here. And Tosh waking up with the ace-king off there. Loving life.
Absolutely loving life. Vlad comes back from sitting out just in time to lose 160,000 chips.
Welcome back to the table, buddy. Welcome back to the table.
Like I couldn't have come back 2 seconds later. And it's a flip. Our Jack's going to hold. It's a good flop for Jack's. Clean turn. And they dodge an ace or king on the river. Vishna with the double up.
Vishna with the double. Congratulations to Vishna. Back up to 1.8 million. We still have 32 entries, guys, in this week's Sunday Millie.
Sword of the Evening is here. Back in the day, any single time Sword of the Evening came into the channel, I would say, Sword of the Evening. It felt good to say it again.
We got another all-in, guys. Ace, queen versus aces again. Frizz with the aces gets another knockout. Taking down $385, and we are down to 31 in this week's Sunday Million. Frizz just like, oh, he's like, okay, guys, I know I messed up with the ace-9 suited, okay? I know I messed up.
Yeah.
Now just give me another chance, and I swear I'm going to do better. Aces, aces, aces. Boom. Straight back up to 3 million. Right back in this game.
Right back in this game.
This is a great comment in the chat. Sometimes I wonder, is ace-king overrated against pairs? Well, ace-king is usually rated at around 50-50 against most pairs. So I feel like it's probably equally rated. I feel like it's a fair rating.
Yes,
I don't feel
definitely
like it's
fair rating.
overrated or underrated.
Mm-hmm.
Tidy says, "What's the biggest bounty?" Great question, actually. I'm not sure.
Great question. The bounty daddy somewhere.
We'll find him for you. We're gonna get there eventually, guys.
Birdie raising the king jack off. Vishna 5-4 off in the big says, I'm out. And a whole lot of trash this hand. A whole lot of trash. Yeah, I like this though. Vlad opens up the 8-5 suited.
Yep. I don't mind it. I mean, it's pretty brave when you got Giannis directly to your left here in position against you, the one of the chip leaders, but fair play. It's going to work this time.
Mm-hmm. Little raise from the 7-5 of spades. Cohen going to be defending King 10. Let's see how she goes. Bam! Top middle pair on the flop against absolutely nothing. And the absolutely nothing is the one that is betting 25% of pot.
Bam! Middle pair.
Bam!
Bam.
And now there's a gut shot for Giannis. Is that what they're looking for to continue? It is a very weak gut shot on a double paired board, on a double suited board. So they say that's enough though, and I like it.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it, but I kind of like it. I still like it. Bam!
I
Makes the
like
call.
bam. Yeah, I just like that Giannis is continuing to keep their foot on the gas. But yeah, with their 5 now, I would have been
Yeah.
interesting to see if they were going to actually pull the trigger if they didn't get a little bit of showdown value.
Yeah, and it's actually it was one of the it's a very specific kind of showdown value, guys. It seems subtle, but when you make your pair in that situation and both draws completely brick, you're even more confident that you should just check to get to showdown because you've made a hand that's significant. And for your opponent to come along twice, they can have a lot of combo draws on that flop in turn. Even like, they had a straight draw on the flop that became a combo draw on the turn or vice versa. There's lots of reasons why that specific 5 is a really good card to just give up on. And if he completely bricked off, I wonder if it came an ace on the river, for example, that might be an opportunity for him to go ahead and pull the trigger if it was like an ace that didn't complete one of the draws, one of the flush draws.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see a call here from Vlad. 9 deuce deuce. Neither of them connect. A third pot c-bet from Giannis.
1/3 pots. Jack 10 of diamonds, 2 overcards in the backdoor diamonds. 2 overcards and the backdoor diamonds obviously could come along here. I think it's going to get really expensive against the chip leader though, so I definitely think it's reasonable just to go ahead and give that one up.
Yeah, against a chip leader this deep in the game, it's scary, and it's a 3-bet pot, makes it scarier. But in a spot like that Jack 10 suited, in other scenarios in the game, you can definitely call or even raise. You have 3 to a straight, the backdoor flush draw, and the 2 overcards. So you got to start working with little pieces of equity like that instead of always just folding them.
Sure. Ace 3 of spades, Vishnia. Looks kind of pretty to go and open up this shorter-handed table. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here, so that seems reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. They're middle position 1 now instead of under the gun +1.
Just always coming along with the ace-jack suited here. I actually wouldn't have minded a 3-bet here from Birdie, to be honest. I think that Vishnia's got a really awkward stack here, and you put him in some really tough spots by 3-betting it. Also, if you're flatting, you're giving a lot of people behind you the opportunity to squeeze and also the opportunity to come along for cheap, and then you have to play this from way out of position. So I'm sure the flat's completely fine. Not trying to criticize Birdie here, but I think this might be a specific one where 3-betting would have been an interesting alternative.
Yeah, that's very well put. 3-betting does help isolate way more, and then you don't have to have king 10s here that you're trying to navigate.
Yep.
So Vish checks. Birdie is the one to now lead out. And Cohen, they got their backdoor flush draw, their gut shot, overcard to the board.
Yep, problematic. Oh man, if you're birdie, you're just like, oh, this is not, oh, the deuce of hearts. Oh, what do I do here?
Yeah, you are not loving life at all.
And Cohen's
Cohen,
like, now I can rep the queen. Easy game. Let's go.
Cohen definitely in a good position here to bet, seeing the weakness from Birdie now, and they don't have a made hand. So they're either going to want to bet here or bluff the river if they brick. But I would like betting here.
I think like 500K would be pretty cool. Oh, okay, that's fair. I definitely think that smaller here is interesting.
Yeah, because again, if you are representing the queen, you don't have to bet. I still feel like you would bet a little bigger, but like sometimes you're just milking for value like that, and like it makes the person think like he called the turn.
Yeah. I mean, it's a super interesting turn situation, right? Because you don't want to go so big where you feel like you're definitely just betting Jack 10 or something like that. You don't want to go too small because then you keep all of his stuff in that doesn't want to fold. But if you don't size it big enough, you know, it looks like maybe you weren't planning on shoving river, right? If you don't put it enough in that situation, you might be saying to your opponent, okay, this is definitely a bluff and not a way for me to queue up a river shove.
Yeah.
Which is why the 336 was kind of an interesting one instead of maybe a little bit bigger. But yeah, it worked, and I think you don't have to go big there to represent a big hand, and then potentially continue river if you miss too. But on to the next one. Ace Queen suited enters Ace Jack coming along. Jack 9 suited in the big.
They all missed the flop. Jack 9 suited has 3 to a straight flush. It sounds silly, but 3 to a straight flush is a very powerful way to connect to the board. But he's out of position, and there's 2 other people in the pot, so no need to continue.
Oh, Mike, yeah, it's really funny that your username is the way it is. I'm not going to say it. I just watched that Hobbs and Shaw Fast and the Furious film, and they did something similar at the airport with a similar name. But I don't know.
When I was a child, I wasn't always the best child, and sometimes I would get in a little bit of trouble. And I remember I would go to the Canada's Wonderland, the amusement park here in Toronto, and there was couple times me and my friends would be a little bit too rowdy as teens, and like maybe security would come talk to us, and it's like my standard name anytime I had to talk to a cop or security when I was younger was I would say, my name is Michael Hunt, but you can call me Mike for short. And then that was just like, that was the classic one when you were a kid, but I actually used it to tell police officers and security guards, like, oh, and my friends would always be like, and this was like 20 years ago, so it wasn't even like the cops had no clue what I was saying.
Pocket Nines is all in, you guys. Ace 8 suited, the opportunity to win a bounty here. $483 if they want to go for it.
$483. They know they're behind.
Makes the call.
But,
yeah. Equity. Oh, equity.
Oh,
and
can't
the nines.
get there though. Giannis, a chink in the armor.
Yeah, Vishnia manages to get the full double, 2.7 million now, guys. We only have 28 remaining. We're getting through this real fast. And fair play to him. I mean, if you're in Vishnia's shoes, that turn is uber sweaty at this point. Guys, we're getting really close to the final table now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're hating all those outs.
Yep.
And Cohen flats here. They both connect to that flop. Cohen, which is pronounced exactly properly, is connecting with the bottom pair, and Vishnia has the best hand pre-flop, but now just has an ace-high flush draw. So Vishnia will almost always just be c-betting there. And Cohen does hit a pair. It's hard to hit a pair.
It is hard to hit a pair. Cohen should probably be coming along here every time. The Jack of Hearts, though, is not only a card that improves Vishnia's hand, but it's also a card that you should be betting as a bluff quite frequently if you're in Vishnia's shoes. Like, if you have if you have like 9, 10 of spades or something, you probably c-bet the flop, right, to try and take it out right then and there. Jack of hearts is not only a gut shot that you could potentially hit, but also an overcard to the 5 and the 6, like we see here in this particular example. But there's tons of combos where they have a 5 or a 6 that are forced to fold, and having one overcard that comes out just is, it's just a sort of a classic continue card in many cases for that reason, especially if you're from a dynamic where your opponent's calling in the big blind, where they're going to have a lot of those weaker combos that connect with second and third pair.
Exactly, and even like the ace queens and stuff that Vish would be opening pre-flop are going to have gut shots now. And
yeah. Mr. Frizz, show me the way, Mr. Frizz. All right, I like it. Giannis, Queen 8 suited from under the gun. Obviously, in this situation, UTG is still, I don't know what's the equivalent position here, Arlie. I don't even know. Are we getting close to middle position here technically when we're 7-handed or something?
Yeah, so you just count backwards from the button.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually, I remember someone explained to me like that. They're like, yeah, you don't count from where you're sitting around. You count backwards from the button because you could be sitting under the gun, like at a 6-max table. You don't want to call that under the gun, like, because you're in position.
My days.
Wow.
Look at this flop for Giannis LG, our original start of day chip leader, currently in second place as we've already discussed, but it's an absolute banger of a flop.
Yeah, and Frizz, gonna be a hard time for Frizz to get away from this because, well, maybe they can on the river, but Frizz has been. Yeah, I think Frizz is gonna go broke here.
I think Giannis is about to pick up this pot. Frizz has not been a folder so far.
Yeah, and they've been very cautious with their play, so it feels like, all right, I've hit my top pair, my ace kicker against a big aggressive player. Yeah, I'd be kind of shocked if they folded.
Yeah, makes the call. And
they see the bad news.
KO, $950 bounty from Frizz there, and Giannis, no doubt, has now propelled himself into first place once again. Yes, let's go. Woo, coconuts boo. And now we are down to 25 players in this week's 109 Sunday Million Progressive KO. Congrats, Giannis. Paying off for you, buddy.
Yeah, and immediately gets another big hand, gets to put in a 3-bet. Vlad's sitting here like,
uh-oh, maybe frustration, a little bit of frustration there sneaking in. Vlad does defend the Jack-8 suited here, which is a little on the wide side, in my opinion. I don't know how you feel, Arlie.
Yeah, it's definitely a little frustration. I agree with you. Sneaking in there.
And now up to 11.5, another big pot for him. Lovely to see.
Mm-hmm. THM is sitting with ace-queen suited in the big blind now. Pocket 8s from Cohen, flats. And ace-queen flats as well. We got a gut shot from Cohen, who also has the best hand. Pocket 4s really hates everything. And they do just check. They're gonna need a 4 to win the pot.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna play 4s here, then obviously, yeah, just you're going to be giving up a lot, which is kind of the problem with playing pocket 4s anyway in the first place in this position.
Yeah, definitely.
But, not saying it's right or wrong. If you have 8s, though, and the board pairs here and there hasn't been any aggressive action on the flop, you're feeling a lot more confident about your pair. I mean, Birdie might even be tempted to try and, quote-unquote, protect his hand at this stage, but I think pocket 8s at this stage knows that they're going to be doing really well. Plus, they have a great opportunity to spike that an 8 or a gut shot here. So the 1-7-8 is not going to be enough to get Cohen off at all by any stretch of the imagination.
No, yeah.
I mean, even ace queen suited with 2 overcards has a nice potential draw here, but they don't have much behind, so I think they're probably just going to get out of the way. And the counterfeits for pocket 4s and pocket 8s. This is such a funny spot.
This is does Cohen go for a bluff here?
I mean,
because they've got to assume that they do not have the best hand anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no reason why Birdie can't actually have the ace high that just counterfeited you. So you have to rep the jack or the 9 now, because you're just going to be giving up too often to too many ace high, king high combos that are going to be beating you here, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Chunky bet on the river. I mean, birdie has no way out. The only way for him to win is if you shipped it there, and that would be the most inspired play of all time.
That would be like, can he see this stream with no delay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pocket tens and ace queen. Giannis just foot on the gas. Looks like he's going to have his day in court against Vlad here.
Yep. So Vlad getting a little bit shorter here, and Giannis is looking at that 729 bounty with ace queen. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raise 3-bet, all in from tens.
Seems like the spot, doesn't it? Yeah, 630 as well. No messing around. He's like, hey Vlad, just in case you weren't aware, I want you to go all in here, buddy. And sure enough, it's going to go in.
Here's the flip.
There's
Can
the
Giannis
ace.
do it? Ace on the flop. 9 or 10. Did we have any doubts? Giannis with the chips, and the bounty has now exploded. He has a $1,900 bounty on his head after picking up that $700 plus.
Yes, he did. $729. Going Giannis's way up to 13 million, 13 million, and he is now officially the bounty daddy, guys. $1,936 on his head. He is the one that you want to knock out at this stage in the tournament to get those bounties. And we are down to 23, guys.
23.
23.
We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. 10-7. Giannis just completely opening up now. And they're not going to be happy when they see Vishnya's jacks and Birdie has ace queen. I've seen Birdie. Okay. Birdie says not today. Respectable hand. Ace 6 of hearts opens, and the first contesting they will have is the big blind who has ace. Eight-3 jam. It's a $523 bounty, and it is not worth the call. It was not worth it this deep. Oh, coconuts at the table, trying to flex here. Ace 10 suited. Their 9 million chip stack. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Coconuts with the best hand against our boy Giannis.
Yep, little gut shot action. Backdoor diamonds. I think there's probably an opportunity to bet here. I don't see why you'd miss one here. Cheeky little bet. Doesn't have to be big.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a safe spot to
Oh, missed the opportunity there, but picks up the diamonds on the turn regardless.
bet.
Obviously,
Still has the best hand too.
yeah, obviously, you know, little bet on the flop, and then you pick up this turn. You just carry on and get some queens to fold once in a while, some sixes, some pocket tens, some pocket jacks.
Giannis
getting out of line here. Oh, coconuts was waiting for the opportunity there, and that works too, my friend.
Yeah, that worked very well.
He's got the coconuts.
A snap all in with ace king, an $1,100 bounty. That is a beefy one, and it's definitely got to have people thinking.
Yes, indeed.
Giannis probably, is just considering it here with 10-5 of spades.
Oh, man. This is a tough one. Vishnia, obviously. Oh, it's less than 10 bigs, though. Oh, it's so tough.
I'd call if I was Vishnia.
Yeah, makes
and
the
I'd
call.
be considering it if I was Giannis as well.
All right, no good.
Can't get there, but a shot at $1,100. And it doesn't crucify you. You still have a nice healthy stack. You gotta be going for those, I think.
Yep. Just unfortunate.
King Queen from Coconuts gets a little taste of a 3-bet from Cone.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate he finds he was dominated in that situation. But you know, there's plenty of other spots where you might even find yourself flipping against a smaller pair or something there. So
for sure,
seems good.
You could even be ahead against Queen Jack of Diamonds and stuff.
Yeah, right.
If you can find one hand you're ahead of two, you gotta call. That's what I tell myself, at least.
So, Arlie Shaban, like legendary pro, just goes, I'm thinking of a hand that I can beat. Okay, I call. Like, Arlie, he would never have that hand. I know. I thought of a hand I could beat, and I called. I don't know. What do you want from me?
Yeah. So we don't see a jam pre-flop here from the pocket eights, and Giannis with their gut shot. I wonder if they let up. It does feel like, okay, they put in a small bet on the turn. Now, there's also a gut shot here for THM to go along with their pair.
Yep. Sorry, chat.
And if a heart comes on the river, I wouldn't be surprised if Giannis just plows it all in. Oh, see, that is the major issue with not jamming those pre-flop.
There's that they should have gone in pre-flop every single time there, absolutely every single time, without a doubt.
Yeah, yeah, and then to have a pretty strong hand, and it's a very small turn bet against someone who we've seen, and some hands have showed down where they have just been aggressive and flexing with that big stack. Yeah, you do kind of have to just. You're not always going to get a massive clear-cut spot. You have to take some of the closer ones, and that one was much more on the call side. Jam side pre-flop, but even in that position on the turn, got to keep going.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna slow play the eights there, you need to call basically all the way down, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he has any information on Giannis either, he'll know how aggressive he's been. So, even more incentive to do so.
Yeah, and even with the gut shot too, it's like you can still improve if somehow you're behind, but it's tough. It's tough deep in these spots, and Giannis is picking up on the weaknesses of other players at the table and definitely exploiting that. Giannis has probably seen TH, even though he hasn't been at the table too long, be a little bit more snug, so he knows he's always going to fire the second bullet against someone who's being more snug, and maybe against specific other players who he gives more respect to or something, he would slow down in some of those spots, but when you pick up on people's weaknesses and you realize that they're being a little bit too tight, you just have to be extra aggressive against them.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and look what we have here in the small blind.
Aces.
Aces it is.
And Birdie wants to raise it up a bit. What sizing is going to choose? Or are they going to go for the ever sneaky flat? They do not.
Yep.
They make it 750,000.
Yeah, I like this size from out of position. You want to have a little bit larger than 3x sizing here. Generally, not specifically with aces, just within this spot in general, I think.
Yeah, that's why with aces, I'm kind of funny. If I know the player's recreational, I will actually just raise small.
Yeah,
but if
sure.
I think they're pro, then I'll do the same size, like 4x pretty much, 3.5 to 4x.
It. Oh, shoving a call. And there's a king on the desk.
King on the flop.
All right.
Ooh, Tosh staying alive, taking a little bit back from Giannis.
Yep.
But Giannis to true form gets a big hand again right away.
Blind v blind. 25 big blinds effective. Gonna put in a raise here. This is a little bit. This is a little bit on the smaller side, but we are playing for bounties here, so he kind of wants to incentivize his opponent to come along a little bit more often. Vishnia does connect pretty seriously though here.
Ooh, that is what you want to see.
Oh,
wow, that's not gonna work. Now, Vish,
the snap check raise.
Just calling here. Some people get a little antsy and will go all in. Against someone who's being aggressive like Giannis, I really like giving them rope. When you have monster hands like this is where you get your chips. If you jam, you're gonna scare them off. But nice. And now you're stuck with stuff like this. But but yeah, that's actually one of the worst turn cards in the whole deck. The 5 of hearts and the 8 of hearts would be the worst too. 8 of hearts would be a bit worse.
Yep.
But yeah, it's oh wow.
It's not the run out you're looking for, is it?
But can Giannis, I don't know if Giannis can pull the trigger on this river bluff because Vishnia has showed, they just do, and it's probably going to work.
Oh, my God. This is actually the worst possible run out to call down here. It's just so hot. because you get counterfeited by, kings and queens and aces all counterfeit you now, right? So,
Yeah.
oh,
Vishnu's just,
wow, just getting away
yeah.
with it. That's unbelievable.
Giannis was blocking nothing either, too. He just beasted.
Yeah, that is that's a rough go there for Vishnia, and I agree with Arlie absolutely. I think the flat is correct, and then on the turn you're incentivized not to actually go mad, right? If it's a brick turn and he bets big, you might even justify shoving the turn at that point because you're like, okay, now I'm going to try and protect for some hearts, or there's a decent pot going now or something like that. But at that stage, you're just flatting again, and then the paired board is so savage. That's absolutely devastating.
Yeah. No, it really is.
Oh, man, the cold 4-bet with ace-queen off here.
Now, Cohen, find a nice little flat, bud. I'm a big believer in slow playing against these big chip leading bullies. You just slow play against them because you let them do their thing. Plus, a 5-bet turns your hand up. Fuck. Oops. Giannis should be able to get away from this because it's not even ace king.
Yeah, I think this is
just for show.
I think this is I think he knows that the jig is up here. It's not like he was necessarily bluffing here pre-flop, but
no, it's fine. The gig is up.
Coconuts
opening up. Cohen's got a nice stack going now. Birdie came to the table and hasn't been able to get their footing yet.
Yeah.
Down some chips, trying to pull any pots their way.
Okay.
Does Birdie decide, you know what? That looks like the big blinds type of hand there. Let's bluff.
I mean, I would if I was Birdie, I would be tempted here for sure because when they check flop, they're gonna have they're gonna have tons of ace-x combos that don't connect with a 7, obviously.
Totally.
So I appreciate the fact that Birdie didn't jump at that opportunity. Although it's still, I'm not saying it was right or wrong, but I think definitely it's tempting because once your opponent checks there, they do sort of cap their range to a certain degree at this stage.
Yeah, and you have the 2 overcards as well.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
Just in case he does have that hand like ace-7 where he calls, and then you got some 6 outs. 7s, and we see TH flat off a very short stack again. And Giannis and Coconuts look like they're going to be playing a little bit. A big bet here from Giannis on a very wet board. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. They have the overpair, they have the open-ender, and they want Coconuts to pay if they have a piece. And Coconuts does have a piece with middle pair and a gut shot, so they are not going anywhere. And what a turn card.
Wow.
It gives Coconuts 2 pair, and Giannis hits bet small. This is perfect for Coconuts to just call.
Wow.
And Giannis now has to choose a river sizing half pot.
God, Giannis plays so fast. They're smashing these bets in, dude.
Yeah. I like the fast playing as well when I just like it. It puts your other opponent off sometimes. Sometimes they want to play fast back.
Wow.
There's no need.
Makes the call.
8-5,
Huge pot. Absolutely massive pot. Giannis now up to 15 million. Must be the absolute stonking chip leader. Is indeed. That is a massive, massive spot there.
Giannis doing work. Coconuts shouldn't come to the table trying stuff, though, Like, what's up with that? We got our Giannis here. King, Queen, and TH just keeps flatting all the way down. Like, jamming those 8s, they would have had over 20 bigs. And then they're just flatting their stack away. Even here, that's so weird to just be flatting King Jack. Like, now you have under 4 blinds.
Yeah.
You had 6 before that hand. Like, you just need to get them in.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think probably 3 spots now we've seen that probably should have just gone in pre-flop. I believe it was ace-queen as well. You remember ace-queen versus 8s versus whatever Cohen had at the time. That was another spot where I think he probably should have been squeezing it in.
Yeah, he's been pretty snug. It's kind of just like, I'll do anything to still be in this game. When sometimes you got to play for that number 1 spot,
Yeah.
especially final 20 of the Sunday Million PK overs.
Yeah, totally agree.
Cohen open-ended here, and Tosh a whole lot of nothing, but ace high is still going to be ahead most of the time, and it was, but they fold. And it is a 5-minute break.
All right, ladies and gents, we're going on a break. All right, guys, that's our second break. 19 players remain in this Sunday Million KO special. That means we're only 18 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $47,000. And don't forget about those bounties as well. Currently, Giannis LG, our boy, we're rooting for him, leads the pack with a stack of close to 15 million chips. We're going to go on a very, very short 5-minute break, and we'll get straight back to the action. Arlie, my man. So, yeah, we kind of jumped on the bandwagon pretty early here with Giannis. Obviously, he was our chip leader at the very start of the day as well. So we kind of already were rooting for him. But I have to say, going into this and not knowing a ton about him, right, that's kind of where we started. Rooting for him on some level because he started off as a chip leader, and it's cool to see a chip leader go deep in tournaments, especially when you're jumping into day 2 the way we are. But also, I feel like the play has been really on point. And I feel like Giannis has been absolute beast mode. He's had some really good spots. He's had some really, he's had a lot of nice hands as well, which always helps. But I feel like he's playing exceptionally well, too. We've seen some ridiculously aggro lines working out for him there. Getting the 8s to fold in that situation where he's got the gut shot with 9-10. Playing pocket 7s really early in the day. He turned pocket 7s into a bluff where it came to straight flush, 1 card, straight flush card, river on the river. Card on the river, excuse me. I mean, he's definitely not taking his foot off the gas pedal, as you've been saying.
Yeah, no, it is beautiful to see. He's just putting on a clinic. We've been watching him from the very beginning, and he's been one of the biggest stacks. He's been bounty daddy. He's been bullying the table. People don't know what to do about him. He's been hitting big hands when he needs to, only losing a very small percentage of the hands he's getting into. So it's a clinic he's putting on.
Yeah, a clinic indeed. No, honestly, I'm really, really excited to see how Giannis is going to get on. As Raksha pointed out, though, he is no longer the bounty daddy. He does not have the red target on his head. So there's somebody else somewhere, somebody else in this tournament who is picking up those bounties. You know, and it's interesting, right?
Boo!
The boos from the crowd. It is interesting though, right? Because kind of you'd think, as the biggest stack, he's going to have, he's the one that's usually going to be the bounty daddy because he's been, aggregating chips somehow. But there's somebody in this tournament who's actually aggregating the actual knockouts and not necessarily just the chips. Like, don't forget the pot that he's just won against Coconuts with the pocket 7s there, playing super, super fast poker. Obviously, in those situations, aggregating chips that are the equivalent of maybe 3 or 4 stacks in this tournament, but not actually getting the full knockout to get the bounty value increasing.
This is true. But, Nick, I have something to say. I don't know if you were fully aware or not, but we had a streamer showdown recently, and my trophy for winning just arrived in the mail. See that? It says, the legend, Prince Pablo.
The legend, Prince Pablo. Streamer Showdown Champion 2022, Arlie Shaban. There you go.
But absolutely also, I have a question. What is the point in Spraggy? I don't know what the point is.
I mean,
and if it's getting put on trophies, PokerStars doesn't know what the point is.
Guys, can anybody in the chat tell me what the point in Spraggy is? Please, come on. Nobody seems to know. Even this trophy doesn't have any idea what's going on. Raksha says, what is a Spraggy? Exactly. Yeah. What even is a Spraggy? What if indeed?
What is a Spraggy? I am pumped for that trophy, though. They actually gave me an amazing picture, too. It was the moment of my winning hand, and it's actually just like all the crew rattled, like Spraggy's so sad, and then like me just Pie face, whole set. Me super celebrating. Just abs Finton hand on his head. Can't believe it.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, those moments are great. That reminds me of the table felt that they sent to Vanessa Cade for her Sunday Million anniversary win, and it's really funny because down in the corner they've included a screenshot from the stream, and there's my face like, oh my God, Vanessa Cade, woo, like, yeah, like
That's
happy
so
win.
funny.
Yeah, and then the first time I met her in Vegas, I went up to her and I said, I have to apologize. She's like, why would you have to apologize? I'm like, my face is on your wall now, and I'm not, maybe you could have put a plaque over it or something, but you're never going to be able to get rid of it. And yeah,
She was like, "Don't worry, Nick. I saw that early and cut it out."
Yeah, exactly. She's like, no, that's the part that stretches around the table, so we don't even have to look at you like that. So it's fine.
You're good. You're good.
All right, guys. So we are following today's 109 Sunday Million KO special. We are going to be jumping back into the action in just a moment. I believe that's us. That's the sound for us to continue. So let's get back to the action. Straight back to our chip leaders table. Giannis LG here. The main man we're following, currently a chip leader of 15 million, and we are down to 19 players. Guys, we're getting really close. It's going pretty fast so far today. As we've always seen many times in bounty tournaments, this is kind of how it goes. So let's get back to the action.
Let's do it. Tens here from Cohen, raising up on the button. Janice, queen, 3 of spades. Gonna call, or they're gonna 3-bet. This isn't a horrible spot to 3-bet against another deep stack player. You got at least a suited queen high. You're blocking with the queen. They go for the call. Ooh, top set versus bottom pair. Giannis definitely gonna at least see a turn here or go for one. So we'll expect a small bet here from Cohen. And Giannis to continue. Sometimes you're check raising these bottom pairs, but I like, and they do go for the check raise. I like calling as well. But this is clearly not going to work. And Cohen, with the nuts, should just be calling all day long here. If Giannis has some type of draw, then you just hope he doesn't hit. And that is a very interesting turn card. It creates a flush draw now. And Cohen has to decide here if they're going to call or raise. Raising wouldn't be horrible. It is a small bet now on the turn, and you don't want to give your opponent a cheap river card. But there is also the whole, hey, maybe I'll just slow play. This guy has been known to keep blasting away, whether he hits or not. So I think I like raising a little bit more because of how small Giannis's bet is. And that's what Cohen does. Giannis now is getting a pretty good price to draw, and they would probably working in that if they hit their queen or 3, that they probably have the best hand as well, but not knowing they're up against a set, that would not be the case. And Cohen now is to try to find what size value they could go for. They could go for the shove and put their $714 bounty on the line, but like I was saying earlier, I feel like I was going for the shove a little bit too frequently in these spots. And maybe it's just better to go for like half pot value bet where you're going to get called by a little bit of a wider range because the chips are just so important. But they go for the call. I mean, the jam. And when there's a check raise on the turn and a call, it's a little more likely that your jam is going to get called here because clearly your opponent's going to have some type of strength to make that type of call on the turn. Nicely played by both players, to be honest. I think it was just unfortunate that for Giannis that there was a top set he was against. Pocket Kings from Birdie 420. I feel like this is the first real hand they've seen, and they will be very happy to see that they've got 3-bet. Does Birdie go for the slow play, just call and check, or is Birdie going to get a little frisky and rip in the 33 big blinds? That's exactly what they do.
Yeah, this is on the chunkier side, though. I think ace-jack probably is just a fold here. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, definitely. And THM has waited the perfect amount of time to receive their pocket jacks with 3.5 big blinds. Now, Cohen's got to definitely be thinking about if they can get that big blinds bounty. I'd be putting in chips here. Sometimes I'd probably even be min raising it if I was Cohen, because then it's going to force, or just over min raise, it's going to force THM all in. If they go all in, it won't reopen the action for Birdie. But anyways, Cohen is now just going to have an easy call, and same with Giannis.
Yep, absolutely. The old under raise, easy game.
Top set for THM in a 4-way pot. Clearly, their passive style has paid off. There is a gut shot for Giannis, and now a gut shot for both Birdie and Cohen. The same gut shot though, so it doesn't. That's why Birdie's at 0, because it doesn't count if it hits him. We're just going to see this check around again. No point for anyone to really be betting.
Yep.
You don't want to bet when there's no side pot, because you still have to beat the one guy that's all in.
Right.
So if you're bluffing with king high, it's like, well,
Yeah.
you're bluffing against someone that you still have to beat.
Yeah, you rarely want to bluff the dry pot, as they say.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's a really considerable size pot for THM.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this is the player who we saw making some dubious flats, costing him a lot of chips here, both pre-flop and post. And he says, GL Hunts.
Yeah, they just putting on a clinic, showing us how it's done.
Putting on the clinic.
Oh my God, they folded ace-3 suited on the button, though.
Yeah, that's definitely the push.
Off of what? Yeah, like 12 bigs?
Yeah,
13?
that's definitely the push you got to be making there again. That's another example. Seems like THM has a good understanding of, survival, the survival that's required in order to go deep in these tournaments, but not pulling the trigger in some very, very juicy spots. Ace-queen suited as a flat pre-flop in a potentially squeezed spot where he was shallow. That was definitely going in. Pocket eights again, another one that he missed. Look at the board for him here as well. Obviously, the shove here probably just meriting folds and, picking up some blinds, but there you go.
John is going to be opening queen 10, and they may be having another clash with Coconuts. Is Coconuts calling or 3-betting here?
Great question.
It's scary against Giannis.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think against the chip leader, it's definitely a different scenario. And he hasn't dominated here as well. Ace-10 suited, plenty of playability. He decides just to take the flop. But look at the board for Giannis again. Picks up the 10 high flush draw and obviously some backdoor straight draws too.
And the other guys just have nothing except for the 2 from Cohen, but that's not going to feel like anything when you're in Cohen's position. It's going to feel like you have no pair at all. And it'll most likely just be a small c-bet here from Giannis and take it down. Small c-bet here from Giannis.
And take it down. I mean, the bottom pair kind of theoretically should be sticking around, but I don't know. If I'm in Cohen's shoes, there's nothing to be excited about there, is there really? And you're just like, how am I going to get to a showdown with this? And actually,
that's the thing. Yeah.
It's a really, really tough spot. So I understand.
And Vishnya ripping in the jacks, doesn't have any love.
Yeah, pocket
jacks
there.
Tens. Yeah.
Just
Tosh sitting here with tens.
Might get some action from Giannis LG in the big blind here. Yeah, Katana, I've been having nightmares about that too, buddy.
I've been having good dreams about that.
There was, he's making reference to a crazy show that we saw in London. and I can't even explain what happened in this show. I've got to be honest. It was that raunchy. It was unbelievable. Honestly.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a little bit or a lot of bit of raunch. Oh, we got some action here, though. Tens from Birdie and coconuts with kings.
Oh, man. Pocket kings feeling so good.
Yeah.
There's the tree bet. Yeah. Feels good.
And Birdie's like, all right, what's happening here? I've waited for a while. I got my tens. How are they playing from here? And they go for the jam. Coconuts is snap calling or galling, and now they have to dodge a 10. Safe flop, safe turn, and a full, well, not full double, but get all the chips and a $979 bounty.
Yes,
for
indeed,
coconuts.
guys. We're changing streams now, guys. We're going to take a look now at our second table here.
Okay,
Our
Giannis
secondary
his
table.
way over. 2 tables left.
2 tables remain, guys. 18 players left in this 109 Sunday Million, and yeah, another bounty for Coconut. These guys so far, Coconut and Giannis have been the ones duking it out. Looks like we actually have a new chip leader though, guys. Luis Star Pro from Brazil, currently chip leader.
I don't want to hear it.
All right, guys, let's see
How
what's
many chips
going
do
on.
they have?
They have 13 million chips on the other table.
Oh my god. So they have like 250,000 more than Giannis. Cool. We got Fazika, a new name, limping here with a King 6 offsuit. And Jack 8 from RF Nunes puts in a little raise. Oh, Nick, this is fun. I'm enjoying doing commentary with you the last couple times.
I know, buddy. I know. It's always a pleasure working with you on the Sunday Millies. Good energy. We got good energy.
I agree.
Even when I'm still a little bit sick, and you got to carry me just a little bit.
It'll get you. It'll get you. Did you get COVID sick?
No, nothing like that. No. I was just got a really bad cold last week. I did a bunch of tests. It was nothing like that. But well enough to attend the EPT safely, and yeah, just I think we're getting to the end of it now. But there you go.
That's
Ace Jack of Spades, Giannis, my main man.
Your main man and also my main man. But there is queens in the big blind, and this is going to be a very nice spot for the queens just to rip it all in.
Yeah.
They have 20 blinds.
Yep.
It's the only thing you want to do. And it looks like we might have the king queen wanting to make a little squeeze.
Yep. I mean, when you wake up at the big blind special here, you know, it's great to see an open and a call. So much more dead money in there, right? So much more to pick up if you don't make it to a flop turn river.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting there like, miladies, let's go.
Milady?
Cohen, pocket eights, doesn't really want to be getting involved here. You're going to have some flips, but when it comes to the small pairs in Mehmed's hand, they're not going to have too many pocket deuces or threes or fours.
Yep. That's a really important thing to bear in mind when you're making these kinds of decisions, right? Like a lot of what makes there it is. There's a call.
$1,200 bounty. That was too tempting. Ooh, dead on the turn.
Yep.
Cohen slipping out.
Yep. RIP there, and full double for Mahmedov said.
Steph says, or Seth says they were surprised that Ace Jack insta folded. I think one of the biggest parts of that is also the person behind them that flatted. It's still, you're still going to be folding Ace Jack there, to be honest, because the big blind's not normally going to be just jamming Ace 10, and you got to think if they're not jamming worse hands, you're going to be in trouble. But that point, plus he had someone flatting behind who could easily be trapping. You just got to let that hand go.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree. I can see the thought process behind the eights. And eights is like, you know, a lot of the strength behind the eights is usually because your opponents are going to be shoving smaller pocket pairs, right? Like in a lot of spots where you're like looking at push-fold charts, especially three-handed, like blind v blind, you're like, oh, fives is a snap call here because he's always shoving deuces, threes, and fours, right, as a short stack or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is not one of those situations. So immediately you can take out a lot of the smaller pocket pairs that they're just going to bin. And the more pocket pairs you take out, you know that when you have if you have like tens and they have nines, you have 80% equity. And that is such a huge emboldening equity to have from that specific situation when you find that part of their range. As soon as you start taking out those lower pairs, you have less of those 80-20 scenarios that make it so strong, and then it turns out you're just facing more and more overcards, which means that you're just going to be flipping at best, quote unquote, in a lot of situations. I think eights is getting pretty strong there, though, so I can definitely see why he went along with that. But if it was sixes, for example, or fives, it becomes significantly weaker because they're just not going to have those smaller pocket pairs as often.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And Cohn makes the same hand fold with a turn barrel.
There you go.
That is what it's all about. All in here for about 13, 14 blinds from Mehmed.
I love this shove, by the way, because he's obviously picking out the fact that both of his opponents behind him have around 10-ish, a little bit over 10-ish big blinds or less. And ace-4 suited, just a hand that does so well. You're going to get so much dead money there. You're going to get so many folds. And if you do get called, you're probably going to have a ton of equity to win some bounties anyway, so it's a plus-plus.
Exactly.
It's a win-win.
Exactly. The old win-win. You want to find yourself in those situations as much as possible playing poker.
Yeah, sure.
Couple of pairs for Giannis, of course, and no pairs for Mehmed. Small bet, and yeah, a nice raise here from Giannis. You don't want to just call and have a heart peel off. Then you're all like, boo. So Mehmed obviously just saving face here. They're not thinking about anything real other than maybe what they're going to have for lunch. Oh my God. Or just completely bluffing. So Giannis now is thinking, okay, they didn't flop a flush because they're not, unless they flop like a super small flush. Yeah. Giannis is never folding, but I'm just like, when I'm Giannis, I never believe they have a flush. Even if it's a small flush, I'm like, okay, they're probably just going to call and let me keep bluffing. Like, and yeah, Mehmed, it's just so much better to do that with some type of equity or some type, even like a gut shot or something.
Yeah, Giannis, again, playing so fast, just snapping that money in. He knows what his plan is here, right? He's like, yep, I'm going to do this, and if he's going to do this, I'm going to do this. He knows exactly what he's doing, just getting the chips in, no problem at all.
Doesn't have to think about it.
Yep, seems good. All right, I definitely feel I'm picking up what you're putting down there, Arlie, as well. Like there are a lot of cases where you're just going to be flatting with the flush and not very. If he's got a really baby flush, sometimes people are convinced to put in more because they're more concerned that another heart's going to make them feel really sad. But I don't even know about that really. Like it's a very specific kind of player who makes a big hand and is always obsessed with, being outdrawn basically and doesn't want to try and get any value from their hand. Like, I feel like you see a lot of that live, right? Like a lot of players that are like, oh, well, I had to overbet shove the turn because, if it pairs the board, then I'm in trouble with my two pair. The kind of guys that are always looking for skeletons in the closet,
Mm-hmm.
They're always worried about what's going to come, and they're not. They've kind of forgotten that they're supposed to be just trying to get max value at all times.
Yeah, like you need to get paid when you have monster hands. You don't just want to win the pot. Like you want to win as many chips as possible.
Yeah. They sit and they wait for a good hand, and then they make a monster, and then they overplay it like hell because they're just so worried that somebody's going to make a flush because there's a draw, and then they wonder why they're not finishing these tournaments.
Yeah, you see that very often deep in tournaments with scared players because you're just like, Oh, you literally watch it happen one time, and you're like, oh, that guy's not going to win this game if he's playing like that, because like we're never going to pay off when he has a monster hand, and he's getting chipped away at all the other times. And it's
Absolutely.
so obvious that, yeah, like if you're not trying to get paid properly, you're just trying to win the pot. Yeah, you got to maximize those flopped sets, even though the board's a little scary. No, looks like fives are just going to take this. Does CPAL realize that? No. They have given up. The only way RF could lose is by betting.
Yeah, exactly. Pocket fives getting to showdown, no problem.
Ace Queen here, under 10 bigs, a $674 bounty on their head. They will be taking their chips from the side of the table and pushing them into the center. And we have a good calling candidate here in the big blind with King Jack. They have a healthy enough stack that it wouldn't dent them too much. It's under 10 big blinds. They've got to call 8 more. And they're dead on the flop.
And that's
just insta-dead.
Insta-death right there, yeah. No, I think that's definitely the right call there. You know, as we've already spoken about at some length, we're getting to the point now where there is going to be some legit payouts, not just bounty payouts. So you do need to bear that in mind when you're, you know, calling off significant portions of your stack to try and win bounties. But I think we're still some way away from where you want to be avoiding a spot as good as that King Jack. It's only a little bit more to call. And I think that is one of those scenarios where your opponent might be shoving a lot of their small pocket pairs right there, right? Just trying to get some action. And, you know, they know they're going to get called quite wide too. So,
well said, Nick. Well said. This is one of those spots where the flop just looks like it crushes the big blind so much. And Cohen doesn't even see that. And now RF Noons leading out here. I'd love to see, because you got to be able to pick up the weakness from Cohen there. And, yeah, RF Noons bets with nothing.
yeah.
It's a
like
zero equity bluff.
I like the size too. Like when your opponent, if you're going to take a crack at this, I think you got to make it significant. You know, a little bit over half pot seems good.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fact that the board was paired is probably why Cohen feels a little bit more confident about continuing with the ace queen.
Yeah, definitely.
But now with the queen of hearts, I mean, how are you not going to pile this river now, right? It's just it's a perfect run out for you to try and rep, and you've got a great blocker to use here.
100%. You got a great blocker for the flush, and you already saw them very small.
That's small.
Which is kind of weird. I don't really like it. Because it's like, yeah, what are you representing?
What you're trying to get like 5s, 4s, and 3s to fold, but if you got like 5, 4s, or 3s with a heart in your hand, you're just always calling for this size, right?
That's what I mean. Like even 5, 4s, and 3s, I'm just trying to figure out, like, because it's like he's saying he's value betting a 7 or a 10. Like,
yeah, right.
It doesn't make sense after how that hand played out.
Yeah, and it's so small. Not only does he convince Cohen, or not only does he fail to convince Cohen to fold, he convinces him that now he should be bluffing even. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. The story didn't make sense. That's the thing. Like when you're betting that turn, if you're gonna bet the river when the heart comes, it's like you're either really scared, that's why you're betting that small, which is why Cohen feels like they can raise, or it's actually just a silly little bluff that doesn't make sense. Like those are because in my mind it's like you're not betting your rivered flush that big.
Right.
You're not betting your trip sixes that big, or your boats. Like you're not betting anything that makes sense that big.
Yep. Oh, we have an all in here, guys. Corn all in with the ace 10. Spikes
and the 10 on the flop for Corn.
All right.
Fozika, not liking that one.
No, that is a very unlucky, especially at this stage in the tournament. GG to Fozika. Down to 428,000 now, and Corn getting the double to 6.5. Still at 17, ladies and gentlemen. We're not far now.
Not far now, and we're going to see an all-in from Fozika, and Corn will be calling or just isolating. But I think just calling's fine here. Like, honestly, either, yeah. Like, isolating's great, too, actually. Just calling opens yourself up to get punished a little extra. Ace on the turn is all he needed. He got it in and took the rest of it.
There you go, $525 for Corn 2005. A little bit of luck here at this stage in the final 17, now 16. And that's it, guys. We got 16 players left to go before we can crown our Sunday Mail champ this week.
The legend himself, Richie Rob, popping into chat. What up, homie?
Yeah, what's up, Richie?
What a dude.
I only got to see Richie for but a brief moments this UCABC, but it was sweet. It was wonderful. Thank you, Richie. That's very kind of you to say, buddy.
That sounds wonderful. My computer just crashed the other day, and Richie has been helping me a bunch.
Yeah, Richie tech support. I love it. I love it.
Oh, yeah. So a bet and a call. I was gonna say I think Giannis has just given up now. Mehmet probably betting out for some value here on the river, and I don't think Giannis is falling for it.
I mean, I wonder what the size is here. Like, I feel like you're trying to get called by like some smaller pocket pairs here too, right? So not too big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think something like this feels good. Yep. I like this one. Ace high call, and that's actually a pretty decent pot there. Yeah, good sizing selection in that case. I did approve. Mohamed there, obviously picking up a pretty significant pot, up to 5.5 mil now.
Yeah, absolutely. Giannis was a non-believer.
Non-believing. Ace queen suited, a very pretty hand. Pocket fives. Now's your moment. The moment has arrived, my friend.
That was 100% your moment.
Put it in, buddy. There you go.
All in. We're going to see a flip here. Ace, queen of diamonds versus fives. Clean flop for the fives.
Oh.
5 on the turn. A 1-outer 5. Big blind folded a 5. Wow.
Wow, man. Yeah, we've seen a lot of all-ins here, and some of these shorties getting those doubles late game. 4.1 million now for Attitod. However you pronounce that. And Queen Jack suited coming straight back in with another raise. This is kind of an awkward one for Mohamed, right? Ace 10 off. I kind of don't blame him for the fold there. It's a tricky one to play from that position when you've seen that open.
RF Noons takes it down. And now Ace 10. There's some 8s in the big blind. Vish is sitting there pretty short with 4s.
Yeah, RF finding a couple hands after he doubled AT Dodd. Finding a couple hands to pick up here and try and get back in the mix. Pocket 8s in the big blind though.
Outflopped by the Ace 10 on an all-club board. You got RF Noons. Going to want to put out a little continuation bet. 254,000. Cohen doesn't love anything about what they're looking at right now. They are still going to be ahead, probably even more than half the time, but there's so much fury that's going to be thrown at you on a million turns and rivers that probably just best to let it go.
Yeah, I totally agree. Richie Rob is asking who is going to Monte Carlo for EPT. I think I'm definitely going. I'm definitely going. My flights have been booked. I think the majority of the PokerStars team is going as well. Even some of the sort of editing team that usually have their home base in London.
Very cool. When's that going down?
19 days from now.
Ooh, that's cool.
This will be my first time in Monte Carlo. I'm really excited about it. Richie, are you coming, buddy? Are you gonna make an appearance? The old Richie in Monte Carlo. Are you gonna arrive on your yacht, or by helicopter, or what's your deal?
That's around the scoop time. They're probably overlapping a bit there.
Larix, excuse me, in the chat says, I like how the winner gets a whopping $7 for his trouble in the heads up. No, that's not how that works, buddy. It's a bounty tournament. When they win the heads up, they also win all the bounties that they've accrued on their head as well, which is why the two are very similar. But that's the whole point. And when you win the heads up, you can win your own bounty value, and that is going to be sizable. Usually, you're going to just about double what you're winning for first, something like that.
Yeah, and it's actually $7.29. Get it right at least.
I mean, if Joe is here, might be ban worthy, but you know, it's all good. Just kidding, buddy. Optimus Clank
So,
says,
oh
oh,
shit. Oh,
damn.
three-way all in. Damn.
King,
Queen
queen.
on the turn.
All right. That's one way to
That
do it.
is
There's a KO. $483 going to RF Nunez here. Up to $12 million. That was an absolutely monster of a pot. We breezed right past it earlier. I do apologize, chat. But there you go. My man RF Nunez, after taking that hit against Aditod, however pronounced the honestly, I wish we knew that.
Aditod.
And now, obviously, all the way up to 12 milli. That's looking really, really good for him. He's got to be up there now.
Yeah, he's surpassed our boy.
He has indeed now full in second place by about 899,000.
Damn. All right, so we see a heart flush draw from Cohen, and Mehmed checks it over. Cohen definitely thrown in the C-bet. And Mehmed has not too much going on.
Not a whole lot.
And they fold. Ooh, RF Noon's looking at pretty much the only good hand.
Yeah, easy game. Just a couple more spots like this. Pick up a few $100 grand.
Easy. I wonder what Korn's doing with their time bank there. Just, is there a ladder at 13?
Good question. Is there a ladder at 13? There is a ladder at 13, yes.
So Korn's probably going to be running their time every hand now.
Yeah, so currently...
We've seen them do it a couple times.
Yeah, currently we've got 2,051.68 for anybody that busts in 14th, but in 13th to 10th, 2,853.50. So there is, well spotted there. Arlie Shaban.
Let's see if...
Arlie Shaban, expert time bank waster for ladder. He can spot one of his own a mile off.
Oh, sniff that out any day of the week, twice on Sunday. We got C-Pal raising off of a small stack. I actually like this.
Whew.
Then just put in your small little C-bet here. Do your thing.
Do your thing. I think I like a 1/3 here still. Trying to avoid some overcard floats a little bit more often.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Nope. Teeny
it's
tiny.
Funny because that thought went through my head and then was like, no, I wouldn't jam. But it's funny that it went through my head. You are going to win the pot the majority of the time if you jam there. It's just when you get called, you're actually in so much trouble that you can find that out for less.
Absolutely.
Korn with their little time bank run now. I assume they'll stop doing that as soon as they ladder. Maybe they'll just continuing when they're small, though.
So cool in the chat says, Nick, what's the best casino in Monte Carlo to go to? Going to be there on vacation for a day or two. I've never been before, sir. This will be my first trip. And definitely, well, it'll be my first trip full stop, but also my first trip as an ambassador. Blind v blind action. 10-7 of diamonds. Let's go.
They're looking at that $1,630. Just mouth watering. Like,
yeah.
Call me with fives.
Yeah, honestly, this is just how you're gonna play bounties in that spot every day. It's like you want everyone to fold. You're excited to shove that hand in that spot. 10-7 of diamonds. What a great gambling hand as well, right? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, whatever. Oh, yeah. Do whatever you want. Call with whatever you want. I don't care. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
So cool. Sorry, buddy. I was gonna say, if anybody else in the chat has any suggestions, So Cool is asking about the best casino in Monte Carlo. I'm sure all of them are wonderful. It's Monte Carlo after all, but everything's made of gold, I'm sure.
Looks like CPAL has joined the running the time bank, or were they thinking about something with the King Deuce?
They were like, wait a second, King Deuce off. I can do it.
So everyone bricks. It's not a bad flop for Cohen, though. They do have two of the cards are under their pair and a gut shot. So
Yeah. Summer what in the chat saying there's like two. I was gonna say I didn't want to misquote because I didn't remember if it was Monte Carlo, but I think there might literally only be two casinos in the entire joint. So
the crazy, fancy, expensive one, and the ugly stepchild. Wow, a second bet from Giannis, just turning it up. Wow. See, Giannis is just like,
yeah.
I wonder if Giannis was going to fire a third barrel there, just under the assumption of like, well, they don't have ace king or ace queen. They're not 3-bet me pre-flop. Like, maybe I can get them to fold their pairs or potentially a weak ace on a triple barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's been really flexing this entire game. So still rooting for the old Giannis. I know we've seen the top spot fluctuate some.
He's going to be in trouble here. Can he pull out a 6? Corn's going to run their time bank, and I assume still jam, but if they don't jam here,
yeah, this is
major hiccup.
This is the
because even though you're trying to get a ladder, you got to jam.
Yeah, makes the call. Oh,
open-ender.
It's dangerous.
Bink. Oh,
Corn gets the double up to $3 million.
The double up.
And the blinds are going up now. Now 100,000, 200,000 with the antes, of course. That's a big spot, man. That's sweaty. Giannis, can you imagine if you won that one? On another tear, running hots.
Whew. I'm imagining it right now. Okay, and we're going to see fold from the blinds. And everyone now just starting to run their bank a little bit, it seems. Maybe the other table's doing it too, and they're just having a time bank running war for the ladders. All the short stacks just want more hands to be played on the other table, so there's a higher chance that those short stacks bust first, giving them extra ladders and also giving them a better shot at making the final table where they are no longer short-handed, they would be 9-handed. So that lots of reasons why short stacks do run their time bank and hope that they play less hands per hour than the other table. We see Attidod.
Attidod 13427.
Attidot has ace 9 of hearts in the small blind and the 3x. Giannis with the 8-3 of diamonds.
Oh man, I mean, it's very tempting if you're in Giannis's spot because you have position against the guy who you have covered, and obviously the opportunity to win the bounty. I mean, I was kind of surprised he didn't peel once there just to find the absolute fluke, flop the flush, flop trip, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But fair enough, absolutely, yeah. And I like that
I think it's evolving. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was going to say, and I like the fact that Attidot actually decided to just 3x it there instead of rip it, because I think you will inspire your opponents to shove much worse to try and outplay you pre-flop, but also they're angling in a situation where they can win the bounty too.
Yeah, I think it's evolving a bit more at this stage from the being loose for bounties to playing for first.
Sure, absolutely.
If Attidod's bounty was a lot bigger, I think calling with 8-3 there's a little better. But yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more borderline to where you're playing a lot more regular poker and a lot less bounty hunting.
Sure.
But there's still bounty hunting for sure. It's just lessening up with just Baker's dozen people left.
Yeah, and as Arlie pointed out, we did have that page up as we went down to 13 there. 2,853 now is the guaranteed payout. And the jumps from here are pretty considerable. Once we get into that final table, I mean, we're talking about big old jumps, as you can see there on bottom right. 109 Sunday Million payout, bottom right there, starting from 3,968, and then the payouts from there obviously jumping up drastically.
Absolutely. And everyone is getting short. Like, we're seeing some really short stacks and like some sub 20s, and the big blinds here.
This is
sub 10.
This is a tough one in the big blind. Queen 10 of hearts. Like, how can you get away from it for the min raise, for the pure min? But he is extremely short. He's left with just about, shoving a call. Ace, king, 2 overcards in the gut shot. There's the ace.
Woo! There it is.
There it is. Corn.
Doing work. $1,630 bounty. Wow.
Yeah, I think the shove with Queen 10 there is also really, really smart, because if your opponent has any piece, they have to call, right? Any piece at all. And sure enough, Ace King was actually one of the better pieces, right? 2 overcards in the gut shot still has decent amount of equity if you're going to completely miss, right? But, you know, if they have middle pair, bottom pair, whatever, I doubt they'd have bottom pair in this situation once they've opened in that position. But you get my point, right?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Corn with the 4-5 offsuit.
All right. Sorry, guys. We're switching to table A.
Apology accepted, Nick. Apology accepted. Ooh, we got Lewis with quite a flop here. Bottom pair for Madra. Who are all these names?
Who are these people?
Yeah, Lewis, this is a great card for Lewis to keep bluffing. It's an overcard to the board. They're raising from the hijack, so they're going to have a lot wider range than Madra. And they still only have queen high, so very easy and standard big bet here. And it's going to be hard for Madra to know that they're ahead with their piddly little 5-4 kicker.
Ooh.
Wow, Madra just says, absolutely F it, I don't believe you. And Lewis has such a strong draw.
Yeah.
And they're still so deep that there's a lot of playability left on the river. And what does Madra do? They have the 4 of diamonds blocker.
Yeah, I mean, that might be, given the aggressive line, that might be the incentive for him to push the river, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like if Madra's going to go ahead and raise that turn, and the board texture changes so much on the river, it's hard to not want to just pull the trigger. It's also easy to not want to pull the trigger.
Yeah, but he stacks, he's sized perfectly, right? So he gets the shove in. Of course, the call, Queen 10 of diamonds. That's a 25 million chip pot for Louis Star Pro, and wins $1,199 bounty. That is pretty incredible. And man, what a big spot for Queen 10 of diamonds. That's how you win tournaments right there. 25 million. Jeez. I mean, this is basically the first time that we've stepped away from Giannis's table, you know, this entire tournament. But what a time to swap there.
Yeah, that is just what a hand, what a play. Very curious to see how that would have turned out if it was just a brick river, no diamond.
Yeah.
Does the 5 high, does the low pair just check it and then the queen bluffs into them? Does it check down? Like, oh, I wanted to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that was actually pretty exciting. I just always want to see all the scenarios.
Yeah, exactly.
So interesting.
Really, really interesting. So that means we are down to 11 guys. We're getting really, really close to our final of this 109 Sunday Million Special KO. And still all players guaranteed $2,853.50. So GG to Madra for their participation. Honestly, it just does seem like a spot that could have made him look like an Ultimo super genius, though, right? Like when we're looking at the cards and he bluffs it off into Queen 10 of diamonds, you're like, oh, well, you know, wow, what a gift. But, you know.
That diamond doesn't hit. He's probably winning that pot.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
He had the best hand. Like, it didn't seem like he did. He was bluffing, but he had the best hand.
He thought he was bluffing for sure. But
he for sure thought he was bluffing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I wonder if they had a little bit of history too. It kind of felt like those guys may have been clashing a bit. Just seeing that hand, like there's got to be something that they were doing to each other.
Pocket Trace here has this guy covered pretty significantly. I mean, as you said, we're definitely going to be probably playing a little bit more for the win at this stage rather than purely the bounties. But that's definitely a spot where he probably could have considered just getting it in.
Yeah, well, even chip EV, that's going to be making money, not including the bounty.
Yep.
But then it comes into like, start have to taking into consideration actual ICM at this stage of the game, which again could change things drastically.
Sure.
Oh, so the diamond comes on the turn, but it gives Tosh trip kings. Yeah. Oh, coconuts. What have you gotten yourself into?
It's that paired board dynamic too, when you got a pair and your opponent c-bets the flop and then top pair pairs and you're like, oh, you know, what am I got a pair? He probably doesn't have a king now, that kind of thing. That kind of weird dynamic. It checks the turn as well, which I think kind of lends itself to that kind of that thought process that I was just describing just now. Kind of, oh, okay, now I'm just going to give up and I'm just going to rep that. So trays, I think, probably just try and get to showdown no matter what, right? But
yeah, they should just be checking.
But then obviously the check on the turn some of the time. Oh, a little bit of a 1 million bet here. Don't like that. Yeah, no.
Yeah, not a big fan. Kind of like what we were saying. You have enough showdown value with the board pairing and no 4 flush coming in. And if you check and they bet, you can try to be a hero, but 98% of the time I'd just be folding. And if they check back, there's a decent chance you're winning that pot. Still going to be beat by some things, but yeah. I think betting a milli is a little risque.
Yes, indeed.
With no pair, I love the betting a milli.
Sure. I think there you go. I was going to say, if you're in Louis Star Pro's shoes here, I think opening up 10-7 suited on this shorter-handed table makes a lot of sense. And we've been talking about it all day. As the big stack, you know, you can get away with so much more, and you should really start leaning into these stacks because the ICM starts to come into play now, getting towards the final table. Your opponents know that they can't get that out of line anyway because, of course, they're going to get called down lighter for the bounties, etc. So I think that this is totally reasonable to start opening up his range here and start to try and punish these shorter stacks. They're not crazy short, all of them, but you know, still shorter than 25 million, I guess.
Very true. Very true. The king deuce, blind on blind.
Yeah, this is rough, though. He should just punish this limp all day long. It's, I think probably if I'm in Tosh's shoes, I'm just giving up pre here, Arlie. I don't know, man. It's like King Deuce off is just so hard to play well there. I think it's too weak to raise. I think it's probably too weak to limp if you know you're just always going to get punished versus Luis, and it'll pretty much do it every single time you limp. So, yeah, it seems like you just got to save yourself half a big blind there. Luis Star Pro. There you go. That's fine. 6-2 soft. Don't even bother.
Don't even bother.
Don't even bother.
Tosh with the pocket jacks. Not many other hands, though, out there. Cavallito. You know what? There's something about Cavallito that I'm feeling. Something I'm feeling about Cavallito.
I feel like you got a bias towards Cavallito, but I can't put my finger on why.
Bruno Dellas gets 3-bet here. It's a small 3-bet for an out of position 3-bet.
Yeah, very small indeed. Just over a click. I mean, really, theoretically speaking, from a chip EV perspective, Bruno should just be coming along with pretty much any two, right? Like, it's pretty Pretty difficult not to be priced in here, but the small sizing is going to work in the context of the final 11 players, it seems.
Mm-hmm. The matching Jack 8's Jake offs right, well, Jack 8 offs right there. Covering each other's suits.
We got Garen's Luck in the chat. How you doing, buddy? Welcome. RF Nunez is currently second with 12.8 million. So, you know, around half of what Louis Star Pro has in his current first place spot.
Okay, okay. There's some play in these stacks.
Is Giannis out? No, Giannis is still in, guys.
Cha, that's blasted. There's a ban.
Yeah, that's definitely a ban.
Three bet here from Tosh. You love it. Love it, love it, love it.
I do. I like it a lot.
The ace blocker. You can still hit a straight.
Trent is saying, where is Joe and James? Both just messing around. I think James is on holiday. Joe is traveling back from UCAPT. So you got us for today.
We can tell them, Nick. We can tell them, guys, they were fired. They did some crazy stuff that we're not allowed to talk about what they did. But we're the new guys.
The Nutty Hamish says, surprised to see the overlay on KO edition of the Millions. What do you mean? It's like the knockout poker right in the middle. All right, so all players with a lot of nothing.
Yes, a pair of sevens for Louis Star, which that's looking pretty decent here. Middle pair, not much of a kicker.
Oh, I see what you meant, Hamish. Yeah,
I couldn't tell if you were joking or not. I was gonna correct it. And I was like, maybe it was a joke that I missed.
No. I fully misunderstood. But also, but also, you have to understand, Hamish. I've been doing a lot of overlay work, which is how we describe what you see around you here, because I've been setting up loads of new streams and stuff. So that, sorry, I got my head in the overlays.
Brain.
I got overlay on the brain.
Yeah, you do. A bet and a call. Cavalito. Will they keep their foot on the gas?
Cavalito. Professional commentators, folks. Kappa indeed. There you go. And your band. Well done, mate. Well done, Raksha.
Kappa dropped on
well done, Raksha. Well done. Oh, Hamish. No, I'm sorry, buddy. That was Raksha's call, not mine. But you get the meme. You get the meme ban anyway. So I appreciate your contribution. we got a few.
Cavalito, ace, jack of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, ace-9 off here, tempting. Can definitely do some stuff here. Mostly 3-betting if you're going to be playing it, I believe. That's kind of what you're going to do if you want to enter this pot. Yeah, as expected.
It's super small. I love it. That's actually a really nice play.
Yeah, we're looking at a lot of these smaller 3-bets, which I dig, because like as we've already seen, right? It's with the dynamic of the you know, we're getting really close to the final table now. Oh, and oof. Top pair for Luis here. With the dynamic of the final table, you know, it doesn't have to be big to be scary, right? Especially with some of these more awkward stack sizes. And Luis is like, oh, man, I hope he doesn't call here. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. Now we can put more money in.
Yeah, and the 750,000 Cavalito just hates their life right now.
Yeah, and this is so painfully small. Cavalito's got 2 overcards and the backdoor hearts. From a Chippy V perspective, probably can justify a call, but, you know, at this point, if he's facing more aggression, he's going to hate life, and you just can't realize the equity of that hand the way that you want to at this stage, I think.
Mm-hmm. Now let's see what Lewis does here with the ace-6 off. Are they 3-betting? Are they just letting Tosh do their thing? They are 3-betting.
Just keep it up.
And Tosh should 4-bet rip it in their eye right now.
I think
That's
so
what
too.
I would do.
I think so too. I think that this is probably what you got to be doing in this particular spot against the chip leader.
I'm like hoping I get 3-bet by Lewis. After you see him 3-betting everyone and playing aggressive and playing a really good big stack, you just know that your range is crushing his 3-betting range here. So even though it's like scary to put yourself at risk, I go all in. And they're having a legitimate think, it seems. It's not a hand that's like good enough to be trying to lure your opponent in by tanking. And he jams, yeah.
Yeah, nice work, nice work. That's a pretty big pickup too. Tosh up to 8.2 million now.
And Louis Star with the ace queen this time. A couple 7-5 suiteds out there. A couple 7-5 suiteds.
Damn. No connection whatsoever for the snail man.
None for the snail man.
Oh, the tiny, tiny bets. I love it, Louis.
It's abusive. It's abusive to do that.
It's abusive. All right, guys. We are headed to another break. All right, gang. Break number 3. We have just 11 players remaining in this Sunday Million KO special. That means we are only 10 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with $47,000 plus bounties. Don't forget about those. Currently in the lead, we have Louis Star Pro with that 27 million chip stack that we just saw a minute ago. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll get straight back to the action. All right, Arlie, Shaban. So we've been following along with this for some time. Obviously, we got our boy Giannis, who we've been watching play some very, very good poker. We've been following his table pretty much the entire stream thus far. I have to say, Louis Star Pro, I'm kind of a fan. I mean, obviously, he had that very fortuitous moment with the Queen 10 of Diamonds. Managed to river that flush and get that huge 25 million chip pot. But you know, I'm also appreciating a lot of the play that he's been doing so far.
Giannis for life.
Giannis is for life, not just for Christmas. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, not just a bandwagoner here and there. Just liking them when they're in first. Giannis till I die.
Arlie, I was going to ask you this earlier. What do you think is the biggest bounty you've ever won? What was the biggest bounty situation you've ever won? As in, like, maybe it was like a 4-way huge bounty, you won all 4 bounties, or it was just one particularly big one?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what the biggest bounty I've ever won would be, but it would probably be one of my WCoop final tables. This past WCoop, I was final table of a 1K bounty. Ooh. And also a 55 bounty that had massive field in the 55. So it would have been one of those. But the most bounties I've won, if we're not talking quantity, is I one time had pocket kings. And there's 2 super short stacks at the table, like less than 2 bigs. And they went in and it triggered everyone going after them. And so there was a 6-way all in where I had everyone covered with kings and the kings held. So I got 5 KOs in the one hand.
Wow. And do you remember what the value was, the dollar value?
It wouldn't have been anything substantial. It was probably like a 33 bounty builder or something.
Okay, cool,
I don't think it would have been too early.
That's awesome.
It was probably early in the game. But yeah, like to have them all covered and the hand hold was, yeah, that's definitely the only time it's ever happened. I've done 4 people maybe twice, I think. But the 5 people, it's only happened one time.
That's really, really cool. I mean, you know, I've been playing a lot of these KOs, and obviously we're waiting for those big jackpot bounties to roll around. And you know, in the OP poker community, you know, we've actually had a couple guys spike some, you know, 27,000, 30,000, you know, some really big ones. Hopefully, one day I'll return with a story like that myself, Arlie, and I can tell you all about the $180,000 I won from a knockout in a KO. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see, my friend.
We'll just have to wait and see.
One day. All right, guys, so if you have just joined us, we are still following the action in today's 109 Sunday Million, 1 million guaranteed progressive KO, and we are down to 11. We are almost to the final table, you guys. It's getting fast and furious, and we're going to jump back to the action in just one moment.
No, Lord Barr. If I was going for a little brag, I wouldn't have said one of my W Coop final tables. I would have said one of my 4 W Coop final tables because I hit 4 final tables that W Coop. Damn, that's crazy.
That is pretty crazy, man. Yeah,
it actually was crazy.
All right, guys. Speaking of crazy, let's get back to the crazy action. We're gonna jump back, and right after these guys get back from the break, let's take a look and see if we can't figure out what Louis Star Pro is going to be doing for us here on
27 mil.
27 mil, yeah, 27 mil stack, looking really, really good. And as I said, guys, 11 left, so we're getting really, really close, and some big pay jumps on the way. Just for your information, guys, we are down to 11, so 11th place and 10th place will both be receiving $2,853.50. That's what they got locked up. And then, of course, 9th through 1st, you can see down bottom right there as well. Those are the payouts that we are going to be granting to the players as they are busted from the tournament.
Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
And, yeah, Louis Star with that massive 27 million chip stack is going to just be doing some work. But look what we have here. Our boy, Giannis, is back.
Sorry,
or
guys.
I guess I can't say our boy anymore.
No, I'm not changing allegiance. I'm still with you, Giannis. I was so with you. In fact, I started on the wrong table. So here we go. We're coming over now to Giannis's table here. This is table 110. We do see an all in a call. Kings currently the favorite. And sure enough, Kings gets the double up to 7.6 million for Korn.
Jonas with the ace deuce of hearts says, I'm going to open this. And they'll get a little bit of resistance from our favorite name to pronounce, Adtudad. King 10, they have about 12 blinds here. Good to see a flop.
It's good to see a flop.
It's good.
I mean, I feel like that could be future marketing material for PokerStars, right? That's the slogan. PokerStars. It's good to see a flop.
I like it. And then like Joe Stapleton giving it like a
Scrimey in the chat saying, "Can we get Giannis guest commentating this thing?" Absolutely. I mean, that would be fun. I've always loved the idea of getting people on, after they've got to win, but there's obviously a delay thing going on, and also there's like a language barrier in many cases, especially with so many successful players coming from places like Brazil and Eastern Europe and stuff, year of Romania, that kind of thing. But I don't know. I think James and Joe are trying to get some more of the grinders on their podcast as well. If you guys have never heard of the podcast, it's Poker in the Ears. It's been going for absolutely ages. I mean, basically confirmed the best poker podcast out there. So go and give it a look.
It's good stuff, guys.
Oh, it's really good. It's really good, and it's a nice blend of, poker stuff and life stuff, and yeah, it's good. They've been doing a good job. Pocket nines are all in. Korn does not have the opportunity to win a bounty here, but does have an incredibly strong hand, and I'd be surprised if they could let this one down at this stage in the tournament. Ace-Queen suited is way up there, Arlie.
Yeah, it's it is a tough spot. Like, you do want to call a lot. You're gonna be flipping a lot, and then it's like they're gonna have some ace king, some ace queen. Probably not too much ace jack. Yeah, it is tough. I don't hate the fold. I actually don't hate the fold. Now they get aces, they get rewarded. But yeah, it's close. It is close. I don't think it's clear cut one way or the other in my brain.
I apologize once again to the nutty Hamish. Says, PokerStars, the only Twitch stream where mods tell you you should appreciate being banned for their entertainment. It's not for our entertainment. It's a running joke, Hamish. It's a running joke. It's like it's a Joe Stapes thing, He
I thought he was going to get banned again for that comment.
He pretend bans people, so it's all good. You should. I'm not asking you to be grateful. I'm just saying it's for the meme.
Ban him again.
got him again. Aces is still the best hand here. Corn has 88.8% on the flop, and it's a paired board and everything. Do you ever check here, Arlie? I actually love a check here.
I agree, definitely. Because you're just not afraid of anything. Genuinely nothing. Like, yeah, 5 could come. They could hit their 2-outer. That's the only thing you're really worried about.
Oh, Giannis. Yeah, I was going to say, the flats is really hard to do with the 5s, but he might just try and, because he's thinking, oh, I can get some king, queen to fold, ace, queen to fold, ace, king to fold, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the spot. If anybody was going to turn up here with a deuce, it's probably not the guy on the button that often, right?
Yeah. And Corn makes the correct play of just calling, and now you should just check it back over to Giannis.
Nutty Hamish says, I honestly thought I could chat today because Joe isn't here. It's okay. It's okay, buddy.
You thought wrong, Nutty Hamish. You thought wrong, bud.
You're safe here, buddy. This is a safe space with us. Don't worry. It's all good.
No, Corn can definitely go for some value.
Yeah, you got aces. You got the ace of clubs. Come on. Come on now.
You also kind of have to be figuring, now that I'm thinking it through a little bit more, though, you also have to be thinking, like, what are they raising that flop with?
Right.
It feels like something nutted or a bluff, so it's almost like maybe, and there's not much nutted they're going to have. Like, I don't even know what nutted that's going to raise, actually. Like, they're not really going to raise their deuce or a flop boat. So it's like, at this point, do you just check and give them a chance to bluff? It's hard to put Giannis on something real. They put in a small bet and get called. Wow. Oh, yeah, bakes. Anytime I'm on the stream, definitely don't have that volume cranked in your ears. You're just asking for it. Smitty, the final table tie is only for my final tables, but they also get warned when I play live. All final tables, but I do not bust them out for the final table commentary.
Oh, man.
Cohen, some trash. Looks like we're going to see a little bit of clash here with RF Noons and Mehmed. Mehmed should just be jamming all in here. It's incredibly profitable just to jam instead of flat these 6s.
Totally. Could not agree more.
But people get super nervous final 11 of these fields. But again, it's just a jam, and there will be a call. Is a 6 going to save them?
Oh,
no, it could be a running straight. Not anymore. GG to Mehmed, a $1,266 bounty over to Noons.
That's right. So Mehmed eliminated in 11th place, which means they're going to take down $2,853.50. And we are hand for hand, ladies and gentlemen. Hand for hand down to 10, and we are going into 9, which is our final table. So hand for hand is now in play.
Yes, one off of the final table of the Sunday Million.
Sunday Million it is.
Giannis gets walked. Ooh, RF Noons with some aces. Ooh. And Corn here has 43 big blinds and ace, queen, they flat.
Yeah, I think this is a flat, Arlie. I think this is the... at this stage, one away from the final, I think slow playing the ace-queen here is totally what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I like it. Corn flops middle pair. I don't mind just checking this back as well. No need to try to inflate this pot with middle pair. You're only wanting 2 streets maximum of value, maybe just 1 with the queen. So definitely started off checking back the flop and then taking it from there.
Yep.
A million chip bet here. Oh, Corn. Whatever are you going to do? Feels like just a spot where they're going to call. And then, that's actually wild.
That's savage.
The top 2 changes things so much that Corn...
The 1-outer ace on the river. And wow, that's a real... That's a real savage one.
Yeah. It's so interesting. What does Noons do? How much do they size it? If they're even betting, are they going for like a weird check raise?
Yeah, I think you're trying to get called by a king or a queen, right? So I think the smaller sizing makes sense. And sure enough, of course, ace queen going nowhere. Corn down to 7, just around 8 million total. That's cool. He actually managed to lose the minimum in that situation, I think, because that definitely could have gotten him into more trouble, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Like I'd at least be considering raising if I was Corn, but it might be a little out of line to put in a raise. It's just that river is so made for your hand.
Yeah.
If there wasn't a king out there, then I'd be raising.
Sure.
But with the king, I'm like, oh, they could still have ace king.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Ooh.
Oh, man. Here you go.
Giannis. Wow. So, how big does... They just go for the all-in, yeah. I was going to see if they were going to go for anything smaller, but it does start looking a little bit too suspect if you're betting, like, a lot smaller. Oh, we see a couple playable hands here. Atadod, yeah, jamming for less than 10 bigs for 8 bigs. Easy jamming. Giannis, looks like we're going to be seeing a flip play out. Ooh, they open jamming.
All right.
And here we go. A jack. Ooh, there is a 9. Dead on the quads.
Death by quads, and that's it.
Hell of a way to get to the final table.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's swap over to the final table now. So hand for hand still in play. This is the hand they have to play out. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have made the final very quickly. Just a commiserations to Atidot in their 10th place finish. Hashtag death by quads. He was going to take home $2,853.50. But we're here, guys. We've arrived. Final table action is kicking off right now.
So it begins. The final table of the Sunday Million. 9,617 entrants came into this game, and there is 9 remaining, playing out for $47,764 plus all the bounties for first.
Plus all the
it's
bounties.
It's going to be a doozy, guys.
Absolutely. So really quickly, guys, I know you're always interested in this. Cavalito is from Brazil. Coconuts is from the United Kingdom. Bruno is from Brazil as well. We got a lot of Brazilian flags here as usual. Tosh is from Latvia. Corn from Canada. There you go. We got some Canadian representation. We have Cohen, who is from Malta. RF Nunez, who is from Brazil. Giannis is from the United Kingdom. And Luis Star Pro still in first place from Brazil.
Oh, I heard you shout out a Canadian player there. Go Canada.
Yeah, that was Corn.
Corn! Okay, Corn. You're like number 4 on my list now.
Black Volmia, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
And a little limp from Tosh with the King Queen. And I do really like a raise here with the 10-4 off. You don't want to be letting people limp on your blinds. And I like that jam from Tosh as well. Tosh knows that Lewis is probably going to be raising any 2 there. And Tosh limped just hoping that there would be a raise so he could jam.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And loving the trap with the King Queen as well, especially on a final table like this, just limp ripping it in with absolute confidence here. Not concerned about busting in that situation.
Not concerned at all. Just gotta make the move sometime. Corn, the Canadian, flops top per queen kicker.
Corn, the Canadian.
And Bruno definitely doesn't like this flop. They can still put out a little c-bet, and most of the time it would just work. It's not obviously going to work this time, but most of the time your opponent's not going to have top pair queen kicker. Yeah, Corn with the call. And they do just check it right back over to Bruno. Bruno checks it back, and it is on Corn to put in a value bet. Try and figure out what Bruno has, what sizing they can bet to get paid. And about 1 million chips go in. Takes it down. Look at this. Look at these blinds here. We got 9s and ace queen, and they are not the ones opening. It is pocket 3s on the button. Corn could just, I was just going to say, Corn could just jam. And then RF Noons doesn't really want to call off. There's a $2,200 bounty, but with Cavallito being short, Tosh and Coconuts and Bruno, it's just not really a spot where you want to be clashing with other middling stacks. Yep. Even though it is a PKO and he did have a nice bounty on his head, clashing with other middling stacks is legitimate ICM suicide.
That's the one. That's the one.
I didn't know for the longest time until I studied ICM and was like, oh, all I do is clash with other middle stacks, and you're not supposed to do this. I remember I was at Run It Up Reno maybe 2.5 years ago or something, and it was kind of that spot. Patrick Egyptian was at the final table of a game with me. He went all in, and I called like from maybe like the hijack, and I had like ace 10 off, and he just looks at me before we expose, and he's like, how crushed am I? And I was like, I don't know, you might not be that crushed. And we had the same hand in chopped, and he just looked at me, he was like, bro, not even close to a call in ICM, like not even close. And I was like, really? I was like, okay, I need to study this more.
Yeah, it is a weird and wonderful world, honestly.
Yeah, I thought it was an easy call, and he was like, oh, it's literally not close. He's like, you're probably like ace queen suited plus or something. I'm like, oh my god, and I'm calling ace 10 thinking it's regular. Like, so I remember I went home and studied and was like seeing the mistakes I was making. I was like, oh my god. So it makes a big difference. You do just like when you're this deep in a game and there's so much money there, it's a completely different game. It's no longer the poker game you're used to playing. It is now making sure people with less chips than you bust before you. And if that means playing super incredibly tight, that's what it means. You just completely different game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we see Giannis here flopping a little middle pair. And he goes check, check. Giannis absolutely going to put some aggression after seeing the check, check.
Sure, yep, absolutely.
Hard for Tosh to want to continue. King, Jack, spades. Just all in.
Yeah, I mean, seems legit.
Yeah, exactly. Giannis is going to be punishing you a lot if you just raise and don't jam. So you just got to be jamming. Couple ace queens out there.
Couple throwables going around here. It's RF Nunez throwing something at the shortest stack and then throwing money at the biggest stack. There you go. Yeah, he's starting. What is that called? He's visualizing. He's visualizing the bust out from the shortest stack for all the reasons that Arlie was just talking about here. So we got an ace queen versus ace queen scenario.
And the queen 7 out flops him.
Yeah, flops them both.
Out flops them both. Corn looking at this like, I want some of these chips.
I got the ace.
But does not bet it. Yeah. Does not bet it. Now Cohen has to be feeling a bit better seeing it check around, but does not elect to bet.
It's interesting here because, I mean, if he can see the cards, he knows that he's doing really well because they both can't hit their queen at this stage, right? So 95.2% three ways is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
It's an interesting spot from Tosh, like having not bet the flop. I mean, sometimes he'll hit the 10 and he'll continue, right? Or he'll he'll put in some aggression, but otherwise Cohen is probably just going to have to call all day here. And sure enough, I mean, it's a pretty clean run out for Queen 7. You're feeling even better about your 7 at this stage usually.
And even as ace queen now, you're like, all right, 2-pair ace high. Maybe they had some type of draw that missed with like the spades and the 7-3.
Yep. And there you go.
Check lose.
Yep. Cohen managing to pick up a pot there, up to 12 millis.
12 million.
RF Nunez, King Queen seems good. Ace Jack just getting way out of the way there as one of the short stacks. Don't hate that. Seems good.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be clashing with the middling stacks, like I was saying, but you definitely don't want to be clashing with any stack. Like, if you're a middling stack, you want to get it in good, and you take out all that mediocre gameplay. It's just like, you just sit and wait, pretty much.
Pretty much.
And it's very frustrating if you're new to learning that, too. Like, when you first start adjusting to not playing normal poker at a final table, playing ICM poker, it's just like, oh, so like if I'm one of the bottom 4 stacks, now I just absolutely don't play. I just sit and wait, and it's like, oh yeah, like
that's kind of how it works. Yeah, I mean,
just suck it up.
And on a full ring table, 9-handed, there's a lot of waiting time, right? You can afford to stick around because you're not playing those blinds as often. Pocket 7s here, going for it though.
Yeah, as long as other people are making those mistakes and you're the one playing nice and snug, you'll literally see it all the time too, where people are just busting Cavalito with aces, and 10s for Lewis. There's going to be a definite clash here.
Yeah, I think Cavalito might be headed for some action here. Arlie's like, all you do is wait. You got to be patient. You wait for a big hand. Cavalito, one of the shortest stacks, literally just waking up with aces. Like, yeah.
It's a profile pick run good, I heard.
Strikes again.
Min raise, and Lewis is 3-bet or jamming. I don't think either really matters.
Cavalito. There they are. Pocket 10s. Put it in.
And Cavalito against Lewis.
All right, full double.
Bam! Almost, well, over 9 million. I was going to say almost 10, but that's really stretching it. Over 9 million.
Over 9 million. Yeah, and obviously that changes the dynamic for Cavalito considerably now. He's getting up there now. He's kind of one of the quote-unquote middling stacks we've been talking about, right, Arlie? So at this stage, he can afford to wait and see some of those shorter stacks bust.
And you can still have aggression as a middling stack. I guess my biggest point was you don't want to be the one calling off as a middling stack without monsters, like absolute behemoth hands.
Speaking of
pocket
behemoth
queens, my ladies. Cone with the ace 10.
Queens, baby.
Yeah, they're just going to jam.
He's only got about 15 bigs. I think you just put it in. Generally speaking, the ICM tells you not to mess around too much in these spots, right?
Exactly. No need to get fancy and slow play. You just want to try to scoop the pot or make them call off when you have a monster. $2,000 bounty on his head too, but Cohen won't be tempted to call. Gotta let these ones go.
Yeah, not with ace 10 off. I would be surprised if he makes the call here.
Ooh, we got a couple hands here between the big boys. Louis Starr, Ace King off. Giannis in the big blind. Pocket jacks. What's going to happen? And 8's here from Corn. Okay. And the jacks flat. Ace King out in front.
Yeah, and I think there's a. I mean, we saw Queens like hard played there. You know, really, just shoving the 15 bigs, whatever. Obviously, different dynamic now with Giannis being one of the big stacks and Louis Star Pro being one of the big stacks. They're just going to play their hands nice and slow and just kind of, passively sort of avoid each other and trying to avoid getting into too many big tussles unnecessarily.
Another small bet here from Giannis. Not that he bet this pot, just in general, he likes to bet small a lot. He likes small turn bets like this.
Yeah, Ace King buddy, hey. No, I'm not telling you, I'm not going to tell you out loud that I have a big hand, but I kind of, let's not, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. It's like, there's a dev at PokerStars, and he likes the term when you're on the final table, it's like implied collusion, and if it's like a funny way to put it, because of course it's not actually anything to do with collusion in the sense that it's against the rules, but there's kind of this agreement amongst big stacks that we all know what we're here to do. We're here to bust the shorties, and we're all going to get rich, So there's this sort of I'm going to raise super duper big on the turn, just to really telegraph that you shouldn't be putting any more money in this pot because I don't want any sickness on this river. Let's just get
you're not writing it in chat. You're just saying it with your bet
size. Let's get this over with. Let's get these shorties out of here, and let's all go home happy. Okay, cool. That's what we're going to do. The implied collusion.
Oh, my God. Look at this pot.
Oh, my God. This is savage.
Wow. Cohen is in massive trouble. Needs, major help or they're screwed. Cohen, are they going to slow play? Are they going to go for the raise here? Because they can still get called by a lot of the big cards that Nunes would have. Nunes is just licking their chops. Never raising here, always calling.
As soon as he calls here as well, the SPR is so. This is all bad. Any continuation from Cohen, and it's just so easy to get the chips in.
Oh yeah, and Cohen's trying to figure out if they bet, will our Nunes continue? They want the continuation so bad. So it is that's why they bet so small. They're like, please, if you have Ace King, you don't have to fold. Look, you're getting a great price. And Nunes here. Just calling.
Oh.
And a 3 on the river. Cohen just saved. Absolutely saved. They'll just get it all in and chop.
Yeah, that's his. Everyone loves a chop pot, obviously, guys. Well, this is going to be a chop pot. You know what they say, Arlie? Everyone loves a chop pot.
That was actually wild, though. That was quite the chop.
Yeah, that's definitely a lucky run out for Cohen there, because that probably would have cost him. No, okay, chat. Honestly, we did kind of agree. We did kind of agree that we weren't going to do the chop pot song without either James or Joe here, so that's fine. I'll allow it. Pete McDonald timed out. How dare you, sir? How's it going, buddy? Welcome back. Dirty Dogs, you're not the first person to say that. I will take Jimmy Fallon. I think, I'm okay with
it. Chat just going wild. Ace King all in. And RF Nunes, even in a spot like this, it's okay. They go for it.
All right. Tosh gets the double up to 10 million, and RF Nunez now one of the shorter stacks, 5.4 milli, but we are still at 9. We've seen no movement just yet.
Still at 9.
That's the name of our new band, Arlie. Still at 9.
Oh, I'm in.
Live on stage. Live at 9. Oh my God! Look at the flop.
Open-ended for Corn and just the ace-high flush for Bruno.
The absolute nutter butters. The absolute Natolas.
And a puny little bet.
How much does he have to bet to shove the river for pot?
He could bet $1.5 million. Not even that much. 1.3.
Something like that would do it, I think. That would be a nice little setup. Checks the turn. I really like the small bet check turn situation. I think that's really spicy.
I love it. Yeah, I love the check turn.
That's very, very spicy. And he knows that Corn can bet a size in this river that will make it very easy for him to ship. Well, that's not as big as I thought it would be. I think now you probably just go, please have a 10, please have a 10, please have a 10. I'm all in, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's hard for him, you're blocking the 10, obviously, as well. But
him betting this small makes it seem way less likely that he has a 10.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's almost maybe one of those scenarios where you just want to 3x it and try to get value.
Yeah,
but
so,
I'm indifferent. Like I don't hate the jam. I don't hate just trying to eke out more value. Lately in my poker game, I've been going away from. I said this earlier too. I've been going away for the jam and going for more value because I know I've been getting really greedy for a while with jamming in spots where I'm like, oh, I got them covered for a bounty. I want the bounty. Where after I look at it, I'm like, what are they calling with? Like, they clearly don't have that big hand. So bet like a quarter pot and pray that they call that.
Yeah.
No bust outs so far at the final table. We have seen some big hands clashing. We've seen some chop pots, but we have not seen player 9 eliminated. 6-9 off raise. Yeah, so it's the chip leader, and he's raising 2 guys without big stacks in the bounties. He can open up pretty much 100% there. Pretty damn close. We got Tosh and Lewis got the queen 10 of hearts.
Yeah.
See a little clash here. 10 high flop would be fun.
If I'm Luis here, I think you have so much scope to be involved with these really pretty hands, and just play it pot in position against anyone, right? They have to really think twice before going absolutely mental on you, trying to triple barrel bluff with air and stuff like that. So you get away with a lot when they slow down, and you can turn your head into a bluff or whatever, or just you've got more ammunition to see flops and actually play some pretty hands that might connect in a big way and just really, really push your edge. Blind v blind.
Bruno can just open jam. They can flat and then jam over a raise. I like the open jam. It's all about jamming in this spot. However you can get your chips in the center. Wonder what Coconuts is possibly thinking.
That's super interesting though, because it's like Arlie's saying, the final table dynamic changes so much of what you want to do in that situation. I think probably the GTO line, if we're playing for pure chip EV, is to raise and then call a jam or something like that, right? Raise to 2.5x or 3x or something like that and then call the shove. But as soon as you take into account the fact that your opponent is not going to be jamming that hard because of the final table dynamic, because of the ICM pressure, then
and you have them covered.
Yeah, then you're just putting yourself in a situation where you're raising and then you're getting jammed on and you still don't even love life. You know what I mean? It's a very, very different scenario because there's just so much at stake for remaining in the tournament. So it's almost better to actually take out some of those or deny them the opportunity to play back at you full stop when you know that the initial jam is just going to be profitable enough in itself. And the coverage is so important there too, right? Being covered and covering that person will definitely influence which way you want to go in that situation for sure.
Yeah, like I agree with exactly what you were saying. Off of a final table in the middle of a game, I'd be raising king queen suited to call off, but I don't want to put myself in any scenario where I'm calling off here. So that's why I was thinking the open jam or the flat, and then you're the one jamming over one of their raises. It's just really annoying if you flat and then they open jam.
Yeah. It's so much better to be the one putting your chips in first.
Yeah.
And yeah, tricky.
Mm-hmm. Stacks are kind of evening out a little bit more. Like, there's still a couple under 5, but there was about four stacks around that size before, and now they're all up to 7-8 million. Some of the bigger stacks are down a little bit. Giannis and Lewis have gone down just a bit, so it does even out the table a little bit more that way. And Cavallito, 5 deuce, flops middle pair in a gut shot, while Giannis flops an open ender. How aggressive is Giannis going to play this?
Cavallito's got to barrel this flop, right?
Yes, I would definitely like betting here.
Ooh.
They both hit a straight. That's a very bad turn. Oh, and I love the pot size bet. It's like he knows his opponent's cards. That's so annoying for Cavallito because you just know they could have a 7. And you don't want to see them bet this big. You literally just don't.
Oh, give him the trips on the river too. Why not? Sure.
Yeah. Oh, and a small bet on the river. Because the board paired, that's probably why Giannis chose to choose a smaller sizing.
And there you go. Cavallito down to 5.7. Giannis, our boy, on the final table.
Doing work.
Just doing that work.
Yep, nice little raise here. And Cohen can just let this go on the final table. You can defend these types of hands very confidently off of final tables, but in spots like this, it's better to just let it go. Yes, Parmology. Corn is from Canada.
Yes, indeed.
Queens all in over Lewis's pocket sixes min raise from early position.
Yep. Again, just not messing around with these pairs on the final, and it makes a lot of sense. This is a very different scenario from the previous one, where we saw Luis get it in with the 10s, 6s in this spot. Definitely not feeling as confident.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not feeling as confident. King 10 on the button here will be opening, and we'll just have to see what Lewis is doing. Probably not folding. Call seems pretty reasonable. Call, check, take it from there.
Ooh.
Yeah, and as well, they're just a chip leader putting pressure on one of the middling stacks. It's classic chip leader play.
Yep, really, really nice.
Yeah, can't be folding hands like that. I have to at least see a flop or put the pressure back on them. And there's some hands in the blinds here. I wonder if Tosh is going to open and that's going to save corn.
Yeah, potentially.
Seems like that's what's going to happen.
Again, 7, 14, 21 chunky size here.
Yeah, and now corn is definitely not loving their 5s for a 4-bet.
Yep. Otherwise, you're right. That might have played out slightly differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tosh probably saved corn there. And Tosh maybe just saving a little face with the time bank.
Yeah, it's tough though because we've seen Luis obviously playing those 3 bets much lighter than Ace King, of course. So, you know, This is where you start to get into the point. Sometimes you start to think this guy starts just bullying me. You know.
I'm gonna take my stand.
This is it. This is it.
Yeah.
If he
Final table of the Sunday
if
Million.
he 3-bets me this time, I'm going all in for sure. I don't care what happens.
Totally. I do this thing. I don't do it as much anymore, but on my stream sometimes where I'm like, all right, chat, next hand, I'm going to play it like I have aces. And then I just, in my brain, tell myself I have aces and do exactly what I would do with aces. And it's like, even if it's the stupidest line ever, I'm like, all right, guys, yeah, that's like, one time I did it and the other guy had aces. Tosh flopping the top pair. Lewis is having a hard time gaining traction on this final table. It's like their tires are spinning in mud a little bit. Not like they're losing a bunch of chips, but it's not like they're gaining a bunch of chips.
Yep, absolutely. Man, not messing around.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
it's
Tosh,
so complicated.
It is complicated. Tosh now has to figure out how to proceed. Does he just say, enough of this, I'm going all in, I'm taking my stand here because you've been a bully? Or does he just call and say, let's see a turn card, please be safe?
Absolutely.
And now Tosh should definitely just be checking. They gave it a little thought, but came to the right conclusion. Lewis Star, very curious what they were thinking about this turn. The small bet. Very, very interesting. He's also making it so he can jam the river.
Yeah, yep. That's what I was thinking just now.
And it is an 8 of spades, which doesn't change anything.
It's just so weird because he has so much showdown with the sevens. When the board runs out like this, like I would be surprised if he like shoved river because he can just win so much here. Yeah, I was gonna say like it in some ways it almost felt like he was bluffing, you know.
Yeah. We got action here.
Yeah, I think what he was really trying to do was basically protect his hand.
Protect his hand and have make it so he gets checked to on the river. I think that's a big. Well, I try and do that often, where I'll put in a really small turn bet with a hand that I have no clue where I'm at, just so they check it to me on the river. Because if you check there, then they're like, does he know where he's at or not? Like, but even a small bet can change that. Pocket Queens definitely jamming, and will Lewis Star have the hold?
Okay, all good. Oh, queen on the turn for Corn. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada.
Yum. Chat's already saying GG. Little do they know.
Oh, man, that's a huge spot for Corn. The equity of that moment just there for Canada is unbelievable. Unbelievable. There you go. Louis Star down to 15 million, and as Arlie pointed out, they seem to be leveling out. Absolutely. We're seeing a lot more people stacking up. Look at this flop, though. Corn with middle pair, Giannis with top pair and the flush draw. Absolutely stunning situation. There's the flush. Second nuts.
There is the flush. There is the flush. Corn is not going to be liking that. But last hand, as soon as that river hit, I'm sure the first thing going through their head was, I am, don't you know I am Canadian. An old beer song from like 20 years ago.
Giannis with
Canadian, baby.
Giannis with the overbet lead turn. I love that, especially because it's the ace on the turn, and we saw the check on the flop. The overbet lead there is so high level, it's amazing, and even though obviously in this case he convinces the jack to fold, I think that's a really, really cool way to play the hand, specifically on that turn. And I think Giannis is right there, man. He's on the cusp, on the bleeding edge. Love this guy.
Love him.
I am Canadian.
I used to sing that on my stream so much at the beginning of my streaming days. It's a Molson Canadian beer commercial that I used to play when I was a kid, and just it played everywhere. It went like super viral when the internet was just coming out and stuff. And Big song for Canada.
Uh-oh, kings versus eights here. RF Nunez, currently the winner. There's an
Wow!
eight.
Whoa!
And there's the king.
Oh! Damn!
There's the turnaround we were looking for.
Cavalito.
Oh, Cavalito down to 1.5 millions. And he gets the firework for all that pain. Oh, man, you turn the set. You're like, oh, I'm running so good. What a roller coaster. Still 9, though, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen a lot of chips exchange hands, but we're still on 9.
Still on 9. Cavalito with the very unfortunate run out. They had so much hope with that turn card. It hurts way more when it happens that way.
I mean, ace-jack, what are you going to do?
What you gonna do? All right, well, they've got corn dominated.
I mean, don't forget, guys, the bounties are still a consideration. I know we've seen mostly just play for the chips, but at this point,
yeah, definitely still something to think about, especially when someone gets super short like this, like under 4 bigs. Tosh is just calculating in his brain, like, okay, $1,100 bounty, doesn't have many chips. And Louis Star, same thing, 7-5 suited. Tag me in, coach.
Tag me in, coach.
Corn should not be thinking of much more than a call.
And there's the 7.
And Louis Star is loving that flop. The last of the chips go in for Cavalito. Louis Star probably raising here to isolate.
I think the raise for ISO here is pretty cool. Just make it like 2 million. Yeah, that works. All right, 76%. Can it hold? And that is it, guys.
Oh my God.
Louis Star Pro takes down another bounty, and he's up to 17 million once again after losing a big pot there. Aces versus queens. Congratulations to Cavalito on the 9th place finish. That's quite the run, sir. Taking home $3,968.69. We are now down to 8, ladies and gentlemen.
Down to 8, the final 8. Corn sitting with a little ace king. And pumping it up about 3x here. RF Noons wants to see a flop and connects, but not even close to the amount that Corn has connected, because Corn is Canadian. They are going to be successful. Top 2, success. Queens from Cohen.
Cohen with the queens.
Cohen with the queens, my ladies. The raise and the take it down. And now queens for Giannis. Oh, Giannis.
We've seen a lot of queens on this final so far, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, blind view, blind action. Oh, excuse me. What am I talking about? Didn't see the under the gun. I thought Giannis was in the big blind.
He snuck it in.
Snuck it in there. 11 coconuts. No good.
No good. Ace king from Cohen. You'll see at least a defend from Giannis.
Seems good.
Mm-hmm. King 5 of hearts. What will the flop bring?
Whew.
The flop will bring the best hand for you.
Domination rotation.
The very quick check from Giannis.
Kuhn with 2 overcards and the backdoor spades. Opts for the check. That's a spicy turn. Giannis is going to bomb this turn now. There you go.
Definite spice. And Giannis puts in 700,000 chips. Now Cohen is calling or raising. I like calling.
All right. And the absolute debate card on the river.
It's such a river card.
Yeah, it's an awful. That's a really sick one. Obviously,
yeah, and he's just going to call.
Ace King just gets the absolute perfect payoff river, and that was a chunky one going towards Giannis now. 26 million now in the stack. Yeah, such a bait river. It's like, ugh, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it pretty much just pay it off.
Yeah.
Giannis, with that big win now, has a stranglehold over the chip lead of this final table. And we've seen Giannis have the chip lead or close to it most of this game and do a very good job with that big stack. So let's see how they continue from here.
Yeah. Quite right, quite right. Blind v blind, both players got a whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of nothing. And not too much brew in this hand. Pocket fours in the big blind might just be getting the walk-ski.
Wow, Tosh getting out of line here with the 10-4 off. It's another $1 million to call. I mean, you can pretty much just call in set mine here for this price. So I think Tosh has enough behind. So, you know, seems good. You're in position. Obviously, playing slightly, you're going to realize your equity with the fours a little bit more often in position, too.
Yeah.
I think you just bet the flop and take it down right here. What do you think, Luis? Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I like Tosh pre-flop, too. Just they're getting a lot closer in chips, especially at the beginning of that pot to Lewis. And they're just like, all right, you can't do this to me anymore. I'm going to take some of these pots. Didn't work, but I like the thought process.
You can't treat me like this anymore.
I'm taking my stand. Yeah, nice raise here from Lewis. Just keeping the pressure on. Even though they're no longer chip leader, they are still comfortably second.
Comfortably numb.
Beautiful song.
Beautiful. Queen Jack off. Giannis LG. Do you think he's ever going to miss this one?
No. No. He's doing his thing.
Giannis has never folded Queen Jack off in his life.
Not once. Literally not once.
6-5 suited. He's never not played 6-5 suited in his life.
He's drooling with 6-5 suited.
I got to say, man, I don't think Giannis has made a single mistake this whole game. He's just been absolutely drilling it. He's not afraid to get in there. He's not afraid to make the moves, and he's doing it all fast. He's playing fast. He's like, I know exactly what I'm doing in every single spot. Here we go.
Agreed.
Nunez with the jacks here.
Yeah, and
pretty
they're going to get in a
shove,
nice jam. Very happy to get it in with jacks against Lewis. Like, you're just like, oh, the aggressive guy's raising? Yes.
Yeah.
So much better than if it's like anyone else raising. You're just like, oh, still getting them in, but
Yep.
You're just so excited when it's the aggressive guy.
Yeah, when it's the big sack as well. He's just going to be so much wider, and you're going to do you're going to get so many more folds.
And does not get it through. Or gets it through. Does not get called. Wouldn't have hated the call. So we see 11 big blinds here with ace-7 from Bruno. Is he just going for the jam? Got to jam into the big stack. Can he do it? Can he do it? Yes, he can.
Can he do it? Yes, he does. Yeah, I think when
Yes,
you're,
he does.
one of the shorter stacks, that's the line. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, with Giannis in your big blind, I think that's how you got to do it. I was going to say if it's other short stacks, there might be an argument for a raise fold once in a while at this critical stage, but
Mm-hmm.
honestly, not sure, not sure at all. This is very similar, isn't it? Again, pretty much. And I think yeah, this is gonna be it.
Yeah.
See some
Yeah.
fireworks here for sure. Bruno, how
He's
do you
gonna need
feel?
spades or a 9 to stay alive here. There's one spade. He needs a chop or river. Ace on the river does not do it. Giannis, the rich get richer, getting the bounty, all the chips up to 34 million.
34 million. That's right. So Buster Reno for Bruno Dallas. Giannis gets about another $2,100 going towards his bounty stack that he's been developing for a very long time now. Bruno's going to take home 4,100. Excuse me, that's the wrong number. Bruno's going to take home $5,519.75. Congratulations, sir. That was a very, very deep run in this Sunday Million. Well done. And Giannis up to 35 mil. We are down to 7 people.
Did he not have bounties?
Of course, wait, sorry, who?
That last guy eliminated.
Yes, he did as well. Yes, so it looks like he took home around $4,180 in bounties as well as his prize. Quite right.
Oh, sweet. That's a nice chunk in bounties.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he actually has one of the highest bounties as we speak right now. So Bruno doing really well in the bounty category as well. I have been listing off the payouts, guys, but as Arlie points out as well, is of course the bounty value too.
Yeah, and there'll be chunky differences just because it's Sunday Million final table PKO. Yes. I think you're muted, Nick.
Oh, I am muted. I'm really sorry, guys. I apologize. That's it's the sickness, you guys. I'm trying to spare you all of. I keep trying to mute tactically to try and spare you all the sickness. Let me try that again, guys. I know Arlie heard what I said, but thank you for that. Arlie Shaban, our boy Giannis out there in front, 35 million, and of course we were also looking at Louis Star Pro being one of the big stacks prior to Aces versus Queens. Not ideal. So both players I still think playing very well. Let's not forget Louis Star Pro probably would be up there duking it out for first place, obviously as he is now, but that would have been a big one if he had gotten that one from Korn, probably sitting around about 30 million, so very, very close to what Giannis LG has now as we speak.
Oh, weird. Just got a little flash of deja vu for a second there. Yeah, no, great stuff to see, though. Lewis, like we were saying a little earlier on the final table, just hasn't had his footing at all. Definitely played really good up to the final table from what we saw, but just getting a little unlucky, kind of a little bit of setup hands whenever he's raising. The other player kind of just seems to hit on him, and let's see if that changes for him because he's definitely doing things properly. He's playing a good big stack, but since things weren't going great for him, Giannis came back and clenched that number one spot back from him, and is putting on an absolute clinic with that big stack.
Yeah,
He's,
for sure.
super wide and hitting when he needs to. So
I think that is a good point as well because whenever we cover Sunday Millions, so often Sunday Millions compared to when we're doing EPTs and scoops and stuff, EPT on lines and scoops and W coops and stuff like that, we see so much absolutely perfect high-level play as soon as we get to pretty much every single final table. Sunday Millions are the interesting ones because we do actually get a mix of some recreationals making it this far, and then we can kind of pick them out of the crowd. Not to be critical of them and to try and shame them or anything like that, but because we can see the patterns of behavior that we ourselves had in the past, limping too much, maybe folding a little bit too liberally in important stages, getting down to the last couple tables or whatever. I think so far everyone's been relatively solid except for maybe one or two players that we picked out, and that was still sort of final three tables or something like that. So it is really cool, but these two definitely playing at a really, really good level. And just, manipulating those big stacks and applying pressure where appropriate, and it's been working out really nice for him.
It has.
Yeah, it has indeed. So yeah, still rooting for Giannis LG, guys, and obviously still plenty of play left in this week's Sunday Mill. Arlie, are you playing? You're playing pretty much every Sunday Mill every week. Am I right?
I don't get to play it every week because I have an evening schedule a lot of the time, so my grind doesn't start that early.
That's right. I forgot about the time glitch, the time zones. What is your big weekly that you're always hitting every single time?
The Monday night 6 max.
Okay.
The 109 Monday night 6 max is kind of like my game. I very frequently final table it. The Fast Friday, I just came second in that for about $3,000 a couple days on Friday, I guess. Nice. And yeah,
it would be fast if it finished on a Saturday somewhere.
Exactly. I do like the. So I'm in the night schedule. So I honestly only get like 1 215 or a couple 109s per stream. And then most of it is smaller stuff. But it's all about the bulk quantity, smaller stuff. And then taking my shots in some of the bigger buy-ins. But then during a big series, I'll start earlier. And I'll be firing 1Ks and 500s and stuff. But for my regular grind, I just don't have the luxury of going head-to-head in the middle of the day. Yeah. When everyone's going. So I locked down that evening spot pretty happily, though.
Yeah, the 6 max is awesome, too, so I can appreciate that. Guys, we're going to jump back to the action now. If you've just joined us, we are following along with the 109 Sunday Million, 1 million guaranteed progressive KO special. And here we are. This is the final table. If you've just joined us, we are down to the final 7 players.
Final 7.
Why does that look like that?
Lewis raises pre-flop, Corn calls, and now a C-bet from Lewis. Corn with the best hand folds. Not many hands here. Looks like Lewis is probably going to be the guy to open with this Jack 10. And easy game. Lewis building that stack back up now. King, Queen of Hearts for Giannis. And yeah, it does feel like there haven't been too many just clashes at this final table. It's more like raise, take down the blinds, or raise, defend, bet, fold. Nothing too wild. Couple little clashes and a couple suckouts to chop, stuff like that.
Yep. Oh, blind view blind. This is it. Oh, there's a 9.
A 9 on the flop.
All right. King 9. Yeah, that's fairly standard blind view blind, especially being as short as Coconuts was, so seems good. I actually managed to find the 50-50 flip, which is always nice in those situations when you're shoving hands like King 9. But there you go. Double for Coconuts. And this is perfect too, guys. Oh.
Cohen with the double, just flopping trips. That is the actual dream.
Yeah.
You see that flop on the Sunday Million final table? And you're like, thank you.
Yeah.
Snap call. Yeah. So it's not about, I can go to bed or wake up like whenever I want in life and structure it around my poker. And I've found way more success with my stream when I'm streaming the evening schedule. So I choose to pass up the bigger games during the day so I can stream the evening schedule. It's just kind of how it works for me and my channel, and it's been working well for the last 4 years, so I'm going to keep that recipe going.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Wow, look
Big,
at this.
big flop for Tosh here, and obviously Korn has a piece that he's going to want to put some more chips in the middle here.
He is going to want to insert some more. Puts out a small little bet here, and Korn is like, oh, you know what? I got 2 pair, jack kicker. Let's see a river.
Yeah, it's kind of a trap here for Korn, honestly, like because if your opponent does have an ace, it's going to be a chop quite frequently. So, you know, you're not really afraid that you're losing here, and you know, obviously your opponent can still be bluffing. So, you're going to call it off here a ton, and yeah, that's going to put Korn down to 4.4 million, less than 10 big blinds now.
Damn. All right, we see some pocket 7s here for Coconuts. Tosh folds and ace deuce for Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big stack he can probably afford to peel here and just try and do some damage. And there's the deuce. Might keep him in. He has the ace of hearts as well, which obviously will influence his play.
Definitely. Louis Star, feeling like they could have the best hand, checking, trying to get to showdown, and Coconuts should be pretty content trying to get to showdown as well. Maybe a teeny. Yeah, I like just checking way more. And River's the straight.
Feels good.
Now, now Lewis still has enough showdown value to maybe just go for the check and hope they're beating those big random cards, king, queen, and ace, jack, stuff like that. And a 1,000,000 chip bet. Oh, yeah, Lewis did not believe. I like that, though. I like that call because I didn't look without seeing his cards. I wouldn't believe that too often either. It's just feels so often like he's just going to have a big hand that that he was just trying to check, like 2 big cards, and then he's bluffing because it looks like a scary run out. And he's way less likely to have 7s in his hands, pocket 7s specifically, or maybe ace 7 suited. And then he's like, okay, if he only has a couple different 7s in his hand, he's probably not betting a non-7 at this point.
Yeah, yeah. But
so
well done to Coconuts for sneaking out just a little bit more value from that hand. Jack's obviously a jam again. King 4 defended.
Korn.
Oh. All right, gets the double. Oh, man, they really are flattening out now, aren't they, Arlie? Jeez.
They sure are. They sure are. Lewis just can't keep the momentum when he gets a stack going. Gonna start the momentum again with this 10-8. Should get it through. But into 3rd place now is Lewis with Tosh in 2nd and Giannis still a girthy 1st place. Ooh, a rivered straight for them both.
Turn straight.
Yeah, Giannis having the higher odds because he has a gut shot for a higher straight.
Whew. Could he get him off the chop?
Gonna be hard, but definitely not impossible with the spades coming in and the 9 being a better straight. Tosh.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, you're bluff catching or calling for a chop. Everything else that does this beats you.
Yeah, this is savage.
Interesting. Yeah, they are having a tough time clicking the call button here.
It's like you said, you're calling for a chop, basically.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like, it's tough. It is tough. It's hard too when it's against Giannis because you're like, oh, he's so capable. That's the worst when good players actually have real hands because you're just like, they always get me that way.
Exactly.
I'm that guy that I'm taking my stand, and like, yeah, I literally have aces.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And he does make the call. He gets there eventually. King Queen of Hearts in the small blind, and Tosh Ace 10. Coconut's Ace 7 of diamonds. Yeah, gets out of there. Flop is King High, hitting Giannis pretty hard. Tosh bricking that flop, but Tosh does have position in the pre-flop betting lead. Would not be surprised at all to see a bet in Giannis with his very fast gameplay. Goes for the check raise. Crossed 30 million chips and pocket jacks for Lewis.
Unfortunately, nobody having much of anything blinds. And there you go. Senor Coconuts.
Little raise. Doesn't look like there's going to be any resistance to this one. Uh, 7-5 suited.
Yep.
Goes for the open.
Seems like a Giannis hand.
Button moving around quickly. Why is it specifically 11 coconuts? What's the backstory there? The first 10 screen names were already taken.
I don't know. We could make one up, guys.
Yeah, we'll come up with a better one.
He was a coconut farmer, and he had 12 coconuts, and he sold a coconut, one of his 12 coconuts, to buy a laptop to play on PokerStars. And when they were like, what do you want to call your what do you want to call your account? He looked around his room and he realized he only had 11 coconuts, and that was what he called it.
All right, I got one. A poker player crashes on a deserted island, and he's got this coconut tree that he's farming for years. One day, after he's been there for a year, a bolt of lightning hits the tree, knocking it down. His only source of food has been these coconuts for the last year. Knocks his tree down, but don't fear, he's still got a couple hundred coconuts lying around. So he eats them all. He's eating them. He's getting a little worried because he's rationing them down a little bit. All of a sudden, he is down to only 11 coconuts on the day that he is rescued. He was close to death, and he will always remember those 11 coconuts. One of those two.
And now he just grinds poker with all of the passion in his heart because he realizes he never wants to return to the island with only 11 coconuts.
This is true. Still eats coconut every day. He's a psycho. The
he literally can't eat anything else. It's like a psychosomatic response now. He eats anything that isn't coconut.
11 coconuts a day. The king on the flop gonna make it hard for Giannis to get this one through. Oh, he turns a gut shot.
Giannis in a gut shot. What are you gonna do, Arlie?
Yeah, he's
what are you
not
gonna do?
stopping.
What are you gonna do?
He's not stopping.
What are you gonna do?
And this is a monster hand for Cohen in this situation. Blind on blind, 2 pair. It's not even just top pair anymore. It's 2 pair.
Oh, look at the size as well. Giannis might just pump this in now, mate.
1 stack to pot ratio, a little under. Giannis only has 4 high. It's really hard for Cohen to have a monster.
Bang and a snap, and Cohen is going up to 20 million. His patience has paid off. Giannis finally, for the first time, has gotten caught stealing.
Yeah, he did get caught.
That's going to happen sometimes, you know, when you're as aggressive as Giannis is. Finally got found out, and that was it.
It's a shame. It's a shame. He'll get it back. We got an all-in here from Queen Jack. And Tosh, it's 6 more blinds for Tosh to call. They do not call. Chat wants to know if you can survive off only coconuts. Yes, of course you can. We just explained how this is what happened to coconuts. Ace 8 going to be defending here against Giannis. Top pair, standard C-bet. Lewis will still be ahead here a chunk of the time and has got to know Giannis is putting a lot of pressure on. So they do decide to float, and it changes things up a bit. Now they're open-ended, and Giannis no longer has top pair, but Giannis picks up a gut shot with his jack, their jack. And a 10 on the river has got to make Giannis feel a little bit better, a little less likely that Lewis has the 10. Is Lewis going to now turn his hand into a bluff? Check, check.
And Giannis back up to 26 bill. Easy game.
Mm-hmm.
Never doubt in our minds, guys.
Giannis just had a button clicked. I don't know if it was check call, check fold, or fold any bet. Who knows? Nice, yeah, I like this 3-bet here with the ace deuce suited. Pretty standard as well. It's just a very pretty hand to bluff with.
Ace 9
Cohen.
suited. Come on.
Yeah, Cohen's doing some work right now. Just up to 38 big blinds. They are now sitting second in chips. They've been doing some work.
Corn has the opportunity, but I don't know if you're supposed to shove fours there. Seems probably not what you want to do, given the ICM pressure. Having said that, he is the shortest stack, or the second shortest stack, I should say.
Definitely something to consider with those fours.
Yeah.
Small little C-bet, 1/6 the pot, and it gets through. Ace Jack here for Cohen, just doing straight work. And Coconuts in the big has Ace 5. Not that nice.
Bless you.
I didn't unleash the real sneeze. I toned it down.
Good stuff.
Or else just everything would be plastered. Just snot everywhere. We don't want that.
Cohen with top, feeling really good. Puts in the bet, takes it down.
It's hard not to feel good with top.
And the blinds are going up now, guys. 300, 600,000. And RF Nunez looking down the barrel of like 5 big blinds now. It's looking real. It's looking a real danger zone. And Trey's on the button. He's got Trey's on the button. That bounty, though, as well, just winking it like he's going, I'm always getting called in the big blind no matter what I do, so I can't even play the threes, which is why he folds it here. That is pretty magic.
That is insane. They just folded threes.
I mean, it's like I think he's just going, there's no way Giannis is ever folding, and I don't want to flip right now. But when you're this shallow and you're on the button with a pair, it definitely is pretty wild. Aces denied the opportunity to win a bounty there and doesn't get any action from Giannis either.
Yeah, because now it just feels like he's going to most likely end up with the blinds going through him before he finds a better hand to jam than that threes spot.
Yeah, it is a really interesting one because obviously that bouncy dynamic means he's getting called always. So he's
But does he think
always
he's going to get another hand, a better hand in the next 4 hands?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And like, you know, well, arguably A7 here is better than the threes, but there's still more players to get through behind you. So I'm not really sure if that's true.
Yeah, I don't think ace. I
Yeah,
technically don't know if ace7
yeah,
would be better. They feel kind of close, but it's like I think I'm preferring threes, a pair on the button
I think
over
so too.
ace7 and hijack.
Yeah, I don't know the spot. You know, I don't actually specifically know that one, but I definitely think you might be right there. And nine's obviously going to go for it here. So RF Nunez at risk here.
They will
for the
need to get
mountain.
lucky. Can they
there's
get
the set.
Oh, a
Easy,
9
100%.
on the flop. Easy game.
All right, that's a KO, guys. That's $1,438 going in Cohen's direction for the knockout. And, of course, GG to our friend RF Nunez, who just busted in 7th place, taking down $7,676.98. And, as Arlie reminded me as well a moment ago, I'm going to also mention he won $2,826 in bounties as well. So, not too shabby. Still picking him about, still about 10 grand there for his finish in 7th, so that's still really, really juicy. The next payout is going to be $10,677.20.
Very cool. We see an all-in here. 10 big blind all-in, even though only 8 are in right now, with Corn. King, Queen suited. Definitely getting that through once Giannis folds. And now an ace-queen for Corn. And Giannis is the one raising with the King 3 offsuit. Yeah, and I'd like to just see the jam here. So Cohen is very, very close to chip leading this game. Oh, he's going to get this through probably and then become chip leader for the first time.
Yeah, it looks like it.
There it is. Let's see if Giannis lets that happen for long. Interesting with the aces here. Ace-7, ace-9, ace-10. I feel like Lewis would be opening that on anyone but Giannis. Now Corn. Corn. 14 blinds. They just open jam. And Coconuts was the ace-10. Does not even have Corn covered here. And we have ace-jack of hearts. Oh, the ace-jack of hearts.
Oh, the ace-jack of clubs. Here it is.
That hand went by quick, the ace-jack of hearts.
Cohen, as one of the chip leaders now, or the chip leader now, as Arlie just pointed out, can open 9-4 suited here easily. Gotta love that wider button open. And obviously Louis Starr this entire time feeling very comfortable as one of the chip leaders, 3-betting mercilessly, you know, punishing with his bigger stack. Now he's the one who doesn't have doesn't have the chips to play back here, and not the hand for it either, of course.
Not the hand for it. Corn with 10-8 and Coconuts with 6 deuce. Who will come out on top of this one?
Oh, man. Decides to play it as a limp. How aggressive does Coconuts want to be? I actually like a raise with 6 deuce of spades here versus the limp. It is a bit of an awkward stack depth. Actually, I take that back. This is too shallow to get too freaky with such a weak hand. Interesting bet. Interesting bet here by Corn here with the 8. Like, you're probably just going to be winning a ton there, right, Arlie? And I don't know if there's that much. You're not protecting against much on that kind of a texture. So to see him bet in that scenario is quite weird, where I think I would just be checking and allowing my opponent to take a stab at it or whatever. But
a couple pairs of sevens here. Lewis decides to fold. Corn folding too. Ace-5 of clubs. Raising into 9-5 offsuit. Not too much going on this hand. Giannis probably going to go for the raise. Does Cohen get aggressive and 3-bet or just let him have it?
yeah, it is. Queen 5 of spades is a cool candidate to 3-bet there, I think. But as one of the as the other chip sack who has a similar amount, trying to avoid getting into too much trouble with them makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you see players try to avoid it, but then like sometimes you will see other guys who it's like they all they want to do is clash with that other bigger stack to like assert their dominance on the table, but they also know if they win that war, then they can punish the whole table. So I go through stages sometimes of letting people just kind of have their raises and not clashing with them, and then there's some days where I'm like I'm going to be the chip stack, the chip leader of this table, and you just kind of go to absolute war in every spot with them. And then they kind of realize, and it's like you said, sometimes there's like a mutual understanding with the big stacks where you don't want to mess with each other. And if you're constantly just attacking the other guy, sometimes he's just like, all right, you can have it. Like, you can have it.
Right.
So, but you can't do that too much. It's like a fine line you have to try and figure out.
Yeah, I mean, and then it's a funny dynamic where the other big chip stack goes like, all right, if you want to do all the heavy lifting here and you're going to take the risks, then cool, like have at it. I'll let you. I'll draft behind you, basically. Yeah. So deuce is here, still the best hand on the flop. Tosh to act. Giannis might speed up the turn here now. Yeah, a couple people in the chat mentioning the fold from ace-10 under the gun here. I think Coconuts just understands that if he's going to play that hand in that position, he's basically shoving or folding ace-10 off, and he doesn't want to be the guy shoving ace-10 off with all the players stacked behind him here. He's trying to really, really take his time and eke out a win. Really, really big flop for Coconuts. Spade on the turn.
Spade on the turn. Queen on the river. Just happy to check it down. Seems Coconut.
Yeah, puts him into 10.3 million now. Tosh opening up King 10 suited seems pretty reasonable. Giannis, obviously with the sevens, has a couple options here, to be honest. But I mean, honestly, shoving it might be
I like shove.
or raising it, or large. This is the effective all in, right? I think this is probably going to be the best way to go in most cases.
With everyone being so even stacked now, Tosh and Lewis and Corn and Coconuts, you really just don't want to be that next guy to bust.
Yep. So the sevens with the effective shove, and I'm a fan. I'm all for it.
King 10 here from Cohen looking to defend, and out flops the ace-4 of Coconuts. Now, is Coconuts c-betting here? Coconuts has been a little passive in some spots. C-bet feels good, though. They do. They're not going to like what they see, but it does still have to happen.
And a check. Oh, and the ace on the river. Coconuts now with aces up. That is Yeah, that is a good
What a
river.
river. Mm-hmm.
And obviously, it's an interesting one because obviously King 10 is going to be the best hand here quite often. Oh, it just goes for the blocker bet instead. I think that's actually an
Yeah.
excellent spot to use a blocker bet, especially in the context of a final table where people don't want to get caught there, raising and then getting shoved on. Cohen actually finds the perfect spot to put in the smallest, littlest bet possible and just controlling how that river plays out perfectly. That was really, really nice. That was really, really nice. Yep, just shoving it in.
King 5 of diamonds, not enjoying that.
No, that's not what he was looking for.
It's just a nice 40 big blind rip in his eye. It's like, all right, take that.
Numbskull is asking, did the ace block bet or did the king? The king block bet, they were first act. And they bet like literally one big blind and it worked perfectly. That was pretty interesting, pretty cool. Oh, there's the ace 7. And it's looking good. Tosh still at risk. And ace full is going to win it. All right, that's a $523 KO going Giannis's way. This guy is scooping up all the bounties, and he's back up to 37 million chips, guys. So condolences and congratulations to our sixth-place finisher, Toshenchika, who took down $10,677 and $996.29 in bounties. GG's, my friend. We are now down to 5, and Giannis is still the chip leader. Don't forget, guys, if you just joined us, Giannis was the chip leader at the start of day 2 and has been coasting and cruising their way here. Looking really, really good now. And already has $7,136 in bounties. Looking really, really good.
Ace Jack off on the button from Korn. Now, Korn has to decide, are they jamming or are they min-raising? They are jamming.
They're all in.
They are all in. Korn with ace 7. They can just let this go. Coconuts, though.
Yeah.
The ace 8. Going to have a little raisy. And now Cohen has a very nice hand to defend.
Yeah, King 10 off in the big blind here. Really, really playable hand. Ooh, big flop, too.
Mm-hmm. Open ender, backdoor king high flush draw, overcard with the king. You love to see it if you're Cohen. Check, check, and an 8 on the turn.
Yeah, if I'm Cohen, you gotta bet the turn now. Something like 60% pot.
Yeah, 60, 70. I love it. Put in a nice healthy bet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And gets the fold from the 8. Nice on the turn. Blind's going up now, guys. 350,000 to 700,000 with a $70,000 ante.
It's happening.
It's happening. It's going up. Yeah, and these short stacks are getting a lot shorter now. Both corn and coconut obviously feeling the pressure at this stage, but they've done very well to ladder, and of course still chipping a chair for any player at this table.
Absolutely. All in with Cohen the 7s. Louis Starr is now in last place. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Giannis with ace 7 off. He's never not played ace 7 off. Are you kidding me?
Never in his life. He's continuing. Continuing the aggression. Chat is just losing their mind at how I pronounce Cohen, and it's amazing.
I know. I've been trying to ignore them, but
it's like I've been corrected 400 times this stream. Guys, you were saying Cohen, right? Not like Coon. It's Cohen. I got it. Don't worry. I figured it out now.
They're like, oh my god, I can't believe Arlie's saying it like that. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Like, why is that funny? That's how we would pronounce it in English. I don't. It's like we're expected to not only identify the country of origin, but also know the pronunciation from said country of origin.
Exactly.
I love it.
And I'm horrible even just with the English language to begin with. Like, I'm barely getting things in my own country, let alone when somewhere across the world pronounces it different. Get out of here with that.
What are you talking about?
Fifth aid, you would never. You'd miss me too much, bud.
Yeah, that's true. $40 soft, corn, short stacked. What is he going to do? Blind v blind, king 7 off. What are they going to do?
Coconuts, oh coconuts. Taking their time to fold.
Let's go.
All right, King Jack here from Cohen. And another hand for Corn. Corn can just open jam this.
Can indeed. I think that's definitely, being this shallow in that position, I think that's probably the best course of action. And he's going to be picking up those blinds nice and easy.
Absolutely. Queen 3 versus the world.
Coconuts with ace-6 of spades, though. Oh, man. Giannis on his left with king 10 of clubs, though. Gonna give him hell here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice one, Tidy. Yeah, I like that one.
That was a good one. Solid troll. Ace 6 just gets nothing.
Bankroll says, I won 10K USD today on PokerStars. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Love to see it.
I personally will say you're welcome. Always stacking. We sure are, bud.
So we got a text this morning, and they were like, hey, guys, who do you want to win $10,000 today? And Arlie was like, I have someone in mind.
I was like, but he better thank me later. So,
yeah, and
now's your chance to thank me.
As anticipated, I saw it coming even before it played out. Coconuts opening the better hand. Giannis being in position with king 10 of clubs. Got outplayed 40 million. My man's on fire.
Just on fire. Now has pocket deuces.
Just on fire.
Yeah, Giannis has been very ruthless.
Yeah, here's the spot, guys. Now you got the deuces. The deuces that just shove. Giannis, just shove.
Shoving all day long.
Easiest shove ever.
Twice on Monday.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm Coconuts, like, I mean, I would. I don't know about limping ace deuce here. I think you just ship it, you fold, right? Like.
Yeah, and I think it's just to ship it at this point. Like it's just a profitable jam for sure. You're pretty much tied for the bottom 3 smallest stacks. You just got to try to accumulate chips and chip EV spots.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. We got.
Okay. Wow. Okay. That is tight. Manages to fade though. Ace king off, putting in the shove. Very, very short. It's still a big chunk of Cohen's stack.
And $2,100 bounty on Coconut's head. Can't make the call. I think it's a good fold. It starts getting really greasy in these spots, but if he calls and loses, boom, he just gives Coconuts a bunch of chips.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh. Because you also know that they haven't been jamming wide at all. Like, everyone's on the tighter side with their jams. I guess we can see that, but they should be picking that up on the table as well. Oh. Here's a couple hands. Louis Star. Not many chips at all. 10 blinds. Ace King. Corn. Got him covered. Louis Star has a $3,300 bounty.
Yep. I think this is mandatory. Not only will nines just be the best hand at like a lot, but yeah, that extra bounty value there is actually really meaningful, especially when you're one of the shorties. If it was like tournament life against one of the big stacks and you're a huge stack, then the 3,000 isn't as meaningful. But here, I think it's a mandatory push for the nines, and Louis Star is the one at risk once Giannis gets out of the way.
Yeah, Giannis is just messing around at this point. It seems like he's making them sweat.
He's like, I got 153 seconds of time back. I can do this all day, baby.
Yeah, he doesn't want to call. He's not thinking about it.
All right, we're off to the races. There's a 9.
Oh, bad on the flop. It's over. Wow.
And the ace.
Oh, and the ace king, just the salt.
Damn, and Korn picks up $3,302 in bounties for that elimination, guys, which makes him the chip daddy. He has the red crosshairs on him now, $3,870 on his head at this stage. And congratulations to Louis Star Pro. What a run they've had to get to 5th place. They take home $14,849.97 and bounties $6,554. That is a sensational run, Luis, and very unlucky in a couple spots there. But that's it. We are down to just 4 players, guys. This is where the real poker starts.
Interesting all-in with the jacks, and it is folds. Now, ace-8 of spades for Coconuts. Coconuts is the short stack.
Oh, wow.
And they limp.
Very interesting.
They go for the limp. And that's an interesting looking flop.
Yep, juicy.
Coconuts still just with the ace high. Still with the nut flush draw. Well, Corn's going to like their hand less on this turn bet. And that's for sure. Ace deuce of hearts from Cohen isn't the one that opens. It is the king 5 off of Giannis.
I don't mind a 3-bet here with ace deuce hearts.
Yeah, I like it.
I think that's a cool way to play from the button here, and I think again Giannis is gonna. Don't think Giannis is gonna go particularly nuts. I mean, if he's been paying attention, like you said, he'll know Giannis is opening pretty wide, very wide, in fact, and he's just gonna take this down a bunch pre. So why not?
Yep. Right now we see pocket deuces from Cohen. Cohen closing the gap. They have been doing very well to close that gap.
Come on, the deuces. 1/3 c-bet here. Easy game.
Easy game. That was a call, a check from Giannis. Queen 6 queen.
Even smaller. I like it. Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Yeah, no one's crazy short. Coconut's the smallest, but after that, Corn's over 20 bigs, so they can definitely have a little bit of a war here.
Yeah.
can definitely have some type of war.
Yeah, 5-4 suited, such a pretty hand from position, so seems good. On the flop, I'm definitely never turning 5-4 suited into a bluff versus a check. Like, for Giannis not to c-bet this flop, he has to basically have a pair every single time, or like, you know, he's gonna c-bet everything that's missed, and he's gonna check all the stuff that's hit basically. So the check on the flop is not a sign of weakness at all. It's always a sign of strength. He sizes up on the turn here too, which I really like. Right, like when he makes his 2-pair, he realizes the only way he's gonna make any money if his opponent has a king or an ace, and you know they again probably wouldn't check that on the flop too often, but you might as well go big and punish the draws and punish like the stronger hands, because that's all you're ever gonna get paid by after they check the flop.
Mm-hmm. And no chat, I unfortunately do not own a pair of Crocs. I know. It's absolute blasphemy.
God, Crocs. Ugh.
Giannis with the middle pair here. C-bet Corn completely misses. They're just going to fold. We have not seen them floating or playing back much at all when they miss. Queen 5 suited from Cohen. Seems like an easy pickup.
Yep, Coconut's been pretty snug, and obviously 8-4 off, not particularly strong.
King 4 of hearts. Giannis has been very, very good at taking that chip lead back from Lewis, controlling this final table. The King 4 of hearts just gives him a walk.
Yeah.
That stuff's going to get Coconut. Well, we've seen Coconuts be doing stuff like that, and it's for sure just going to... He's just playing way too tight. Way too tight.
Yeah, I think King 4 suited in particular is a hand that you kind of need to be getting in there with blind v blind. Like, at this stage, at this stack depth, probably could be played as a limp or a raise, really. But if you're limping, you're obviously always calling a raise, and that gets really tricky from out of position. So I don't know. It's a tough one when you got Giannis and he's playing so well, really with anything. But yeah, I agree. I think maybe that is a little bit on the tight side now.
Even at that point, like blind on blind, you could even just jam. Like it's just a profitable jam, and you're last in chips.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, you could definitely justify that too. You're gonna definitely make chips over time.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're just losing too much because he's passing on a lot of spots that are just normal jams, and I didn't care as much when it was more ICM pressure on him and there was a lot more stacks out. But now you're final 4 and you're the shortest stack. You actually just have to try to win.
Yeah.
It's not about laddering as much anymore. Sure, ladders are nice and you do still take them into consideration, but when you're the smallest stack, it's way less a consideration. It's more about like, all right, now it's my turn to try to become one of the bigger stacks.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen you got to take some risks.
Got a domination situation here, guys. Queen, Jack, King, Queen, but obviously both players not really connecting with this board. I mean, if anything, Queen, Jack is closer to a straight than King, Queen off here. Wow, chunky bet size too, and definitely going to work here. Nice hand, buddy. Up to 32 million for Cohen.
It is a war going on. The Jack 10 suited here from Coconuts. They have like 12 blinds. And they're jamming? Okay.
All right.
Glad to see it. Definitely had to play the hand and didn't want to raise fold. Yeah. Yeah. They're like, all right, now I'm good for like 4 rotations. Coconut using some time bank. Giannis does like to raise pretty wide. Jack 4 is about as trashy as it gets, but
yeah,
we will see. He had a little think and decided better.
Yeah, Jack 4 off. Definitely the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah. – Ace-3, snap opens up, and corn with ace-jack. These are the spots where you do just have to be fighting back. I would love to see an all-in against the aggressive chip leader when you're pretty close to last.
Yep, I love it.
Giannis has 5s in the big. Quick walk around. Cohen could find a 3-bet here. They could even just call. I kind of like 3-betting just because it puts a lot of pressure on Giannis back. Like, Giannis is clearly putting pressure on Cohen, so it's always nice to let them know that you're playing back at them too. But he flats, and Giannis flops an open ender and checks it. I love the sneaky.
Yeah, that is a sneaky check on the flop, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. He was probably going to do something tricky like check raise. And now with his turn bet, it should just be getting through. Cohen is honestly probably a little suspicious about when it didn't get through. He just thinks his ace high is good, and it is. Wow. Nice call by Cohen. Cohen was just knew Giannis was up to something. I felt like with that check on the flop, it's so suspicious when he bets the turn. I'd be like, okay, I don't know what's happening right now, but I like seeing Cohen kind of take that stand, and they're back tied for first.
Yep, that's it. Right there on the cusp of the tie for first, and obviously now Corn and Coconut's looking really, really, really desperate at this stage. I think they're playing just fine, playing pretty solid, but in particular, Coconut's here looking down at what is just above 10 big blinds.
Cohen opening it up now with that 9-8 off, starting to take a page out of Giannis's book, and Giannis defends the big with King Queen, flops top pair Queen kicker.
Yep, good flop for King Queen. Okay, 8 of spades in his hand. This is actually the spot we were talking about earlier, Arlie. We were saying about how when you're up against the big blind defend, the jack of spades is very frequently a card that you want to continue barreling on, especially if you have the 8 of spades blocker, because you get lots of folds from the gut shots, the 3s, the 5s, the straight draws that can't continue again. And sure enough, on the river, check, 8 of spades going to take it up to 44 million now. My man.
Wow,
Cohen
that's what you get.
Is now the chippy leader, mate. Giannis, unfortunately, getting that unlucky run out for his King Queen.
Yeah, Cohen with aggressive open and the aggressive line the whole way down, and it just pays off. So a lot of recreationals will see that, and they'll just, when it happens to them, they're literally just like, I can't believe how lucky that guy got. But that's actually just good poker. Like, he put pressure on. He could have got folds each bet he put in.
Right.
He's getting folds from a lot of other hands in that guy's range. And then he's betting with some equity on that turn.
Right.
He does have the flush draw, and he gets there. And it's not that that guy got lucky because, like, he did get lucky that hand with how it ran out, but he's playing in order to set himself up with situations he can get lucky.
We got the 2 shorties all in here, and it looks like it's going to be a chop.
Chop it up.
And sure enough, the 2 short stacks remain the same. Ace-5 now can just rip this all day. Just ship it. Just ship it down their throats, baby. That's what I like to see. Yes. Power poker as the chip leader, and those guys are stacked so perfectly to just apply maximum pressure for the bounties. Absolutely stunning.
Mm-hmm. And now Cohen can just put on a clinic. Giannis will fall in line because he has to fall in line with Corn and Coconuts having way less than him.
Oh, yes. Little blind v blind action. Queen deuce of spades definitely need to raise versus limp here for show. 6-7 defends, and a really, really nice board just to continue betting. Nice and small. Just keep up that pressure with the queen deuce of spades. Probably put in 1 or 2 barrels here at least. Giannis good enough to definitely defend with the 7, but you got to continue here, Cohen. You know what to do, buddy. I believe in you. You have a gut shot now. How can you not? 4,000, 4,500. Oh, slows it down, misses the opportunity.
Slows it down.
Yeah, I mean, when this actually happens, when it plays out this way, it's like you basically know that Giannis has a 7 because now it's really unlikely he has a king, and obviously he probably doesn't have that many ace-x combos that don't raise pre or check raise. So queen high has showdown here, absolutely. But he's probably just going to have a 7 so often that you could still consider putting in a bet here as a bluff because Jack 10 also got there that you might get to fold too. Yeah, fair play though. Trying to get queen high to showdown makes a lot of sense too. And we are headed into another break, ladies and gents. All right, guys, this is break number 5, if my memory serves me. We are down to the final 4 players remaining in this Sunday Million KO special. That means we're just 3 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $47,000 plus bounties. Currently leading the pack is my man Cohen, pronounced absolutely correctly, who's currently got about 44.5 million chips and is looking really good. We're going to go on a 5-minute break, and we'll get straight back to the action. Arlie, Shaban, we're here once again.
Yes, sir.
We've arrived back in the break room. Very exciting poker so far today, and just a lot of master classery we're seeing here from Giannis and Cohen. I think everyone, like I said, has been pretty solid on this final, and at this point now, it's just who can clinch that chip lead and then apply the most pressure. And I think thus far, Giannis and Cohen are the ones that are sort of playing their advantage the best. Obviously, a couple pots going towards Cohen's, going in Cohen's direction in the last level. But obviously, Giannis still has absolutely mountains of chips to try and fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. Giannis has been playing very, very well, and then Cohen, just near the end of what we've watched so far, took that chip lead with authority and is now just completely taken over, manhandling the rest of the table. Giannis is falling in line, but still putting up a fight and still an absolute force to be reckoned with. Yeah. It does look like it's one of those two, Cohen or Giannis's game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Me and James like to talk about the sort of final table dynamics as it pertains to the sort of chip distribution and how that influences like the flow of play. And very frequently when we find ourselves in situations where there's like 2 really big stacks and 2 short stacks vying it out, it's really important how the players exit, and that because it's going to influence the way that the heads-up play is going to go and the 3-handed play is going to go, right? So if we see one of the short stacks doubling through the other short stack, they're going to be more in contention to actually fight it out 3-handed. But if we see one of the big stacks take out one of the shorties now, the chip lead is going to be so drastic that the other short stack who hasn't had a chance to actually chip up is basically going to be the we're talking about the implied collusion earlier, right? You know, if there's ever a moment where there's 2 huge stacks and one guy with like 10 big blinds, those are the moments where they're just going to absolutely lean in and just really try to annihilate that guy, get the ladder, and then they can duke it out heads up, you know, however they see fit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be interesting. It could play out just like that, or maybe the baby stacks will just start massing a huge run and get 2 or 3 lucky double ups, and next thing you know, they're eliminating Giannis or Cohen.
Yeah.
Probably not the way it's going to go, but you actually never know. Those big hands could just be forced to play out. Like, there's so many scenarios where, regardless of which hand you have in the scenario, you would go broke or you would double. Like if it's like aces versus kings, if you're the one with kings and no king comes, you're just screwed. And no good players can avoid 99.9% of those spots. So we could just see a couple setups happen, and then bam, the shorties are now reigning supreme.
Yep.
Or we could see a little more of the same. The big stacks crushing the little guys.
That was some straight,
just elbow dropping
that
them.
was some straight Ong Bak, like, you know, like Thai warrior. You know, that's amazing. Okay.
Well,
So,
I don't say it much, but I do have my black belt in Taekwondo.
oh, there you go. All right, guys. So we're going to jump back in the action in just a moment. I'd be interested to see if we're actually going to get any deal talks here as well. Usually in the KO ones, we very rarely see any kind of deal talks because it's not, you know, the money's not it's not distributed in a way which is very easily dealt with. You know what I'm saying, Arlie? You know, people have their bounties and it's difficult. You know, they can do deals for the actual value that they're going to win, but they can't really do a deal for the bounty that's on their head and stuff like that. Really, in an online setting. So we're going to jump back into the action now, guys. Let's get back to our table, and let's see how it's going to play out. We're down to 4 players. This is the 109 Sunday Million, 1 million guaranteed progressive KO special, and these guys are playing for a first-place prize of $47,764.67, and, of course, any bounties that they accrue along the way, including their own, if they can get to that first-place prize. Jumping right back in now.
Right back in we go. Right back in we go. All righty then. Ace, deuce. Just going for the jam.
Just the straight jam. Yeah, I mean, I think Cohen definitely knows these spots well. He's had a couple sort of obvious ones, right, where they're both shallow, especially when you have those sort of low ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, all the way up to ace 5. Those are the really cool, like, you know, lower combos that you can, lower offsuit ace combos that you can shove really liberally because, of course, you got a couple extra percent because you can make the wheel. So, you know, I mean, ace 6, ace 7 probably going to be in those spots anyway because you have an ace, but those low offsuit aces are obviously doing particularly well as jams as well.
This is very true. All right. Corn with the 3-4 gets out of there. Ace 6 off. And they are jamming now. Good to see it. Okay. Ace, queen. Giannis maybe opening this 10-6. We've seen crazier things. They do not. Hard for... Oh, wow. Cohen jams, and Corn has to call here. Corn calls. Jack deuce versus ace clean flop. Jack on the turn. Queen on the river. Damn. What a hand.
Sorry, Chad. I was watching the hand play out and I had to sneeze. And there you go. That jack on the turn, quite the tease. That could have been the upset right there, but Corn manages to find that river, and another double up to 22 million. Yeah.
The Ducks cram it. The aces call unless there is a magical deuce. There's a double up for coconuts.
Oh my days! Look at this, Arlie.
Everything's just coming up coconuts. Yeah, look. They're actually just waiting, never jamming when they should, and then bam, they get aces and jammed into. We'll raise from ace 8.
So right out of the gates, you know, seeing the dynamic change very considerably now. Both of the shorties have already doubled in the first couple minutes of being back from our break.
They sure have.
Yeah, it's gonna change how things are gonna play very drastically now. Obviously, a lot fewer of those pure jams that Cohen and Giannis can be making against the shorties.
Definitely got to tone it down. Go back to actually playing some post flop. No, Cohen could just jam or call here. They call. Yeah, I kind of like reducing the variance a bit, it feels like, with the call. It's profitable jam, but Cohen's going to be out playing coconuts. They've got to know that by now, so way simpler to just take it post-flop, try and out-skill them rather than just doing a bunch of open jams where they could just wake up with a hand sometime and it's over. Coconuts, most likely just checking here again. It doesn't feel like something they would want to bet with how they've been playing. And a king on the river, that's gonna definitely take a chunk off coconuts.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Cohen, I would probably just go really big here because you're getting called or you're not basically. Oh, actually goes for the check instead. I think obviously still going to get some value because coconuts now thinks he has the value bet instead. But from Cohen's perspective, on that river with so little action, you're gonna get you're gonna get called by a king or a jack or something, and that's pretty much it. So you might as well punish if you are going to have the value bet lead.
I wonder if he's going to go for a small raise here. No, even just like a 1.3 times his, like, just a small little one. Sometimes it's like, okay, if I get re-raised, I'll fold. But I like just calling too once.
Yeah, I think the only issue I have with that is like a lot of the hands that might like the king that actually plays their hand so passively on flop and turn is usually going to be ace king, right? Because they feel like they've got really considerable showdowns. So the fact that they haven't bet flop or turn kind of indicates, if they have actually connected with that river, which is why they're betting, it's going to be ace king. I think quite frequently. But that may perhaps not. Coconuts played king high pretty passively there as well. So
yeah, I was kind of thinking that specifically with coconuts, how we've seen them be so passive. But you're probably right in that scenario where just check calling seems to be the most sense.
No, but I like the ambition because we need to try and find value wherever we can, and sometimes it is appropriate to find a little like the teeny tiny raise on the river there, and that's you're going to win a lot more than other people if they don't see the same thing you see, And sure enough, Cohen just going for the pure jam there as well. Again, even though Corn is now up to 17 mil.
Yep, keeping that pressure on, knowing coconuts a lot smaller makes Corn's hands a little more tied. Giannis with the 10 deuce in the big blind, really trying to decide how much they can play back against Cohen or how much they can't.
Okay, sixes for Corn. Oh man, is this the pure jam? For the raise instead.
It's a little scary, yeah. It's a little scary with coconuts. If they were a little closer in stack, I think the jam is nice. Giannis.
My good friend Giannis.
Good old Ronald McDonald. It's funny because I actually don't even think I looked at their profile picture one time this whole game and just noticed it was Ronald McDonald. That's awesome. Wild because I've looked at their cards and name for like 5 hours straight and didn't see their picture till now. That's the level of focus you're dealing with up here, guys. Just on the chips, on the cards, no other distractions. All right, Cohen not gonna be liking what happens the rest of this hand. Another king. It's a nice check back from Corn.
Yeah, and obviously the kind of turn where your hand is really nice and disguised now.
Mm-hmm.
Cohen is going to try and take the initiative. I mean, you can only flat here, though, huh? I mean, anything else looks strong. Too strong.
You definitely only flat. Cohen's got a little bit of showdown value.
Yeah. Now he picks up the deuce on the river. So King-Queen actually might be able to eke out a little bit more if Cohen decides just to check call.
Nick, it's so crazy. Chat thinks his name is Coon instead of Cohen.
I know.
Guys,
don't you guys know how to read?
Like, literally, there's an E. Did you guys think it's 2 O's? It's Cohen. They'll get it. They'll get it.
They'll get it one day. King-Queen going for the 2.9, just shy of 3 mil, and the deuce gets away. Nice work, Cohen.
Oh, Cohen. Just out here doing work. But yeah, Corn, though. Corn has definitely worked their way into a much more comfortable position. See, this is where chat's a little confused. It's pronounced Coon as in Jason Coon, but Jason Coon has 2 O's after the K. This one, it's an O. And I don't know if you guys can see. Maybe you're not zoomed in enough. It's an E after the other O.
Yeah,
It's
there's an E, guys. There's an E.
E. They'll get it. It'll click. King 6 off goes for the continuation bet against a hand that is dominating them.
Summer's right. Stapes would have banned everyone by now. You're right.
I was getting a good giggle at that. Pocket 8s just walked him. Just walked him.
Just walked him.
This is when you're trolling and no one has a clue and just keeps going deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. You're like, it is working.
King 3 of clubs is actually not a bad candidate for a 3-bet here. If you wanted to get that cray.
Nice 3-bet here. It's a perfect person to do it against. And they actually don't have a hand too, but
they got the Spraggy. Folding the Spraggy. Cohen actually getting the dominating hand to fold there. Very powerful indeed. Flexing. Yeah. Just flexing on everybody.
Let's see these couple hands clash.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Cohen can definitely just 3-bet this. This would not be that crazy. Just rips it in against him. Oh, my days.
That makes Giannis fold a very, very tight range.
Wow, he is so handcuffed here, Arlie. This is ICM in motion. This is the ICM poetry that we live for. Giannis is in such a good position to ladder and actually go further in this tournament. Does he really want to? Even though he knows, like, Cohen could be doing this with, like, hands that he has absolutely dominated. Forces him to fold 7s there. That is just so cool. And, yeah, this guy definitely knows how to apply that ICM pressure.
Absolutely. He might just go for the open jam here, too.
Yeah.
Because he knows Korn is going to fold ace-10.
Yeah.
And then Coconuts, then he's just up against a 10 big blind.
Magic. Yeah, Cohen's just absolutely flipping the switch on him here. Flipping that switch.
See, and Korn literally isn't even open Jack-10 suited on the button. Because they just don't know how to react. Right. They don't know what Giannis is going to do. They don't, they're just like, it's just safer if I fold.
Yeah. Ace-10 of spades, Mr. Coconuts. There you go. There you go.
Ace-10 of spades. He's like, I got this. This is my hand. Rips it in.
This is my hand. Down here, it's my hand. Up there, it's their hand. Up there, it's their hand. Goonies never die. Korn 2005 here. Queen 5 off, blind v blind. What's he going to do? Okay, Mr. Coconuts, please. You got to know you're shoving this. Okay, there you go. There you go. You got it. You got it.
He's figuring it out.
No, he's
just in time to win.
He's doing just fine. If Mr. Coconuts, if you're watching this, I hope you don't think I'm being overly critical. I think you've played extremely solid poker today. Absolutely.
Mr. Coconuts, I genuinely, from everyone here at PokerStars, apologize for how Nick has been just constantly verbally and emotionally abusing you throughout this whole stream. I've tried to have your back. I told your story that you told me in confidence, so maybe I shouldn't have, but I told your story about the island and the coconuts, but Nick just grinding the gears up here, twisting the knife. I'm sorry, but it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way.
I mean, I don't know who's going to get in more trouble. So, like, I might get done for, abuse, but you're going to get done. Your NDA has got you in big trouble over the coconut story, buddy.
Big trouble.
He doesn't want anybody to know that he was trapped on the island. He's trying to get past that chapter in his life, and you're here blasting him. Everyone knows the story now.
He was actually the person who wrote the song, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts, diddly-doo. It was him, man. It was him.
And they're like, what happened after that banger? You didn't want to come up with any more? And he went, no, the showbiz wasn't for me, so I decided to go into poker instead.
Yeah, he's like, I had no more inspiration once I got off the island.
Somebody asked him, so you got a lovely bunch of coconuts, yeah? Yeah, I do. Exactly how many do you have? I'll never tell. And then his name on PokerStars is 11 coconuts.
They come up to him again. They're like, I think we figured it out. He's like,
All right, wait 1 second, guys. This could get spicy. Mr. Korn could absolutely make the call here. Doesn't this time. 47 million for Cohen.
Jack 9 gets it through. Gets it through.
Yes, he does. Blind v blind. Giannis, this is it. Oh, damn.
Oh, I saw the deuce first.
And that's all she wrote. Mr. Coconuts eliminated in 4th place. Giannis picking up $2,106 in bounties for that. And commiserations and congratulations to our 4th place finisher, 11 Coconuts, taking down $20,000, 653 and $4,164 in bounties. So about 25,000 US dollars for that finish. Very, very sick run, sir. And again, blind v blind, we could see the A7 call here. Cohen is shoving so wide in this situation. A7 absolutely will be ahead of this range. There it is.
Yeah, they rip it in, he calls, and they need spades, a straight spade. It does not come, and just like that, we are heads up in the Sunday Million. GG's to Korn with the $28,724 plus bounties. And Cohen's got a 2-1 chip lead over our boy, Giannis. Let's see it play out. Kings.
Still a very, very big payday for Korn there. So about 35,000 for finishing in 3rd there. Congratulations, dude. Well played. Good run. And
that is Glory Town.
Straight into the heads up now, guys. Top set for Giannis.
Not bad, not bad.
Not
Dying
bad.
to get paid, but can be a little tough. Garan's luck. He was playing like an absolute boss early, so I just went for the. I just went for it. King 9 got a little gut shot. Cohen with 4 high. No backdoor potential except for the ass end of the straight. A pair of 3s is now in head.
77%, 100% on the river for Cohen.
Yeah, and Giannis is just going to give up. Thinks maybe I got a little showdown value with King High, but also not worth trying to bet.
Yep. Karen's Luck pointing out that 19 left, we were already established Giannis supporters. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was our guy. We decided very early on that this is the player we wanted to win. But again, I mean, Cohen and Luis on that final kind of stealing my heart a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely saw Luis trying to steal you away from our boy, but thankfully you made the right decision.
Arlie's really good at doing this, like the window looking thing. I'm always looking off in the wrong direction. All right, 9's full here, but Giannis could still call it off with the ace, with the double paired board, and ace high.
King Jack versus 9-5. Well, yeah, let's see. Let's see if Giannis can get the momentum going back in his direction, or if Cohen is just going to steamroll. So far, it is Cohen's heads up, and Cohen did make some drastic pulls away from Giannis the final 4 or 5 people, so I like the 3-bet. And that's the thing with heads up. They're going to have so many trash hands so often that you can't just fold all the time you have trash hands. You actually just have to raise or 3-bet, make the best of them. Just pretty much very rarely fold your small blind heads up. Almost never.
All right. Both players straighting. Giannis up and down, and Queen 9 with the gutter.
Queen 9 with the gutter. Giannis, nice little bet here. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Oh, we get a raise here and a call. Oh, check. So Giannis just immediately gives up that river, and Cohen might just go for a bluff, even though they don't need to.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky not to. I don't know, when the spades brick and 9-7 bricks and Jack 9 bricks, then obviously you might just think actually Queen High does actually look a lot stronger here. You know, when I can see them finding the check once in a while here too, and obviously that's gonna win him the pot.
Yeah, it's tough. It's actually just an awkward, weird scenario.
I think the check just shows you where Cohen's at all over the place, right? Because it's just like when the turn plays out the way it does, there being no flush draw on the flop, but the picks up a flush draw on the turn, and the way that he checked the river, it's just like, yeah, I think that's very high level. All right, so King 8 coming in with the bet. 4-5 obviously should be coming along here pretty much every single time, though, as it's difficult to make a pair. Arlie, didn't know if you know that.
I think someone told me that one time. I didn't fully believe them, but now that you have confirmed that, I do believe.
Wow, this is really interesting now. King 8 obviously should continue here a lot. The 4-5 is going to check raise as a bluff very frequently. In this case, I think 4-5 just check raising because they think that's how they're going to protect their hand.
And then they check the turn. Wouldn't be surprised to just see Giannis check back or potentially put in a small bet. But you risk getting double check raised, which is fun.
Well, and you, if your opponent is check raising as a bluff, a lot of the times they're just going to have pure gutters. And look at the river! Look at the river!
Yeah.
Oh, mate, 4-5, just straight jam it right now, right? You just stick it in, and you're like, yeah, I mean, he's got to pay me with a 9, he's got to pay me with an 8. I'm not really repping anything, right, at this stage. It looks so desperate if you just ship it.
Yeah, it's very polarized. It's like you flopped a straight or you have nothing.
My man Cohen. So will he make the call? This is for the tournament. This is for the Sunday Million Crown.
Giannis. Definitely considering it.
Makes the call.
Wow. GG. Cohen takes it down.
And we have our winning moment, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. That's all she wrote. That's it. It's over with. New Sunday Million champion has been crowned. Congratulations to Cohen on that first place prize. Absolutely sensational. And, of course, a big congratulations to our run-up as well on taking second, Giannis LG, the guy we were rooting for all along. Our first place finisher today will take home over $47,000. I'll confirm in just a moment what the actual finishes were, including bounties. Our runner-up is going to take home $47,000 in the bounties themselves, too. So after everything was said and done, guys, the final numbers were Cohen, first place, $47,764.67. And he also won another $22,718.76 in bounties for a total finish of $70,483.43. Congratulations. Giannis LG taking second place, which was $47,757.38 and $9,243 in bounties, so a total prize of $57,000 for second. Congratulations, guys. Very well done. So, Arlie, that's it. That's all she wrote for this week.
We've done it.
Another Sunday Million is in the bag. And thank you very much for joining us today. It's always a pleasure. I really like the Nick Arlie dynamic, and I do apologize, guys. Again, I was quite unwell still today, as you could tell. Thank you for being patient with me, and thank you for coming to hang out with us. What do we have on for the rest of this week? So I will be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as per my new schedule, possibly Friday as well. If you guys would like to join me tomorrow, I'll be doing some KOs with Croaks to kick off our normal streaming week, and we're going to be doing more of that KO challenge game that we were playing. If you guys haven't seen it yet, it's really, really cool. Come and give it a look. Arlie, what do you have planned for the rest of the week?
Well, I think I'm actually going to fire up the stream tonight.
Oh, nice.
And I got a bunch of fun stuff planned this week. I'm going rock climbing with my buddy. I'm going up and doing boiling maple syrup with my other friend. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm trying to...
Guys, he's not really doing that. He just has to say that because he's trying.
I'm gonna sit on my couch and do unspeakable things. If you want the honest truth,
guys, as usual, I would love it if you guys would check out our social media platforms so you can stay in touch with us as individual content creators, but then also so we can let you guys know when we're going to be on Sunday Million and when we're going to make new stuff for you guys to enjoy. So as per usual, check out the Instagram, check out the Twitter, check out the Discords and all that good stuff. And we're going to wrap it there. Thank you very much to our moderators. Thank you for you guys for hanging out with us. That's going to be all from me for today. So from Arlie Shaban and me, Nicholas Walsh, that is good night from the PokerStars Arena.
Peace.
Peace.